Welcome to the 2016 European Challenger Series Spring Split Week 2. I am Richard Falls-Cam, and this is James Tress-O'Leary. How are you, James Tress-O'Leary?
I'm doing good, man. I am getting ready for some Challenger Series action. It's going to be good. We just got off Week 3 of the LCS. Now it's time to start Week 2 of Challenger Series.
It all starts over again, and once again, we're back with another 6 games, so let's run through our agenda for today. To start off the day, it will be Huma versus SK Gaming.
Then we've got Inspire eSports versus Copenhagen Wolves, and to round out the day, Millennium will take on Mouse Sports.
Right, and we of course have to take a look at Week 1's results, which were fairly conclusive, and in each match-up, they it was basically just went one way. So we're going to take a look at those standings. In first, with 3 points each, is Inspire, Copenhagen Wolves, and Millennium, while tied in 4th position are Huma, Mouse Sports, and SK Gaming.
Well, you might be thinking, whoa, what is this? Points last year, you were just games? No, we're best of 2 format, remember. 3 points for a series win, 1 point for a tie, and 0 points for a loss. Now, if you need a closer look at the Challenger format, the schedule, or any of the squads here for the Challenger Series, make sure to check out lollysports.com for all of that and much, much more.
However, now we are going to move on to our first bout of the week with 0-1 Huma taking on 0-1 SK Gaming. Not a great start to the first week for both teams.
No, not the best. These are two teams that are tied in that 4th place spot. Last week, honestly, these were two teams where the AD carries, I feel, really let them down.
Oh yeah, for sure. But we need to take a look at that lineup first. So on the blue side, take a look at Huma. In the top lane, it will be Whirlib with jungler Santorin, mid lane Godbro, AD carry Holy Phoenix with support Jusui Cass. And as you alluded to, Stress, Huma were pretty disappointing in the first week. None of those carries that we were touting to be amazing on the Rift really showed up. The three big carries on the team, and specifically the big misplays from Holy Phoenix, where he was just like hopping into the enemy team and just dying. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, there were a lot of rough patches for Huma in last week's series, and the team seemed to just kind of tilt a little bit.
Yeah.
When it got to the point after game 1 where Millennium just kind of pushed them about the map fairly easily, then game 2 we had that situation where like Godbro had the kill in his eyes as Lissandra. He was already clawing in, looking for that ult to get the kill. The animation of the ult starts and a black shield comes out from the side of the screen. Godbro dies, target doesn't die. That right there was like the moment for me where Huma, that was kind of the end of the game. You could just see the mentality just go, well, that failed.
Yeah, I mean, it tilted me as well, but the problems didn't start in-game. It also started in Champions. Like game 1, they took Elise Morgana and left Tam Kench up, and it was like, okay, I guess we'll just take Tam Kench and invalidate your composition.
Yeah, there were just so many problems overall. Like the picks and bans, the individual plays, and just one of the weird things that we haven't really come to expect from, especially a player like Godbro, is how kind of rough that series was, especially game 2 for him. I mean, Godbro overall, in game 2, had a 0.25 KDA, and maybe to explain that, that's 1-8-1. For Godbro. This is a guy that normally carries teams. Like
yes.
This is not a good performance from him.
Usually the inverse, like 8-1-1 would be a normal KDA for Godbro, but his allies weren't much better. We had Jusui Cass on 0.75, Whirlib on 0.45. It just wasn't fantastic from the team. Only the jungler really got kills. But we need to take a look at their opponents as well. On the red team, it is SK Gaming, top lane Morsu, jungler Go with mid laner Suno, and AD carry Vardags and Unlimited. And pretty much the story of last week is bot lane just got absolutely murdered by Copenhagen Wolves at bottom lane with Pinoy and Sir Nuxalot.
Yeah.
And they really turned up. There was a lot of hype around Nuxalot, and he definitely showed it on Trundle.
There was, but then you expect a bottom lane like Vardags and Unlimited, two players who have been around a lot, albeit not always the highest touted in their position. But you'd expect their experience to be able to hold up. Unfortunately, though, their lanes just fell behind. And, SK were in a situation where they were relying on Suno in that second game as the late game damage from just the Victor.
Yep.
That was like the only thing they had left. And that never got to the point where it was actually fruitful.
And usually you'd think on the team with Morsu, you'd have another damage threat, but he went tanks, which was a step in the right direction because he used to only play carries and only 1v1 you and try and get a CS lead. This time he actually played tanks, and while he did pretty well up against Wicked in the top lane on Nara in a couple games, it wasn't amazing. So if we see more development from Morsu on those tanks, because it is a step in the right direction, as we mentioned, because him opening up his champion pool is just a good thing. Yeah,
we've talked about it for a long time, is that Morsu is a very solid carry player, but just that we'd love to round out kind of his top lane pool with a few more tanks, and I'm so glad to see that's the direction he's going as well. I don't want him to lose the ability to carry from the top lane, but I am happy to see that he's looking to play for the team now. A little bit more than he was before.
For sure, because before that was one of the things that hamstrung them specifically in Champions League, because they couldn't pick a tank, even if that's what their composition needed. So maybe today we'll see that from Morsu, but we are going to wait for these bans. Reminder, we're on 6.2 today, so I believe we're the first to actually hit this one. So
I believe we are. Just to go back to last series a little bit. So Huma last week had 11 of 12 bans aimed at the top lane, either theirs or against them.
Yeah.
This time we've got Morsu against Whirlib in the top lane. If ever there was going to be a game for top lane bans, like this is it. So maybe we might just see top lane bans all the way down. I've said that. Got to get Suno's Twisted Fate out. Yeah. It is a pick that he is exceptionally strong on. We've seen it a couple of times outside of the Challenger series. And if you ever kind of looking through featured games, on EU West. You'll see him crop up.
Yeah,
And
always
like,
attached to the
Suna's playing
Twisted
Thursday.
Fate
Nice.
icon. Yeah, he didn't really get it in the qualifiers either. People just did the scouting. It was like, oh, he was good in this and other regions. We'll take that away.
Yeah.
Jax banned out in this one against Whirler. Makes sense. It was his huge champion in the LCS. Banned out last week against him. He literally 1v9'd in some games in the LCS. Literally just to win games with Jax. So taking that one away. Poppy, Astor will round out the bans from Huma.
So where does that leave us on our last ban? Fiora is the last ban. So there's a lot open. Tahm Kench is up. Graves is up, that we've seen banned a lot. The likes of... Corki is up. Man, that is such a big factor right now. The fact that Corki has been such a strong mid lane pick and an AD carry pick as well. Week 3 of European LCS, we saw it so prominently in the mid lane. Teams like Gamers2, or G2 Esports now as they're known, doing a very good job of utilizing that Corki in a siege poke kind of composition. So that could be an option for Huma for their first pick.
Yeah, definitely could be. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen in the top lane, because rewind a year ago, everything was banned out against Morsu, but he's got a lot to choose from. First pick of Kalista. So we have seen this before in like the LCS, where you prioritize like an AD carry for like a big carry on a team like Niels, for example.
But there is one place that this pick alone, in that spot on first pick, is very reminiscent of. That's the kind of pick that whenever I'm watching LCK and Kalista makes it through the bans, a team just goes, okay, just give me Kalista. I want our AD carry to do well. We'll get a very solid matchup. You know, Kalista against most lanes does very well. There are a couple of exceptions that are kind of fringe cases that we don't see too often. But getting this Kalista, you've got the opportunity for the likes of... okay, Alistair's gone, so it's not that. You've got the opportunity for like a Thresh, that kind of setup that we've seen with Kalista. So there's still a lot to play for Huma. I don't know whether I like the Kalista priority with the likes of like a Graves available, and they let it go over to SK. I don't think it's a mistake. It just now a lot is on Holy Phoenix. And if there's one guy that can make that work.
Yeah, I was literally just going to bring that up. Like, Holy Phoenix, okay, he didn't turn up last week, but it's Holy Phoenix. Like, we've seen what he can do on a world stage. And also in the qualifiers, he was ridiculous. Hovering over the Misfortune, I'm not going to see that, but that was one of the champions he did really well on. And also factor into the count, he's against Vardax. Like, Vardax has not shown up in the LCS, has not shown up in the Challenger Series, and if you're going to put any priority, you might as well put it on Holy Phoenix, who can really get ahead in this game. The response, though, from SK, Tahm Kench, have to assume again that's on Morsu, with the Graves, as you already mentioned. So, again, sticking to that one champion.
Yeah, although Tahm Kench, this is 6.2, so keep in mind Tahm Kench did have a nerf to his ultimate when it comes to the added damage he gets from his the bonus health. So it actually got halved at every rank and lower at overall. It's now 6%, which was the rank 2 previously.
Yeah, TLDR 468 has moved to 246. So at max rank, you only get the
not quite half. My maths is bad.
Yeah,
it's
it
good.
was close
it was
enough.
Like vaguely
well, it's fine.
It's fine.
But that's the Corki that you were talking about. So Corki probably going to be thrown in the mid lane, with Kalista being picked up, of course. Nidalee, though, as an early lock-in is interesting. Elise has not been picked up. Slight nerfs in 6-2, but not enough to stop it from being played.
So I quite like the Nidalee. Fairly mobile, is able to kind of get away from fights with the Graves. You have a fair amount of control. The problem is, if Graves catches you and manages to land that Q before you jump away, that's dead Nidalee. Like, Nidalee overall as a champion is not one that I'm keen in team compositions, but I think for a jungle matchup, it's evident why she's very strong. So I can see that's why Huma are looking for it. With the Corki, with the Nidalee, wouldn't be surprised maybe to see a Braum come in here as well. Yeah,
I prefer it in the composition. Up against Graves, if you land a spear, you don't really always want to go in on it, because if you jump into him, it's like, oh, there's a wall somewhere near me and I'm dead. So, yeah, kind of difficult in the 1v1, but still. SK picking up the Braum against the poke composition. Makes sense. Stand in front of the poke, try and block that for some of his other carries. They've already got Graves from the jungle, so going to be somewhat squishy there. And then Tahm Kench in the top lane. Vardax picks up the Lucian. And just waiting for the response from Huma.
Yeah, it's not going to be Maokai. Like, we haven't seen Maokai in so long.
We have in the Asian regions, though. There's been multiple games in LPL and LCK.
I must admit, LPL is...
They lost mostly. But
oh, yeah? Okay.
I was tracking it because I was like, Maokai's back? And I was like, oh, okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not expecting it. Looking at top lane picks right now into the Tahm Kench. Last week, we saw a Scion top, actually, out of Huma. There is the Nara available, should they want it. Looking at other top lane solid option. Whoa, okay, it actually gets locked in. Okay, so you said you've seen it in LPL, seen it in LCK, haven't seen it in a while in Europe.
Yeah.
So Maokai, good engage potential, reliable engage potential. Problem is, it doesn't always go that well in a poke composition, which with Corki, with Nidalee, you've kind of set up for that already.
Yeah, it's interesting. From what I've been seeing, the builds are pretty much the same. Still seeing Righteous Glory, which is actually not an item we see very much on top laners anymore, and Maokai's is still building it in the Asian regions. So I just want to see what he builds, really.
Yeah. I guess the thing about this is, Tahm Kench now with the reduced damage may not be a particularly bad matchup.
Like, I think Maokai wins top lane against Tahm Kench.
Okay.
Like, Tahm Kench will not be able to, like, he can lick you, sure, but when he gets in range, you arcane smash him away.
Yeah.
Like, I see ways in which Maokai can win that matchup, but at the end of the day, they're both tanks.
Yeah, and that's what I mean is, like, I feel like you're at least going to go even in that setup. Like, I don't think, especially now with the reduced damage, you're not going to get punished too hard. SK round their composition out with the Orianna. So this is a fairly just standard pick. I don't feel like it's going to be able to punish the Corki at almost any point in the game. Corki's just going to out-trade in the laning phase. Mid-game team fights are going to go Corki's way as well. It's only that late game if somehow you catch him before he Valkyries or pull him back in with the shockwave in team fights. A little bit kind of tentative at the ability for SK to get onto Godbro. Yeah. If ever Godbro is in a comfortable spot back in the back of a team fight, he can just send out damage left, right, and center as much as he wants. It's
so difficult to get into a good fight as well because like you need like the Tahm Kench to take the Braum on like an abyssal journey, go in, pop up, and then it's like now Orianna puts the ultimate. It's like all these things have to come together, and like the enemy has to be in the right place at the right time. It's so hard to make it work, but yeah, I can see it. Like the picks in response were good. I want to see how the Orianna gets her ult off. So
Ori will bring a decent amount of wave clear when it comes to the ball and dissonance being used. They also then have the Graves the Lucian to clear out. So Huma may have trouble stepping up to turrets here, but then they've kind of brought a Maokai to say, well, as long as we're ahead, we can go past the turret. I mean, that's kind of the game plan, is like siege until they're ready to dive, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about like this kind of half siege, half diving composition.
I kind of like it into the Orianna though, because like all her damage is AoE and Maokai pops his ultimate, and then just like a lot of that is mitigated. Yeah, we just have to see when we get into game, really.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is now that you've got somebody to kind of protect from your other threats, because you've got obviously a lot of damage that's going to come from Nidalee, from Corki, Kalista, and the Maokai is kind of there as a big tank, and it's just like, well, try and get past me.
Well, there are the full compositions right here. The Maokai being locked in from Huma. So yeah, jump on Twitter, tweet at LOL eSports, get the hashtag votes in, HMAwin and hashtag SKWin for who you think is going to take home this game. And something I never thought I would see before is Morsu on Tahm Kench and Wurler playing Maokai into it in the Challenger Series. I just never thought I would see that interaction ever happen. I didn't think Morsu was ever going to play anything other than carries. But here we are, Stress. A whole new world.
A whole new world, and 2016 season, Europe has its first Maokai. I'm kind of happy to see him back, mainly because he's like, if he's in a decent spot, he is the kind of champion you can play in solo queue and just wreck people with.
He is the champion who got me to Diamond the first time. So.
I thought that was Ica. Anyway, SK Gaming at this point have spread themselves out just like Huma. That was an in-joke that was not fair for me to bring out on podcast.
Salty gold players, man.
Oh dear. It begins. It begins.
It has begun.
One thing that .go has done that we have seen fairly commonly now on junglers like Graves and to some extent Elise, you'll see them opt for a pink ward on their first buy. So the reason for this is you're actually not a jungler that drops low on health. So the extra 2 potions, while they're kind of nice, you can get so much more added value out of clearing an area of vision, just making sure that you have an easy gank path or can prevent some kind of all-in. And you can see it's already gone down in the river on the right-hand side, just outside the dragon entrance. So this is SK just trying to secure their lower side jungle, make sure there's no invade coming out, and they will be able to clear around the jungle. pretty effectively like that. At this point, though, it doesn't look like there was going to be too much aggression. Maokai did, however, drop the saplings, got the small raptors, and is backing away.
Yeah, Graves is one of the few junglers who doesn't drop low in the jungle, as you mentioned. Same with Elise, and it makes it very difficult to invade on him or go near his jungle because he's gonna have more health than you, is the TLDR. Santorin has a fairly fast jungle clear as Nidalee because there's a lot of animation cancelling you can do as you go through the jungle, swapping forms, etc. But you don't come out of the jungle very high health.
Yeah, you do not. But one thing that has come about in this matchup is the lane swap up to the top lane. You can see, however, Je Suis Cass seem to maybe donate actually the experience over to Kalista.
Yep.
So only just hitting level 2 now. Morsu's going to head bottom lane. So this 2v2 at the top lane, I feel like it was Holy Phoenix and Je Suis Cass calling that this was a lane swap from Vardags and Unlimited. Or at least that's how this is starting to play out a little bit more. If I was Vardags and Unlimited, I would probably want to lane swap as much as I can. Just from how poorly last week's went. That 2v2 was not impressive last week at all.
And it just meant they got into the mid game and just couldn't do anything because they'd already been wrecked from the laning phase. Dotgo, he's still heading through his jungle and will be heading towards his red buff now. Actually skirting around there, so maybe just a little wary of a potential Santorin invade, but Santorin's only in the river now taking the crab.
I like what Godbro did there. At least I think it was Godbro. It may actually have been Santorin dropped a trinket ward up over the Raptors. Nobody's ward is on cooldown, which is throwing me on whose it actually is, but drops it over on the Raptors.
Whose ward is it anyway?
Spots out Dotgo on the Raptors, gives you the very easy, very clean information. That is exactly what Dotgo was. So all that tells the top lane is that careful, Graves could be up there. If he doesn't show anytime soon, he's probably recalling and going bottom.
In that mid lane though, Godbro just gone for the corrupting potion up against Suno here. That is a lot of damage. Fast bomb doesn't land on the end of that though.
You do not want to trade in that kind of range against Corki that's running Thunderlords. Corki is one of the few champions that really wasn't hit particularly hard by the Thunderlords changes in 6.2. Keep in mind, Thunderlords now, you have to stack it within 3 seconds for it to proc, not the 5 that it was before. Corki's Gatling gun does it very quickly, but bottom lane is our first engage of the game.
Morsu's dropping low already, has to go into the Greyhound, flashes over the wall, and Dotgo is there to zone them away. Spear will come across, does not connect onto Morsu as he waddles out of the fray. Now he'll head into his jungle, so... Oh, almost landing. Held my breath for a second there.
He's like, well, I'm just going to dodge right back down into the skill shot. But got away with it.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of room. But if you visualize that, he's standing with his back against the wall, kind of Indiana Jones style.
Yeah. The dart trap
just goes straight past him.
What was really nice in that trade, though, from Werlub is he used his Twisted Advance, haven't said that in a long time, underneath Morsu's lick, so he didn't get the stun off. Right. And then, because he's untargetable while doing so, they managed to CC him. Had the lick landed first and he was stunned, that wouldn't have happened in the first place.
I will be watching out for more interactions of Maokai Tam Kench lane that I was not expecting to see.
Yeah, well, it's funny, because I know all these intricacies of the tank matchup, but in competitive, it doesn't really matter because they never drop low enough for there to be kill potential. But in solo queue, it's like, I can get one more minion wave, and then they stay and you all in them. So. Yeah,
well, luckily, it's competitive. It's not solo queue right now. So, luckily, we won't have that. Well, theoretically, sometimes you see people greed for a wave, but that doesn't happen all that much. So, already first recall for Godbro has come back. Sheen's been picked up. Again, another instance of try and trade against this Corki in lane. Okay, not anymore. He now just Sheen procs on me every time. I mean, yeah, Orianna has a shield. She has a fair amount of damage in her kit and empowered auto attacks, but Corki's damage is insane right now from that mid lane. So I imagine that's a matchup that should stay in Godbro's favor. Look at the CS lead that's opened up already. 14 CS up on Suno.
Dotgo was thinking about coming down, and that was a really nice read from Morsu, actually. Santorin still staying in the bottom lane, just trying to get something off, and Dotgo heading down. So pushing Santorin away for now, but they still know he's around the area. If anything, he'd just be taking Krugs. Nice sapling being set up from Werlib. Actually placing it one in that side brush as well, in the river, just stopping those ganks from coming in. That's actually really nice because being on the bottom sides of the map means you can block off that entire area, so there's no good gank route for Doggo to go through apart from in lane. And lane ganks from Graves, did you know, don't really work out very well.
No, they're not the best. He's kind of runs in and goes, hey, wait for me. But Wirlib got eaten at this point. Morsu has the grey health, though.
Morsu does not have flash, however. Doggo for the counter gank. Wirlib's not going to take the end of the line damage from the second run, and he'll just try and get out of here. He's good to go. And ultimately, ganking these big tank lanes is very difficult, especially after their first backs.
And this is the third time in 7 minutes that we've seen the junglers be in this bottom lane, at least. I mean, there's been so much presence put on these lane setups where... Oh, Hook has landed top, though.
Vardags has to jump away here, but it's still being chased down by Holy Phoenix. He's trying to get the last auto off, but Unlimited is able to get the stun down from the concussive blows. And now we'll head back with Stand Behind Me to that minion. In the bot lane, the 2v2 continues with the junglers and the top laners.
I'm just kind of looking at that top Hook, and it's hooks like that that ended up costing last week the lane matchup for SK. Like, that's a hook realistically that Cast should not be able to hit. It was above 3/4 of the max range, and like, it just is in a laning phase situation where you have minions as well. It's not like he's flash hooking you. You're not slowed by anything. It's that kind of situation that's kind of disappointing to see that hook land. I mean, half of that you could say is good job, Cass, for landing the hook.
Sure.
But the other half is like someone's got to get hit by that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was totally true of last week as well, specifically when we had the Trundle games where the pillars were just always landing on top of Vardags. It was okay because he usually had the champion with a dash, so he could just get away from that. But in this game, if you're hooked, you're CC'd, and Cass can easily follow up on that. Unlimited taking away the pink just in the river here, denying some of vision. And I believe Godbro is going to head back. He's got a decent wave advantage in the mid lane, just about 1 minion wave. Should normalize as Suno also heads back. And bot lane and top is also ahead. Wirlib is actually significantly ahead. Package hype.
Oh yeah, time for the package. So, past 8 minutes, Huma have their first opportunity to use it. Now, what is kind of curious at this point is that Godbro's picked up the package very early on. So, a lot of Corkies will kind of try and time it so that their second package coincides with the Trinity Force. So I expect him to actually sit and wait for the second one now and not actually use it until it's ready. So this package, he's probably not going to get too much from. This one's probably just going to be a getting back to lane faster.
Fan vote, though. 89% over to Huma. That's what I would have said in week 1 as well. But, but then Millennium happened, so yeah.
Santorin and Doggo are pretty much just mirroring each other all the way through this game. Every single time they're in the same lane, the same situation. Hook onto Unlimited.
And he's only level 5 as well, does not have the ultimate for disengage. Tries to get the SQ damage off here. Godbro over the wall, the package pays off. First blood into the mid lane on Corki, and Vardags may go down as well. Wirlib teleporting in from the bottom lane. That's the second kill going over, and he's so tanky. He can take so much damage from this tower. Now he's chasing after Doggo, flashes forward into end of the line. Suno rotating from the mid lane, but he's just too late. He can't 1v5, and the Pierce comes out with the Ren for the slowdown. And now Suno, there's nowhere he can go. It just needs a little bit more CC. He is chunking down Huma, but Godbro, he just needs a couple more rockets to land. This is the slowest death in history. But what can Suno do? He's not going to get the kill off. And Godbro finishes him off for an unofficial ace at 10 minutes into the game.
Man, that was such a good and such a well-timed fight from Huma. The package special delivery was timing out as Godbro used it. It was the exact last second he could have used that ability to get himself up here for this fight and get into the kill range on Unlimited. Easy kill for him to start this one off. And the teleport from Morsu, knowing the package was available, was a little bit late. I think if Morsu was alive here, as Godbro comes in, it's a twisted advance, and you hold him in place under the tower, and he dies. Problem is, Morsu's late to the fight. The rest of whom have turned up. Wirlib is strong enough. Sorry, it's Wirlib that's on Maokai. So could have licked him. A little bit more difficult there. Not quite the same amount of crowd control. And then Suno kind of just gets whittled down towards the end. But TLDR, I think it was a little late on Morsu either way.
Yeah, for sure. Like, if you're trying to interrupt a Maokai and you don't have the stacks on him to begin with, you're not going to get the Devour off. However, he did get the Devour off onto Santa, and if he lands the lick as well, might be able to pick up the kill, but the team is there.
I will actually give Morsu a little bit more benefit of the doubt now that I'm going back on it. Willib's in trouble, though.
Yeah, he pops his ultimate, but he's a pretty dead tree.
Yeah, the other thing about Maokai lanes is Maokai can interrupt very easily.
Correct.
So if they're in a laning phase where they're against each other, I'd have to go back and check the replay.
Yeah.
Maokai just interrupts and then teleports out and is like, see ya!
And what can Morsu do? Yeah, exactly. If there's no stacks to start off before the trade, it's difficult.
Yeah. That's a tough fight. But nevertheless, really good fight for Huma.
Yeah, very good fight. That being said, Doggo now on the Dragon because of that bottom kill to onto Whirlib, and they took the bottom tower, so it was a good reactive play from SK. Clawing. Okay, that was a very difficult word to say for a second, yeah.
Wow. Better hope there's no Lissandra in this game.
No, I know.
Like,
Glacial Path.
Just nobody pick Lissandra. Pulse will be okay for the rest of the day.
Otherwise, I'm just going to tilt for the rest of the day.
But,
we have 6 games to go, so.
Well, Huma don't seem to be doing any of that today. Unlike last week, they were a little bit shaken against Millennium. Huma have come up strong with a good early fight. Interesting, Suno picking up Swiftness Boots early on Orianna. So normally you'd see the first item completed and then boots. So he's just like, I just need to get to lane. Like, I absolutely have to get back to lane, try and farm as much. You can see he actually closed the farm difference and now got a very slight lead of his own, just from being able to get back into lane quick enough. Another change that happened while we see Huma waiting around in the bush on 6.2 is the AP item changes when it comes to Morellonomicon, which is what Suno is going for. And also the Athenes. Drop in recipe cost by 150 gold. Take that and the changes to Frost Queen's Claim, which was an increase in the cooldown on the active. TLDR, probably going to see a lot more Athenes and Morellos rather than Spooky Ghosts.
Correct. 60 seconds to 90 seconds.
Yes.
So
it's a fair increase.
It is a lot, because before it was like, do I have it up? If yes, I'm going to hit it. Because I'm probably going to get someone's flash.
Because that was always a good thing, right? Is even if you don't get the flash, you get the kind of...
the knowledge.
Yeah, the knowledge. Like, it's not quite vision. It's not vision control, but it's just like... I don't know, like ESP. You're just like feeling them out with psychic powers. Just like, sonar. Probably the best way of describing it rather than psychic abilities. Look, I'm just trying to make a little more into the X-Men. Okay.
Yeah.
You just turn into Jean Grey. Just starts.
Well, like the sonar thing is already kind of taken by Rek'Sai, I guess.
That's true.
There is a very deep pink ward that we just saw from SK in the jungle, and Santron's going to face check this brush. Has to jump out unlimited with the CC and the lockdown. The final auto to get off the stun from concussive blows. Holy Phoenix will jump to safety and not going to tag him with the Winter's Bite as he travels back to Je suis Cass. So nice kill by SK getting these picks. Those have been 2 picks now from SK despite that horrible teamfight top lane. Yeah,
and another situation where Dotgo and Santorin are on the same part of the map again, like just tracking each other all the way down. So Santorin was trying to just secure a bit of vision control and ends up falling from it. Morsu's stuck around in this bottom lane though. He is kind of just sitting out behind the turret. So not opting to use his TP for anything. Oh, he's going in for the engage on Holy Phoenix.
The Abyssal Voyage comes up and Cass is split, but the TP's now coming in, and maybe Huma can turn this around. Whirlib's there and has the CC onto Unlimited, and Doggo pops the eventual Maelstrom, and Doggo's going to go down as well. Morsu, I don't think he has the damage even to kill the support as he goes into grey health. He's going to flash after, misses the lick. There is the triple kill in for Holy Phoenix. That could not have gone worse for SK.
That really couldn't have gone worse, and that's a real tough situation when you take that 3-on-2. If Holy Phoenix and Cass feel confident, Kalista Thresh is that kind of duo lane where you can kind of roam around and just go 2 versus 3. As long as their opponents haven't got that massive crowd control to lock down the Kalista, you just hop around. This is the beginning of the play. Holy Phoenix is so mobile right now that even with like 3 people chasing him, look, he's untouched this entirety, and the fight changes here. Whirlib shows up, Holy Phoenix goes, I don't care about Morsu anymore. All I want is these 2, and then we turn on him. Je suis Cass just takes Morsu's time away, and suddenly Tahm Kench's got nothing left. Even tries to flash forward, I don't think he had the damage, even if that flash connects. Like, I don't think the Q auto follow-ups is enough.
They couldn't get onto Holy Fingers even at the start of that fight. That was one of the big problems. Like, Morsu is never... Like, if he doesn't land the lick, then he's not going to get anything else after that. And Unlimited wasn't able to get in range. It was just... It was doomed to fail from the get-go.
You know how we just saw Godbro kind of package
Yes.
his way? I believe it was the package he used there in mid lane. Since it's called special delivery, is that like where they leave a note for you where it's like, you were not in for your shipment?
Maybe.
Your package has been delivered to your neighbor.
Is that what happens when it expires?
I think so.
Okay.
It's like, yeah. So he's got to use it, otherwise.
I see.
Mailman Corky.
I think this is breaking down a little because he did collect the package. It just went like stale or whatever.
Right, but that's what happens. Like,
okay.
Yeah. Nevertheless, sieging is the name of the game for Huma at this point. Godbro and the rest of Huma have this kind of composition. They're looking to dive if SK are low enough. That's what the Maokai is here for. That was a nice spear.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a prediction, I guess.
Yeah.
He kind of assumed there would be someone there, but still, yeah, a good spear by Santorin.
But you can see the strength of Huma's composition to be able to sit 4 here. This Willer provides the protection now for Godbro. And Holy Phoenix has only just joined the team. Like, they didn't even need him in this situation to be advancing forward. Morsu's still top lane, has teleport, but he's in a position right now where he actually doesn't offer much when he teleports in. He can get a bit of crowd control, but SK is so low that it's not like Morsu being there turns the fight around. So his actual teleport options are fairly low right now.
In this 5v5, I don't think SK win, even underneath this tower, because this tower is almost dead. Like this, on this next wave, it's going to take maybe another third of the health off, and then you wait for another mini wave and it's gone, and Unlimited just pops his ultimate, maybe to try and zone them. The Valkyrie comes backwards, and Huma, there's no real reason for them to leave. They just wait for the next mini wave, and the tower is gone. Pretty much everyone from SK has to back off from being chunked out from the poke in from Santorin and Godbro.
Yeah, man, they're just grinding down SK right now. Like, every single wave is just like, okay, well, we're pushing up. We know we've got Triforce Sorcerer's boots on Corky, so this is his time to shine. This is everything that the comp from Huma wants to do. And honestly, this is why I would expect to see Corky banned in so many of today's games. And just this week in LCS as well. He's such a strong mid lane pick right now. I mean, you even heard, I believe it was Mithy talking about it on the analyst desk. He was like, this is like the strongest pick. It's broken right now. So if it's not banned in most games, I would be really surprised.
It's insanity, but this is not the only reason Huma are ahead this game. Holy Phoenix is going ham, 3-0-3 on that. However, SK have kind of spoon-fed him. He kind of just jumped into fights and he just kited them all day.
Exactly, like all of Holy Phoenix is extra worth, because he'd already established... Well, I don't want to say he hasn't done anything, because he established himself a lane lead, which was a great start to the game for him, but all of his kills came from that Morsu play on the bottom lane, where Morsu and .Go took the dive with the Abyssal Voyage. That's where the triple kill came from, so that's him kind of outplaying in teamfights, which is kind of cool, but at that point Godbro had already got himself a bit of a lead, so this is actually just a much stronger all-around performance from Huma than we saw last week. Like, that to me is the key thing. Last week everybody was kind of doing poorly. This week everybody's kind of doing well. So
this is just what I expected though from Huma as they came into the Challenger Series, because in the qualifiers they were so good. They just absolutely wiped the floor with Illumina Honor Gaming. And then in week 1 it just looked like a different team. If you turned off the name tags, I wouldn't have thought it was Holy Phoenix or would have been the top lane or even Godbro on Lysandra. It was just it just wasn't the same team.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holy Phoenix definitely got those mechanics this week. Is not short hopping into opponents this time.
Well, our observers were kind enough to show us a pink ward down on the bottom side, which is the kind of pink ward that isn't gaining them anything right now. I mean, this is a pink ward that can become useful.
Yep.
But you know Huma are in your top jungle, and you've seen them in lanes, so it's this situation where it's like good ward for when you're ahead, when you're trying to siege bottom. But that's not what SK are going for now, and they've had their own wards in the top side jungle cleared away. You can see there's kind of a almost a rhombus of pink wards in the top lane for Huma throughout the jungle, just securing total control.
Yeah, that's one of those wards that skews your stats. So it's just like, wow, that was the best ward we've ever seen in Challenger Series. It stayed alive for the entire game.
It's like that ward that I think Splice had against Fnatic that lasted like 8 minutes in the Baron pit, the blue trinket ward. Yeah, that was...
There was a Freddy ward in top lane where he just stuck it in the bush and left it there for like 50 minutes.
Abyssal Voyage is going.
He's going
straight through the lane.
This is away from the tower, and this is open ground, and SK is split up to start the fight. HMA will just pull everyone backwards,
Good
regroup,
shockwave,
the backline gets dragged in, but it's very little damage. The front line is getting chunked, however, from Huma, but now Godbro and Santron join the fight, push SK away from the tower. They're going to wait for this minion wave to come in, but bot lane needs Willow's attention. He has teleport.
It was a really good shockwave, though. I think Huma would have been able to have continued this fight if that shockwave hadn't have landed on 3 or 4 people. And Huma managed to get the tower in the end, so... the result is a swing in their favor, but that may give SK a little bit of hope when it comes to their options now. Difference between that fight and the next potential fight is Godbro has just got special delivery up again. He can collect the package, not if he gets caught though.
Has to flash out. And the concussive blows did not proc off, which probably would have spelled his doom, as all of SK was coming in. Just sweet cast, that feel when you have to jump to Baron to escape. And he's gonna put a little bit of damage onto Fresh.
He lost like a quarter of his health rather than all of it.
That's good. That's a good trade, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of ingenuity, though. Well, I guess at least like experience, being like, well, this is an escape. This is a good sign.
Ah, the hook. It didn't seem like the minion was there. It was just behind the turret, but it was. And it's just weak. Cass finds it. Godbro gets caught out, and he doesn't have the flash. He'll jump back to Cass, who will save him with the Dark Passage. And SK almost getting a pick there, but ultimately they just lost a lot of resources for it.
It looked like SK weren't expecting that to hit, though, because there was no instant call to go in. It was like, oh, it hit. Okay, let's try and land some damage, which is fair. I mean, to catch Corki out of his Valkyrie with a shockwave is... not always expected, but Suno's done it once now. I think you can kind of expect it perhaps to be an option that SK will be thinking about a lot more.
But if you see the animation go off, that's just a team trust issue. Like, you know, they just like fail in trust classes. Like when they don't fall over backwards.
I mean,
know there's someone there to catch them.
Okay, that's one side of that. The other side of it is though, SK have brought in 2 Korean players, and the same thing always applies to any region that you bring players from other countries in. Language barrier can be an issue. If Suno, and I'll be honest, we don't have any insight onto how good Suno's English is or Doggo, so it's not something we can conclusively say, but there is the room there for there to be a kind of a mismatch on team instructions on that point. If Suno's not like, I'm going for the shockwave, clearly that could be an issue.
Very true. And
I'd be interested to find that out, though.
Yeah, like
from SK.
What usually goes well for teams who have language barrier issues is like if they have good instincts, and Unlimited currently being pulled into Huma, maybe a pickoff here, and he'll block the final spear coming out. But that is one member chunked away from this tower as the minion wave is a little ways away, so Unlimited should be back in time as the next minion wave hits, and the saplings come across. But yeah, it's just about staying in sync. Like specifically for Emperor, whose English is not great. The way he plays is very, quote-unquote, predictable. It's very easy for like a support to play with him, as Crepper was saying from just his solo queue games. So when you have players like that who have a style who mesh very easily with others, then it can work out. Okay. But yeah, if you're just like a big play player, where it's just like, I'm going to make this fantastic shockwave, you don't know if it's going to hit every single time. Yeah,
just to clarify, Emperor, the G2 LCS player.
Correct.
Just, for those of you perhaps that maybe don't watch
No, not the Emperor of Shurima, Azir.
That too. that would be a very difficult language barrier. He'd just stand there cooing at you for about an hour. But there is no shortage from Huma of siege potential. They're just continuously going forward, moving forward with this game. Again, they've still got a lot of pink wards in the top side jungle for SK. I believe Godbro is going to do his bit and clear out the Baron pit of that blue ward. This is what a lot of teams actually... We were kind of breaking down some of the EU LCS games from last week, and this was an area where they really struggled with these kind of compositions of sieging and, you know, pushing forward, always looking to be grouping in front of towers. Is if you don't clear the vision around the larger objectives, then there's no real threat of you going for another objective or viable option. If all they can see is just their mid lane, you have so much more scope to be transitioning between lane or into an objective like the Baron.
Go is going to scout out that Baron and sees that HMA are not on it currently. I did ask in Champion Select, I wonder what Whirlup would be building. He's gone for the Rod of Ages, which used to be the greedy solo queue build that you go if you don't need the engage. And really, in this game, you don't, because you're just sieging towers, and the extra AP and tankiness is absolutely fine from Rod of Ages. Rod of Ages is such a good item, ever since like 524 from the extra stats you get from it. It's just incredibly efficient. And people were like, well, it's not going to work out because the games are so fast nowadays. But if you get it early on, you can actually get it fully stacked. Like right now, Whirlup's Rod of Ages is fully stacked, and it's in a good place. So currently, Whirlup is just this big, tanky front line who actually has a decent amount of AP, and those saplings in a poke situation onto the squishies. Every little counts when you're running like a Corki and a Nidalee for extra poke.
That's fair. I'll also keep in mind, I don't know how much this really plays into it. A long time ago, like 5.22 and the patches previously, Righteous Glory just had nerf after nerf after nerf. Yeah. It did have one slight buff in the middle, but it was readjusted, mostly on the cost, and the health was reduced. So Baron goes over to Huma.
So the counterpoint to that would be, even though the base stats were hit, the active itself did receive one nerf.
Yes.
But the use is different. Like if you still need the engage, you will go Righteous Glory.
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
don't need
course,
the engage, then you will go like Rod of Ages.
Yeah, just a little bit of added context.
Yeah, for sure.
The difference between the two right now, but Huma, they've got Baron, which means SK are going to struggle to clear this, because without the Graves and the Lucian really powering through wave clear, like the Lucian using his ultimate, Graves stepping forward to queue the wave, it's difficult to clear these minions.
They managed to clear that minion wave because Huma were not in position to punish them accordingly. In this next wave, it will be very difficult. Morsu was able to just walk up and grab that minion, but now the tower's going to get chunked ever so slightly, wave after wave at the very least. But with the 5-stack of SK, this is actually not too bad.
No, it is the 5-stack. The problem is, Huma could be looking to put Whirlup to top lane. Like, Maokai isn't the best split pusher when you look at it. And honestly, I don't know whether that's the right call from Huma to keep him mid lane, just because I think the rest of Huma are fairly confident at staying alive. Like, there's no real dive threat coming from SK aside from an Abyssal Voyage in from behind. And we've seen it fail a couple of times already.
This tower is slowly dying though, and it's just Suicast sitting in front of the minion. So Morsu and anyone who has range attacks can't actually hit that minion. So as long as they stay here, that tower will eventually die.
This is nice by just Suicast.
No!
Oh, just Suicast couldn't even punish it.
He didn't block correctly, man. It was all on that minion. He'll have another one in a couple of minions waves time. But either way, I think this tower's eventually going to die. Good shockwave onto the backlines there, but Willow's already gone for the engage, and Godbro is there to support him. Holy Phoenix with a support instantly drags in Vardax. That's not a good position to be in, and now everyone is just dead from SK. And Holy Phoenix wants to pad out his KDA as well. He's going to dive the fountain if he has to. Motsu will also drop as Huma closes in for the win. Holy Phoenix, he's still after him. He still wants him.
He's just doing a lap of the base now, just trying to track him down. But Huma have looked in control since the first minute of this game. They got to the lanes and just went, okay, we're going to win lanes and then win the game. SK had a small flourish, but it just wasn't enough.
A dominating performance by Huma to finish off the first game of the day in this best of two, and SK just rolled over and died.
They did. That was a rough game from SK, and I mean, I'm still happy to see Morsu on tanks.
Me too. Yes. Keep doing
it. But it's still not in the place that it needs to be for these CS games. Like, that's being quite frank, is like the engages with decent attempts in the bottom lane with the Abyssal Voyage. Problem is, I think that's too much to put on a Tahm Kench's shoulders to make that engage work. Without any real solid follow-up, very tough to lock down a carry like a Kalista, like a Corki.
It really feels like Morsu was playing to like save his damage threats on his team. Like there was a couple times where he like, you know, picked up Doggo and he saved a couple of people, didn't work out in the top lane, but that like the idea was there rather than being like proactive and trying to make things happen, and was just kind of like a devour bot. But Yeah, like it's there, but the carries weren't able to do enough. Like Vardex
Right.
is always being shut down in lane. Suno is like pretty much the only person who's always consistently doing okay in his lane. And then Dotgo, we've seen Lee's and Graves games,
Yeah.
and he's gotten a decent amount of damage, but he has to go all damage and gets popped.
And that's the problem, right? Is that Tahm Kench is a very selfless champion that you have to realistically have other champions doing well, so you then devour. Very rarely do you see a Tahm Kench get uncontrollable and he's the one killing everybody and doing all of the damage, especially not now on 6.2 that he's had nerfs. So you have to reliably know that your AD carry is going to do well and your mid lane is going to do well. The problem is they give over Corki, they give over Kalista to two players that are going to do well on those champions, and Suno and Vardex are just like, these are really tough lane matchups. I really wish we didn't have these lane matchups.
Yeah, well, that's something they have to keep in mind for the bans in the next game. Specifically, Corki, I don't think you can ever let that one through in the current patch, but that is game 1 locked in, but the series isn't over yet, so make sure you join us after this short break. Series with SK Gaming and Huma still going at it. And in that first game, Huma managed to secure the delayed ace in top lane after a fantastic dive, and I'm still talking. Hello.
You are still talking. Hello. I'm glad you're talking. This is a show in which we talk and then we go into game. I'm glad we have the fundamentals of this. It's fine. Don't worry. Reading's hard sometimes.
Yeah, it is. I had a very much a Ron Burgundy moment.
You did, exactly. There was no time in the prompter. So how would you know we were talking about that 9-minute fight at the beginning? Nevertheless, it was a really, really quick ace.
Yes.
In the terms of the game time, they got to the top lane. The first package was used just on the very end of the delivery window, and managed to get it up to the top lane, get the first kill, and then the ace from there was just a big start to the game for Godbro, who was playing that Corki in the middle lane. But I feel like the game started to really shut itself out with the attempted play in the bottom lane from SK, where Morsi was like, okay, I'm getting .go, we're going bot, we're going in with Braum, we're going to try and get it. Unfortunately, Holy Phoenix ended this kind of play here with a massive, massive play. Like, triple kill overall here. They just could never lock him down. At no point can this Tahm Kench and the rest of the SK lineup here get on Holy Phoenix for long enough to shut him down, and it just meant that he ran away with it.
None of the people who had the CC to set up Graves could get on top of him, and it started off like that and ended like that, as he just killed them all. So yeah, and that was kind of the problem as you went through the entire game, really. Like Holy Phoenix, he just wasn't able to be touched.
Yeah.
And even if he did get hit by the shockwave, Orion had no damage, so they just couldn't kill him. So
and it results in Holy Phoenix with a pretty impressive stat line. A 9 KDA of 5-0-4 overall in that game. So really strong Kalista performance. Keep in mind, that was the first pick as well.
Yeah.
Like, first pick Kalista, and it does very well. I just like the whole kind of comp setup from Huma, actually. I thought it was really good. Nidalee was given a lot of time when it comes to land poke. You have the ability to just poke with the Nidalee, the Corki. Yep. Good setup. There
was some question marks around the Maokai, as we just haven't really seen it in the European region, and then it just did fine. So
yeah. I think especially when you look at the fact it was kind of like a Tahm Kench matchup, fairly safe in lane.
Yeah.
I need to double check exactly what mastery he's using as well.
Grasp of the Undying.
That's what I was going to say. Is I know a lot of people were talking on Twitter about Grasp of the Undying. Just during the break, I managed to catch, and you know, people saying Grasp of Undying very strong, good safe laning phase. So. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yes,
apparently, pretty good. Honestly, 6.2. This is the first week we're seeing it on competitive, so I want to see that evolve. Whether it's actually good or it's like first week good.
Yeah.
Because there is a difference, right?
Absolutely.
It's like Poppy support, first week good. Poppy support, third week nobody's playing it.
Also, like, if you think about Maokai into other matchups that isn't Tahm Kench, like, you can get punished real hard in top lane against some of the big carry picks. Okay, Gangplank's being banned out in most games, but things like a Poppy Maokai could do okay into because it's not a dash. You go underneath the steadfast presence, so that could actually be good. But once again, we're banned into pick and bans. Kalista and Jax aimed at Whirlib and Holy Phoenix, going to take away the Kalista this game.
Graves banned away as well, so there's pretty much most of the first picks you'd assume. Corki is remaining. What else? So last game we had Alistar banned, Fiora banned. One of them is getting through, at least here. So we will see which that is. So it is the Fiora that gets through. To SK opt to first pick it? Do they look for the Corki? Do they maybe look for the jungle pickup? Okay.
All right.
I mean, that's the one I would have gone for as well, with the Corki there. I think it's solid. Most likely going over to Suno. Couldn't get Twisted Fate again, so give himself something else that has a strong laning phase. This time you all about yourself, all about sieging around that mid lane.
I wonder how dangerous this is though for Huma, because they intentionally left it up and banned out the Alistar instead, so you don't get that onto Unlimited, and then giving over the Corki. What else do they have in store? Because you know it's going to go over. You know it's going to be played against you.
So at this point, Huma, do they give Whirlib the Fiora? Do they opt for the Maokai again? Is that what they go for?
Fiora.
Yeah, it was SK that banned the Fiora last game as well. So they pair it with the Lucian. I think that's a good setup. Get Holy Phoenix, another strong laner.
Yeah.
Now, do SK keep that Corki in the mid lane, which is what I think is probably the better bet? Or do they move it to AD carry? Just to give themselves a stronger AD carry.
Well, it depends what setup they want to run as well, because they could throw the Corki in the mid lane with, again, a Nidalee jungle.
Yeah.
Or they could have like another poker in the mid lane, perhaps. I don't know.
And to define stronger AD carry, I'm not necessarily talking in terms of the matchup. I'm talking about like what's banned, what's available. Because once you get rid of Kalista, then you kind of got like the Lucian Corki tier, and then after that seems to be the Ezreal with time, the Tristana with time. She's not amazing right
Miss Fortune
now.
also sits
Miss
in that
Fortune
same
sits
category.
in that category as well. Yeah.
And then below all of that, Vayne.
Unless you're a Vayne god.
Yes.
But
yes.
no Vayne in this game. We do, however, have that Poppy being locked in.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Nidalee was locked in into the jungle. I don't know where the Corki's going just yet, but Poppy into Fiora is not bad because Steadfast Presence means it's very difficult for Fiora to all-in you because you pop that, run away, you get the extra movement speed as well, and just run for your life. So it's difficult for her to all-in, but the laning phase, it's because it's got a long cooldown, you just can't use it every single time she jumps in, so you get poked down.
And that's the problem the later the game goes, is once Fiora has a few items and the Q cooldown is so low, it's like, oh, you blocked my first Q. Good luck blocking my next 3. Like, and you just stick on top. So there are a few interactions there. The dash into the wall is fairly predictable.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a game of how do you read the riposte. So it's a very interesting, very fun matchup to watch out evolve. So also, I'm looking forward to seeing Whirlib and Morsu in this setup.
Also at long range, Poppy, like, you can do it on reaction. You can riposte on reaction. If it's close range, obviously not, but then you shouldn't be there in the first place unless you have a very good reason to as Fiora.
Exactly.
So yeah, a lot of nice nuances in that matchup. Lucian and the Victor, along with Rek'Sai with the other pickups from Huma. Godbro back on Victor. That's an interesting one. Usually prefers like the champion to jump in rather than stay back a bit and also combo. But we've seen some really nice plays from Godbro on Victor and Azir.
I quite like it because yes, it is a very different playstyle, but Huma have recognized what they have to do here, and that is deny SK's ability to siege. They've got a Nidalee, they've got a Corki. What is the one thing that they want to do? They want to stand in front of a turret, throw out projectiles, and get the turret. What champion denies that very well has a lot better early game than the likes of like an Anivia on this patch, where Anivia takes time to scale up. It's Victor. You get yourself that first augment, get the extra explosion, suddenly you're able to clear out the waves, and SK then run out of options. If they can't push down the middle lane, they have to look elsewhere.
Last pickup, Lux and Trundle. So Trundle will go into support, presumably. We did see a Trundle game top lane again recently, I believe. Was it EU or was it LCK I was watching? One of them?
I think we saw it in EU, actually. I want to say it was Trundle into Poppy. Because I remember commenting that the pillar provides extra... well, I was sat on the analyst desk during the game. But nevertheless, the one thing SK do have is the ability to flex, but also the fact that Trundle will assist the likes of a Corki, the likes of a Nidalee, the likes of a Lux very well. Because that pillar with the slow, easier projectiles to hit. Land one binding, rocket comes in, laser comes in, spear comes in. Everything flies at one person.
And they're probably going to die. Like, a Braum, even if he builds tanking with his normal build as a support, is still going to get blown up. Rek'Sai, even if she gets, like, unless she gets really far ahead and gets some an injection of early gold, like, you can still blow up a Rek'Sai until they get to, like, 3 items. So, not bad, actually, as a composition.
It is fairly heavy magic damage for SK, when you look at it. Corki has a lot more magic damage now than he used to. Lux... magic damage, Nidalee magic damage as well. Poppy, yes, will have AD and the ability to duel, but
still mixed.
It's still mixed, yeah. It's heavily towards magic damage, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Huma pick up like an Aegis on Santorin, and then maybe the likes of a banner on Braum for Je Suis Cass. At that point, it makes it kind of difficult for SK to do a lot of things, but SK, nevertheless, they have this kind of composition where if they can get in a position to siege and Huma aren't there in time, could work out well for them.
I'd actually like to see more Banner of Commands, because Banner is like just a really good item right now. And also into the Maokai matchup, if you had picked that up on Morsu, like Maokai cannot do anything. If you pick up first item, if you see a Maokai in solo queue, they just lose. Like they can't clear it. There's nothing you can do. You're all magic damage. I'm triggered because that happened to me. But yeah, next time you can tilt on Maokai really hard. Also against Vladimir's as well. That's hilarious. They transfuse and nothing happens. But once again, those are the full compositions. Pretty much just swapping the tables. So SK running this poke composition, and Huma going with something a little bit different. Also let the Fiora come through. So once again, use the hashtags SKWin and HMAWin. And jump in on Twitter. Last game, it was heavily weighted towards Huma, and I don't think this game's going to be any different. 89%.
One thing that is a little bit different as we get on to Summoner's Rift for this game is Godbro is not running Thunderlords. Godbro
really?
is running Storm Raiders Surge on Victor.
Storm
I am a
Raiders
big
on
fan.
Victor.
I am a big fan of Storm Raiders.
I know
I'm
you
gonna
are.
say it. I love to play it on like any champion I can.
Didn't you
just
swap back to Thunderlords though on Echo?
Shush, shush. Okay, it didn't work out as well as I hoped it would. But what Storm Raiders is going to do is once you deal 30% of a champion's health, you get 40% of your movement speed and 75% slow reduction for a short period of time. So we know Victor is very good at blowing people up. One laser should pretty much get that proc from Storm Raiders. So I like it. I like it. Gives him the ability to be versatile in fights. He can either kite back, go forward, look for a squishy target for the ult. We'll see.
We will see.
There is some damage that's lacking now from Thunderlords. Thunderlords did get the change that we talked about in the first game, but to be honest, with a Victor, it doesn't really affect it too much.
No, you can very easily get 3 spells or auto attacks off in 3 seconds. Last time we saw Storm Raiders was Bazillion in NA.
Yes.
GBM, man.
Oh, he won me
Bazillion was
fantasy
hype.
against Officio. It was amazing. It was great. Also, we saw it from Selfie this week in EU LCS on Jace, which was an interesting one. So I'm liking the different masteries that we are seeing. I believe Morsu has Grasp of the Undying. I will double check that though. Well, we will double check that as the game goes on.
We'll see very soon as he walks in lane.
Yeah, we will do. And I think Werlib has Fiora. Yeah, on Fiora has the Fervor of Battle.
Yeah.
I think.
That's usually the common pickup for Fiora. It's very easy to start stacking up and then go for a trade.
Yeah.
And basically after your first combo, you have essentially full stacks, and it just does more damage than Grasp. In lane is kind of nice, but you still get healing from your passive anyway, so you're not really going to run out. And with a bunch of Fioras running like Corrupting Potion right now, you just don't need it for the laning phase.
Yep, you don't. And can confirm Morsu has Grasp. Whoa, Dotgo is dropping really low.
Dotgo?
Like, whoa, that is actually going to kill you if you get hit by that again.
Jumps back in. Oh man, this like one auto.
What?
He just literally died to
What?
jungle as Nidalee. How does that actually happen?
He has no point in E yet, which is okay. Which is like
That's normal.
no
that's
heal.
like,
that's normal. So I'm just kind of wondering what led to that. So
Gonna hold that thought for a second.
hold that thought.
Santrin
I'm gonna go double
jumps
check.
in on Morsu. He'll have to flash away. Werler was not able to get the follow-up damage, but to me that looked like a normal path. I mean, I wasn't following it closely because I just assumed he was just doing his normal clear, but
So Dotgo got really low off Gromp, like under 200 health low on Gromp.
okay.
And then goes over to blue buff and
Round 2
goes to like 200 health again, and then decides to start Wolves. Like, okay, that was really weird by Dotgo.
So
I kind of think I want to check his runes of mastery as a sec, but we'll let this game continue and I'll work on that.
Did Morsu help him?
A little bit, like a very small amount at the beginning.
Well, remember folks, help your jungler out because it helps that early clear. And even good junglers like Dotgo will get executed. So, that was interesting.
He doesn't have the most armor, to be honest.
Yeah, this requires a greater investigation.
Yeah, I'm having to watch the game and dip into
'cause
very
the weirdest-
minute things.
The weirdest thing here is like, because he wasn't no one interacted with him on the enemy
Right.
team. This was all about him and his early clear, and this is something like you do every day. Like it's just walking down the street, grabbing groceries, like going back to your apartment, and instead just going there and tripping over on your face, like walking into a pillar that's there every day.
Okay.
Unlimited is dying a lot in the bottom lane, but Holy Phoenix just jumps into them, instantly gets exhausted, now trades off with Vardags, but with Dotgo coming in, he'll help the first blood come out. Just Recats following onto Vardags, he sidesteps the Winter's Bite, and Cass goes down before Santrin comes into the fight. 2 early kills to SK.
This has been such a messy early game from both teams right now. The flash forward from Holy Phoenix, for some reason, he was expecting Unlimited not to exhaust him straight away. Like, right away, as soon as he flashes, you know Unlimited is going to exhaust every single time. We're 4.5 minutes into the game, and he hasn't used exhaust yet. He clearly has it available. Really weird decision-making from Holy Phoenix there. I know he wanted the kill, but should have been respecting the summoners. Werlib's in the bottom lane.
Santrin will flash, knock up, get the first kill. Werlib, can he get any more from this? The Vitals are not in a good position for him as he jumps under the tower for the last bit of damage. Now Werlib will back off.
He wanted it, though. He was like, I don't care that the Vitals are on the bottom. I'm going for it.
I can swing this. But Vitals were changed. Yeah, Vitals were changed in 6-2. They are now more predictable. They spawn on one side, the next one will be on the other side. Instead of just always on the side that's closest to the enemy, Suno getting chunked.
Yeah, Suno opted for the Corrupting Potion, which normally is not the worst thing in the world. And I don't think it's particularly bad here, but especially when you're trading up against somebody like Godbro, who you know is heavy-handed with trading in lane. Like, anytime he has the option to put damage on you without sacrificing anything, he's going to go for it. Not again. Not again. You don't get it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Playing with fire.
The point I was going to make is, like, Godbro likes to trade often, which makes the Corrupting Potion fairly useful, because it allows you to just heal up all the time. Problem is with that, like, the extra stats, the mana regen that comes from the Doran's Ring, the added health to trade, the little bit of AP, it means that Suno's getting pressured out very early on in this game. He was, like, no mana when we looked at him last. He has backed away now.
Yes, he's back. Now he's got 4 health and mana.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Vardags has picked Sheen as well in the bottom lane, and Vardags is actually ahead in this lane, which is something we haven't actually seen yet. So I want to know how he punishes his opponent, especially an opponent like Holy Phoenix.
Yeah, and he's ahead because of Holy Phoenix flashing forward.
Correct.
Like, realistically. And I'm still perplexed by his flash forward. Like, no.
Careful. Steadfast Presence a little too late, but it would just hold off his second lunge. Now he's got another one. Santorin coming into this will knock up Morsu. And there comes the riposte. Actually gets the stun down onto Morsu as well. Now Doggo is being chased after as he just tries to assist his ally. And will pounce away after the flash. But, yeah, Morsu misplayed that.
Yeah, Morsu ended up far too far up the lane, then tried to hit the short ultimate to just knock him up so he could try and run away. Problem is, the actual displacement there isn't super long. It's not for a long period of time, so they kind of just reappear. Morsu is going back top lane. We even saw Suno roaming across just to try and get in range for the final Spark ultimate from Lux, but Godbro was tracking him up the river as well, so was not meant to be.
Something also got riposted. I wasn't sure what it was, whether it was the ultimate or the E from Morsu. But Whirlup did riposte something, and that stuck Morsu in one place, which led to the kill. But
yeah, I'd have to go back and watch that again, actually.
Yeah.
Are correct.
But was not started off well. You want to Steadfast Presence the first riposte, the first lunge. Because if you miss that, then you pop it, and then Furious is going to wait. And then your W does nothing. You lose the damage, you lose basically everything for it. So, Godbro in this middle lane is actually significantly ahead of Suno.
Sorry, yes, Santorin gets the knockup. What I was going about was, yes, he did actually riposte the ult.
Okay.
Like,
that
sorry, I was just checking it through again. The interaction was a little difficult to see the first time around.
Well, now we know.
And the more you know.
But in that situation, you kind of know. You can make like an educated guess of when Poppy's going to ult, but still nice by Whirlup. Bot lane, Vardags is still ahead of Holy Phoenix. The gap between them is actually closing up, though. Holy Phoenix has just been kind of CSing fairly well and catching up in farm.
There is a fairly substantial CS difference, though. Mid lane, Godbro against Suno. 20 CS up right now, or was for Godbro. Suno just returned to lane, collected some of it. Godbro's looking to go aggressive. Went through the jungle, was looking to see if he could find Dotgo. Knows that Dotgo's been dropping fairly low. But it's top lane that seems to be the next port of call for a jungler. Minion wave does run out, though, and then Santorin goes in.
Morsu, good W, though, and maybe it's a little too late. Whirlup trying to get the last bit of damage off, and he stays in the ultimate. It's not quite enough, and a tower shot will shut him down for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, that 1-for-1 trade. Whirlup, I think he was banking on the heal just being enough, but then chickened out of the heal at the last minute, and it was still within tower range. And unfortunately falls because of it. Dotgo finds the pink that Morsu's been using to hold his lane secure for the last few minutes and clears that one out, and then they go for the invade. So, I mean, it's a very easy to read invade, but you know Rek'Sai's top anyway, so I think this is just Huma saying, okay, you can have that, we'll go for the kill top side instead.
The big difference in that trade was Morsu got a really nice W off. One, as Rek'Sai was tunneling in, stopped that one, then stopped the lunge as Whirlup came in to assist.
Yeah.
And that was one, an extra bit of damage, and two, bought him enough time to go for the one for one. So that one was good, but highlights one of the issues with Diving Poppy, because having CC with E and also having the ability to block dashes when you have two dash champions going for you is pretty strong.
It is pretty strong. So at this point, I'm looking at like Vardags and how his Corki is going. The gap between Vardags and Holy Phoenix is closed. Dotco did get the dragon, but the gap on CS is closed. At this point, Vardags, one of the differences between mid lane Corki and bottom lane Corki, and this is a very obvious one, but it's one that I don't think people really speak about too much, is obviously the faster level ups that you're going to have in mid lane just from being on your own. Bottom lane fight.
Unlimited is taking so much damage, he'll flash away. Now the teleport's coming in from Whirler, but it's a little too late and he'll interrupt it. As SK get pushed behind their tower. That was a very late TP. And now with Suno heading down,
I don't think he can do
Uma
anything here.
have to back away. Yeah, no, he can't.
No, he can't. And Godbro did manage to get a bit of a shove on the lane and get a, keep that CS difference. Now he gets back to lane and clears it out. So Godbro's already got that Hex Core upgrade. So extra wave clear is already there for him. It's not quite as bad as last game. That's actually a little bit better. I mean, considering SK lost the last game, I guess maybe people are a bit more more convinced by the picks and bans this time.
It was probably after the first 2 kills of the game, actually.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Probably not after the execute. Then it was probably like a swing to HMA, and then it like swung back as they got the first 2 kills.
I would have loved to have seen that as a live feature.
Live ticker, yeah.
The reason why it's not 100% in favor of SK right now, I'm going to be honest, it's not Star Guardian Lux.
It isn't, no. That's
it's not
a big flaw. The W comes up from Morsu, too late again. And Dotco's waiting for Santorin, but he doesn't win that 1v1 unless Santorin just lets him auto-attack him in the face for a couple times.
Santorin has opted for the Cinderhulk as well on Rek'Sai, which is fairly standard. There are a handful of junglers that have been going Warrior. Off the top of my mind, I think Rainover did it in one game.
Looking at you, Dan.
I'm looking at Dan as well. Dan would normally be the culprit for that, but last time we saw him last week on Rek'Sai, he actually changed and didn't go Black Cleaver.
I know!
So there was a bit of a change there.
Yeah. Nice to see, I guess. Mid lane, Godbro is sitting on his blasting one. Again, gone for a very early Swiftness boots. Just to, I guess, roam faster. And it's just a really nice pickup early game. The fact that 300 gold cheaper than Sorcerer's Boots is just so nice for the mid lane. Lucidity is also a nice pickup because it's the same price as Swifties, but don't really need it here on Victor.
That's one of my frustrations when seeing people play Lux and pick up Swiftness Boots, is I'm like, yes, you can go a little bit faster, but the cooldown reduction, man, if you're getting like, because especially with the Frost Queen's Claim build path that we were seeing, obviously not going to see it so much, it was kind of difficult to reach 40% CDR. Yeah. You had to have like the Frost Queen's Claim plus a cooldown item if you're going Swiftness Boots. You can just go Lucidity Boots and then grab the blue buff and be at like 40% and be like, hey, ult every 20 seconds. Which is the end goal, really, for Lux.
Yeah, critical mass of Lux. Being able to just ult every wave.
Also, the fact that Lux, kind of her natural progression through the game, when you look at like how much damage she does at a moderate pace, tends not to be able to clear the full wave out with just the Lucent Singularity. Yep. It tends to be you have the melee creeps still alive on a little bit of health, which isn't a big problem unless you're in full siege pushback mode, which means your ult is more reliable at wave clear.
Remember back in the day when Lux's ultimate was like on a 21-second cooldown?
Yeah, those were the days.
And when minions spawn every 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's great. You just ulted every wave.
Yeah.
It's like, you are never getting through. Or light times, if you believed.
Apparently. That was also the time when you could go AP Alistair mid and it was 1-to-1 ratios on W and Q.
Someday you're going to stop talking about Alistair in roles
but it is
other
not
than
this
support.
day.
One day, and that day I think I'll be happy.
Perhaps, but he still needs to get harder on his ratios.
They say true happiness. Pulse not talking about Alistair.
Such a good champion, man. All these lanes, just trading, just farming. The junglers have stopped interacting, and as the buff spawned, just going through there. I'm glad that we've been following Dotco though, just in case he gets executed to another camp. Because if Nidalee dies in the jungle by herself, does anyone here?
Yes, because we have an announcer. It's like
but there's the enemy team because they're by themselves, so they don't
That's
actually.
true. Maybe they just feel a disturbance.
Yeah.
The creatures start talking. So this game will pick up a little bit of pace if SK use the Corki to its fullest extent. Looking for the Sorcerer Shoes and then to go mid lane, pretty much. Difficulty with that is they are going to run into a Victor. So if they do take in mid lane before they've taken like bottom tower and top tower, the question is, can they break through this Victor and the wave clear? Ultimate not available for Victor now.
Godbro sending a message.
Yeah, well, that's not really a big part of his wave clear.
Nice by Whirler, but now he'll go for the all-in onto Morsu. Morsu will have to try and hit the ultimate, but the early flash he was going for the predict.
It was a nice attempt by Whirlib.
Yeah.
Like, I think if Whirlib holds his nerve, no, in fact, the reaction flash would be so difficult. Do you know what, I think if this was on the LCS stage, we may have seen Whirlib hold his nerve. Maybe. And try and reaction flash, because you know which way that's coming. So he chose the right direction, he chose the right distance, just the wrong time.
Ever so slightly off, but it was still a very nice trade from both sides. There was some really nice mechanical stuff that happened. Whirler blocking the E with his riposte. Vardags will turn around and put a bit of damage onto Cass.
Vardags was expecting Holy Phoenix to dodge down. Or at least I would assume so, otherwise he just straight up missed that rocket. I'm expecting he was predicting the move away, but Vardags is in a situation where he's just about got the money for his boots, so that is SK's time to start grouping. It's a very defined, very clear power spike for Corki, and the package has just spawned, so if there ever was a time that screams SK should look to group, it's basically right now.
The interesting thing about Whirlib's build, though, is he's gone for the Ravenous Hydra first instead of the Titanic, which is usually the first item you see, then into Black Cleaver, and then you swap later when you've got the extra health, but he just doesn't feel threatened at all by Morsu, that he can go for the damage option earlier.
That's fair. I mean, I feel like it's the kind of build that you go when you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to try and carry for now and get ahead, get a little bit further ahead, and then swap it over. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see him swap over later in the game. I know it's the inverse of what we've seen other players do, but it's possible. So Vardags picked up the package and has gone bot. So I'm assuming the call from his team was, we're going to start Dragon, and then you're going to have the package should we need it. But they're not actually going to be able to use it all that much. Maybe they just used it in the bottom side, but top lane.
Morsu is not in a good place. Whirlib will get the Grand Challenge and the heal off. Only got one vital, so it did not stay up very long for a heal, but he doesn't really need it. And now the tower will be going down.
The problem is the critical difference in this was super risky by Godbro. I'll finish this in a sec.
Yeah, Unlimited is definitely caught out here. Gets the exhaust down onto Holy Phoenix. Nice spear block from Cass, but he's been bound up. Vardags is there with the damage. Will miss the Valkyrie. Final Spark picks up the first kill. Holy Phoenix kites back, and Whirlib's now into the fight with Santa, and the cavalry has definitely arrived with a double knockup. Godbro is there, lands the laser onto two, and it is a massacre for Huma.
This was a fairly sizable misplay by SK. They get the dragon, and you see Victor appear top lane. The one champion that is going to stop you from taking the most critical tower on the map for this kind of composition that relies on jungle control. And they could have gone mid. SK could have taken 4 people, gone straight to the mid lane, pushed it through before Victor ever gets back in this lane, and you're able to take control of the enemy jungle. They choose a fight in the lower side jungle and end up losing it because Huma have enough time to regroup. That right there may be the critical tipping point of this game where SK can't come back into it, if they still can't get this mid tower. We're 20 minutes in, there is still a chance if they can get that tower down and establish vision control, but that window is kind of running out.
It's very important they get that middle turret. Like, they're running a poke composition, not a team fight composition. Huma have swapped over this game, and like, if they react even slowly, you still win. We're going to take a look at that fight and the setup again.
Look, they already have 2 people mid lane. Victor is coming back to the lane, but nobody else is. If Corki goes to mid here and assists with that push, they could have got extra damage on that tower, but all of SK get grouped into the jungle here. Yes, they get a pick. The problem is they're now surrounded. There's no way out because Whirlib has teleported in. And it's just so difficult right now for SK to have taken that fight. I don't think that was really ever going to come up trumps for them.
If anything, it could have gone a lot worse. Dotgo managed to get out and ran away as soon as he saw the ship was sinking, and likewise so did Unlimited, but yeah, it was. They could have literally just gotten the mid-turret there.
I feel like we could end up in a situation for SK like the Vitality H2K game from this past week's LCS, where Vitality are just kind of always trying to get the mid lane, and they can never get anything because their vision control is so hampered by the fact they never got out a tower down. And it just ends up almost an ARAM for like 30 minutes. Problem is, if this game goes to that kind of style where SK are just grouping mid, Werlib will take their side waves time and time again. He will take towers, he will take everything because he's so far ahead being 4-1 and 2. Nobody is going to be able to hold him. The only person that can hold him is Suno clearing waves. And even then, Suno can't afford to step anywhere near Werlib.
Correct. Even under tower as well. If you riposte the light binding, then you are dead.
Yeah.
And bot tower also go down to SK though, so this is a nice play from them. Morsu is a little bit late, and why would he teleports down to the bottom lane, but Werlib's just gonna take top tower.
Yeah, however, Morsu goes in, didn't get the stun.
He goes for the forced engage, but he gets CC'd up. Now the disengage in from Cass. Will it be enough though? The laser comes across and Cass will go down. But as long as Huma disengage here, Werlib just takes the top turret.
Also key in the fact that it looks like the Rift Herald is still active on Santorin, and it's buffing up all the minions from Huma, and the most of the wave clear and pushing potential that SK have is magic damage. They've got a Corki as their AD carry who's mostly magic damage now, and a Lux. Whereas Werlib, the other side, has nobody against him to stop him taking these turrets. It's a nice play by SK to start getting things on their map, but they cannot deal with Werlib, and that's going to be the real problem for this game.
Pretty much Huma can just invert that now, and then stick Werlib into the bottom lane, because there's plenty of turrets for him to take in the bottom lane now.
The real,
being on the board.
The real kicker in that fight, though, was Morsu didn't realize he was on a ward. But, like, the entirety of him waiting for the counter engage, he just sat on a ward, and just Recast is like, he's going to go for me. He's going to go for me.
Yep.
So he just takes a step closer in towards Morsu, and he never gets the stun against the wall. Feels bad, man.
It feels
so bad.
Yeah, Morsu has managed to finish his core build, which is Iceborne and Sunfire. Iceborne is fantastic on Poppy because you can just active hit an ability and throw your bracer at someone for the slowdown. Unlimited has been caught out by Santorin and Holy Phoenix and should literally just fall here to Holy Phoenix as he just has to kite into the top lane. Werlib's been slowed down, and the spear does not connect onto Werlib. He'll go for Dotgo and try and burst him down. And look at the damage! The Grand Challenge as well, and he's out healing Morsu's damage.
Gonna take
he's
out
a tank. I mean, what can you do? Morsu just has to tap the ultimate. And Werlib 1v2s SK Gaming.
I mean, I said no one can take him 1v1. Apparently, two damage threats from SK can't even 2v1 Werlib at this point. And Huma are taking the Baron because of this. All of this focus from SK just has not been in the right spot at the right time, and Werlib has prospered from it. 6-1 and 2. Morsu on this Poppy has had a real tough time dealing with him.
Fiora is actually one of the best champions out going 1v2 because if you get the instant burst off like we saw in that fight and get the Grand Challenge and the Vitals, that's 5 seconds of healing where you will out-heal pretty much anyone in a one-on-one scenario and you just can't win.
So we're going to take a look at this. Keep in mind Werlib has just picked up a Hex Drinker right before this fight as he recalled. So Dotgo, when he actually is trying to do damage, is going to drop him, well, that magic resist is going to work out pretty well for him, but from him, Morsu's got nothing. Like, even with the riposte down from Werlib, he just can't take that trade. He can't even get to his turret. Good steal out by Dotgo, though. Nice
and he's out.
Constellation prize, but Godbro, whoa.
Yeah, he's caught, or maybe the enemy's caught. Pops his ultimate onto Unlimited. He'll get a lot of healing from Subjugate there, and they'll all back away. Also, something at the very start of the fight, Morsu used his E on Werlib and pushed him out of the spear range. It actually hit a minion. So had the spear landed and then you get the follow-up of the takedown damage, they may have killed Werlib. It would have been close. It would have been closer, for sure, but that also did not help.
Now you can see Lux being content with just damaging the ranged minions and then autoing them, but the front minions are a little bit trickier for her to deal with.
Did we mention Baron got picked up? It got picked up.
It was getting picked up during the 2v1.
Okay.
So
we didn't put 2 and 2 together.
We
We're
saw
putting
it.
together
We
for you
saw
now.
it, and then we mentioned it a little bit.
Okay,
and then
good.
It was finished off. But
Disclaimer: they have Baron.
yeah. Man, so SK first picked the Corki in this game, and really haven't done anything with it. Like, yes, they had it as AD carry. It's a little slower on the curve than the mid lane Corki that we saw even in the last game. But SK haven't been in a situation where they can reliably group. And now they won't get that because of how strong Werlib is. I really don't think there's going to be any point in this game where Werlib is in enough threat that he can't sit in a side lane. Only if somehow the rest of Huma misplay and all of SK go down and try and deal with him.
This 1-3-1 is brutal. Mid tower will go down. Top tower has already been taken from Werlib. Werlib is in the bottom lane and will eventually take this tower. Morsu just can't really stop it. Look, it's 40% HP. Werlib on this wave or the next one will just take it. And now the rest of the team is coming. Morsu goes for the engage on Werlib, but Werlib will turn around. Grand challenge.
Oh, wow.
He flashes away. He'll get some healing as he comes in for Vardag. He'll also have to flash away and burn his summoners. Santorin, the jungler, is just taking the top turret from Doggo. And now Werlib's here, and he's just going to finish off the Nidalee. He can't even kill the Rek'Sai, and Rek'Sai just takes the tower. The bot tower is also being taken away from SK. SK are just losing everything.
This is one of the most one-sided sequences I think I've ever seen. 2v1 into Baron, into towers from mid and bot and top inhibitors.
It's utter collapse.
This is like the entirety of SK's base has just crumbled in the last 3 minutes of this game.
Yeah. And now Huma will head into the middle lane and do the same. Just take this tower. It's not fantasy. You don't need to get more points for the viewers at home. But
they've just
you can
taken
take
everything. Like,
yep,
they've been in a situation where their lanes have been strong enough. Morsu tries to get something done there.
13,000 gold ahead. And most of that opens up from the sequence of events that we just watched.
Yeah. Everybody on Huma has like 2.3, 3k gold. Like, they're just like, well, we're banking.
Werlib
right
just spent
so
3,000 gold in one instant. What did he pick up? Sterak's.
Well,
okay.
To put it in perspective, Werlib himself is just shy of... I'm doing maths here.
Yep.
Just shy of 6,000 gold up on Morsu in an individual matchup. That is more than most gold differences of an LCS game at the end of the game.
Is not good.
That's not a good time.
Not for Morsu at all.
I'm gonna get fact checked on that by Spelsy, our stats guy, where he's like, that wasn't a real fact.
Actually, it's 7,000
well, no,
gold.
why would you say that Spelsy would sound like that? That's quite mean of you, Pulse. I was just saying he's gonna fact check me and be like, no, you're wrong. But definitely,
no, Spelsy does not sound like that.
No, he doesn't. God, you're getting wrong stats. That's what's gonna happen. You're gonna say something in an interview and
he's like, ha!
Blatantly wrong, and Spelsy will get his revenge.
Yeah.
But Huma are getting their revenge right now.
Do they have anything to get revenge from, though?
Probably something.
Alright. Maybe they PM them or something in a tweet. But I actually really like this item build from Werlib. I think it's so strong. I don't think I'm going to have time to talk about it, though, because SK are quickly crumbling.
Banner of Command has been picked up on Just
yes,
Cast, so if it was difficult enough to clear this for SK, they now have to deal with the Baron. The banner.
It is.
Yeah, look, like the two towers are still... The two towers took more health damage in that time than the Banner of Command minion. Like, that's insane.
Can he hit it? Nope.
Swing and a miss.
Well,
swing and a not swing, actually, I guess.
He'll have it fairly soon. He has a third of the cooldown because he didn't use his ultimate there. And it's really just a matter of time before Huma pick up this win. Morsu has to try and find something to do. He jumps into Holy Things, hoping he'll try and dash away, but he just holds his nerve, and now Morsu has been caught out. Santorin and Cass are just going to chunk him down. Godbro throws in the laser as well for good measure. The towers are both going to crumble. Werlib is now into the back lines, essentially just going 1v4. Now his team turns up, but he's already taken them out, and the Nexus is also going to fall. There's the package, but not really going to help them out. Huma take this win 2-0 in the week over SK.
That was a much better Huma than we saw in last week's series. Like, man, that's like night and day. Yeah, exactly. Just cannot really describe the difference in play. Like, Holy Phoenix shows up. You know, just everything about that. Godbro shows up. Santorin looked pretty good himself. Like, really helped Willib out in the top lane for a while.
Yeah.
And then Morsu on the other side, just under that much pressure from the likes of like Santorin, from Willib, just couldn't really survive.
It really felt like Huma were all like jockeying for the highlight reel there. Like everyone was just trying to make plays, but I think Whirlib won in the end there against Morsu. But talking about pressure, Morsu, okay, top lane is like a little bit about mind games because you have to predict a lot, but he was making a lot of like big mistakes that just got punished really hard by like jungler and top laner. But still, it's moving into tanks as well is another good adaptation, and he also picked up the Poppy instead of the Tam Kench, so he has more in his playbook apart from Tam Kench, even though it was left open for him. So so yeah, it's good, but so far has not really worked out in his games.
Yeah, hasn't worked out. 3 games of Tam Kench, now a game of Poppy. All of those champions are good and are in a situation where I think they should be doing well, but it's not the same style that Morsa wants to play. Poppy is closer to it with you know, the bruiser setup that he wants to do, but for Huma they were unfazed by giving him Tam Kench, unfazed by giving him Poppy. It was a difference in styles as well from game 1 to game 2. Game 1 was very clearly that poke kind of composition with the Corki mid. Game 2 was almost an anti-Corki mid setup where they're like, well, we're just going to take wave clear, we're going to take the ability to control side waves, and that's how we're going to win the game. And that's exactly how they won the game.
Yeah.
It was just controlling the side waves. Willib got uncontrollable.
Really, how I expected Huma to look in week 1 as well was kind of like a G2 setup where they play fast and they play loose, and you just win with your carries. And we saw that in game 1, but they also did have some more macro play as well, like actually controlling the side waves, sending up those minions. So that was also cool to see. They're not just like a one trick and this is like, we're just going to win games by winning lanes.
Yeah, that is fair. Although Huma, I think this game, and I think looking forward, I don't mean this in a bad way. I think Huma very much so are a kind of win lane, win game kind of team. They seem very clear cut. It's like, when we have a lead, we know what to do. Yeah. We're going to be able to do this, then we go here. This is our game plan. And I think that's a good sign for Huma, for certain. Like, I think that's a good spot to be in. As Deficio always says, you don't have to be SKT, right? You just got to be able to play a style very well. It doesn't matter if there's a few other things.
Even if it's very simple. I'm actually going to chat to Santorin here very, very shortly about that game. It was 4-1-14 over 2 games. Hey, Santorin, how's it going?
Hey, Santorin, how's it going?
Hey, Santorin.
Oh,
how's it?
Hey, I think he can hear us now, but we haven't quite got him on our side.
It's a one-way conversation. We'll just say things at him, and he'll nod yes or no answers.
Have we got you now? Okay. So, apparently, you guys can hear him. So, we can't hear him, unfortunately, but we will start off maybe talking about the first game with the poke composition that you guys ran with the Corki mid. In that scenario, who from it on your team is calling the movements to Siege? Is that you, or is that maybe Godbro from that mid position?
And Willib as our secondary shot caller. And when we're doing mid sieges, like, it's mainly on me. But on the other hand, like, everyone will say what they think is the best way to like play around the objective. But like normally it's like me who makes the last call, but we have Willib also making calls.
Okay, that's interesting to hear. I do want to talk about the first week that we saw you up against the second week. Like, what happened in your team versus those 2 weeks? Like, you just look like a different team.
Well, against Millennium, like, first of all, our draft was something. First of all, like, we had not prepared probably in terms of like our picks and bans, because we're, as you guys saw last week, we played Siren and Sonivia. We were playing. Like, we gave Tam Kench away every single game, and it's just something like, it's not only on coach, it's also on players. Like, we're not playing the right comfort picks, and we were practicing in the wrong way. And this week we felt more strong about it, because like now we know what is the priority picks, and now we've like done our research, and like Coops, our coach, has like been watching the entire time and made sure that like now it's the right way to like pick ban.
So you say last week that giving the Tam Kench over was a mistake. So this week you give it away in game 1, very confident against it. Was that the changes from the new patch, or was that you felt comfortable playing into SK's Tam Kench top?
Well, we knew that like last week Mosa played 2 games with Tom Kinch, and knowing like how Tom Kinch work, he doesn't have engage. He's just like someone holding your carry back and making sure he doesn't die. And first of all, like yes, the nerfs, like I don't think Tom Kinch is a strong champion anymore, and I was really surprised when they picked it. So when they picked Tom Kinch, we know they're not gonna have engage because Alistar's banned. You have a Tom Kinch top lane, so that's not really hard engage. So if we go into a poke, they have no way of winning the game basically unless we do a really bad early game.
Cool. That was kind of what I was wondering, whether he's kind of changed. But interesting to hear as well with the scouting from last week. I have a question that's a little bit more focused on yourself and your role in the team. So your former team TSM had a very clear mid lane focus. There was mostly everything going towards Bjergsen. You're now on a team that has the likes of Willib, the likes of Holy Phoenix with Godbro. That's 3 big carries. How does that change your role as a jungler?
Well, it definitely makes it easier because first of all, like I used to play only around mid lane, and now like Whirlip, like if we have him on the split push carries, if he's ahead, he's gonna 1v9. If we have Holy ahead, he's gonna 1v5. And Gabbro, he like the thing I like a lot about Gabbro is that he doesn't need pressure. Like he can play the lane 1v2 the entire game, and he'll still do well. And that's something that gives us a huge benefit in terms of draft because we can always play around whatever lane we want. Like now we don't have to focus on one specific lane.
I do want to follow up on that. So how does that influence your champion select? Do you actively think, okay, we're actually going to give all of these lanes carries, or are there going to be games where you say, okay, well, we're going to put you on a back roll here and then give you something supporty like a Tam Kench or like a Lulu? And does that change you as well? Because something like a Graves needs to be facilitated by lanes versus like, a ganker who sets up his lanes.
Yeah, so basically what's really good about our team is we don't mind being the guy just sitting back and letting the other guy carry. Like there's so many teams where you have like these 2 people who both wants to carry the game, and because they both want to carry, like your draft become really bad and you play to the wrong lanes. So that's something that we have as like a huge upside because now like people know if they don't carry, like if I don't carry, I know my team is going to carry me, and that's something that's really, it makes it way easier.
Awesome. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak to us, Centaurian. Congratulations on your wins this week, and look forward to watching Huma's games as we continue through Spring Split. But
Thanks.
it's a great start for Huma's week 2. Now they're at 2-2 overall. I think they're in a good place. I think they're in a good place when you look at what they're playing for. Obviously, looking towards the likes of week 5 for playoffs. Now, every time you get a 2-0 week, you're taking that one step further because it's 3 points. Every time you get 2-0 is 3 points. You're not in that 1 point or 0 point for a tie. So I think they're looking like they can contend quite easily for a playoff spot.
Definitely in a good place. And even hearing from Samsung as well, like they seem to have everything figured out. Like the problems that we saw in week 1 make a lot of sense, like with their draft problems, etc. Moving into week 2 and beyond, they know how they're gonna like actually set up now. So I actually have a lot of faith in that lineup, and it will be interesting to see them because as a carry team, there's so much explosive potential in games like we saw in that one. So we'll see how it works out. With our first series out of the way, though, we do need to take a couple minutes to set up for Inspire Esports and Copenhagen Wolves. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Well met, Adventurer. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series, where Inspire eSports is ready to take on Copenhagen Wolves in their best of 2. However, let's hit those lineups first and get right into it. On the blue team, it is Inspire eSports with Sartorius in the top lane, Maxlaw in the jungle, CosQ in that mid lane with Wendelbow and in support, Wendelbow and Wallitis as AD carry. First off, got to talk about Sartorius and his top lane. He came out with the Gragas, which was really interesting. Went with this tanky AP build, more of like the Asian styles versus the EU, which went Lichbane. But very cool to see. It was definitely something different. So we'll see if he brings out anything else interesting.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Like, especially when you look at how successful it was as well, just blowing people up. Had a decent ability to like split push on its own as well. It was nice. I liked it. Very different, and that wasn't the only thing that was different, because they had a lot of target bans rather than standard bans. And that was the Shen, the Rek'Sai that were banned, and then they left them both up game 2 against Mouse, and suddenly it was like, oh well, we didn't actually need to target ban those anyway, because we still win the game. So it worked out well for Inspire last week. They're another team I've got my eye on, who I'm really interested to see how they do.
That's one of those things that you can't really tell how well that strategy works, because if you just destroy your opponent, like with the Gragas top, is it good, or do you just happen to win anyway? And you would have done that with like meta picks and bans and also picks. We have to see. Anyway, lining up on the red side, it is Copenhagen Wolves, our opponents for today. Top lane, Wicked, jungle Trowen, with mid lane Soren, AD carry Pinoy, and support Sir Nuxalot. And yeah, Copenhagen Wolves, they won last week, but I don't think anyone really won that series. Like, they were they were very long games. They were very drawn out. There was 2 disengaged compositions, and it just went on for a very long time. But they edged ahead, and they still picked up the win and still 2-0'd SK Gaming. So a win's a win, right?
A win's a win. Yeah, it is. The problem with what we had last week was 2 teams that were running disengage. It was like game 2, they just ran disengage with the Rise for late game, and then they kind of won by
because we have
just
a Rise
whittling down SK time and time again. And at some point in the game, it was like, oh, we win from Rise. But I think when you look at this setup for Copenhagen Wolves, I think their bottom lane is the real area where there's potential. Pinoy is Pinoy, and has shown that he can show up. He's maybe not the most consistent for the entirety of a split, but he's pretty strong. And Nuxalot with his pillar work on Trundle looked fairly good last week as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes.
I want to see other supports as well by Nuxalot. I feel like if he's good on Trundle, he might be good as like a Thresh player or someone who can make big plays, like Masterwork we saw as well. Yeah,
for sure. And there's a lot of interest in this game. And one thing we actually want to do a little bit more often now is we've been speaking to some of the LCS pros about how exactly they think these games are going to go from Challenger Series. I know this week we actually spoke to Kasing.
And Kasing from Vitality, of course, said, I think it will be a close game, and it will probably be decided between the 2v2 matchup between top and jungle. Maxlaw is a pretty good jungler who has proven to be quite a smart jungler, so I think he'll provide more pressure overall than Troven, and I think Inspire will take the series 2-0.
Wise words, perhaps. Perhaps. We'll have to see. Maybe we should keep
Yes.
like a scorecard, like somewhere up here, like, you know, on Top Gear where they had the
Yeah,
prediction or the lap board. We
Very
should do a
ominous, it's
prediction
like,
board.
it could
Like
work,
Kissing's
perhaps.
face down here with like a leaderboard of how many predictions they get right.
Yeah.
I think that might be quite cool.
But 2-0 though.
Yeah, 2-0 is says a lot. I mean, Huma just won 2-0. We've only had 2-0 results.
Yeah. Well, very true. It's yeah, going along with that trend. Well, we'll see.
Something's in the water. It's only 2-0s.
The very first step is Champion Select though, so let's take a look at this one.
First step's getting into lobby pulse.
That is true, but then after that, it is Champion Select.
Okay. Just double check.
Okay. We don't actually see the lobby though, so.
Well, some of us. Sometimes funny things happen in the lobby, sometimes others don't.
Oh, Kalista is the first ban, so no first picks this game. Malphite will be the next ban, actually, up against Wicked. Used to be a prominent Irelia Malphite player, so taking that away from him. Gangplank is the first ban, followed by Fiora, and she aims at Sartorius in the top lane.
Inspire once again going for target bans rather than you know, straight up bans.
Flat
now,
out meta ban.
Kalista is a fairly meta ban. Haven't seen it as much as we used to when it comes to being banned away, but certainly the Malphite, you would not expect to see that banned away. You can instantly see though, Wicked kind of opts for what do I not want to play against this game? Gangplank Fiora. Get him out of there. Don't want to play against it. That's not a good thing for Wicked to have in the lane against him.
Rek'Sai is the final ban from Inspire here, and is waiting on the last one from Copenhagen Wolves, which is Corki. So there's no easy first pick Corki in this game.
So that means Alistair is available. You know, Poppy, if people really wanted it, is available. Lulu is up. Lissandra is up. There is a lot still available here. So there is the cow.
Yeah. Well, Sartorius, he played AP Gragas.
No, go.
So it's
Stop
not too
it.
far away.
Stop it.
From AP
Stop.
Cow.
Stop. I just want them to nerf that all the way through the floor, so you're never going to see it.
Still
Quick lock-in of Lulu, though.
Yeah. Well, it was left open, and you might as well take it on your first rotation. If you take Alistair as your first pick from Inspire, locked in with the Lucian as well. I want to see what they use the Lulu to buff up, because usually you bring like an Olaf or something, you pack heat.
Or if you're Origin, you bring Sven on Lucian. So we'll see if Pinoy can do his
channel his Sven impression.
And just hopefully Soren can just use those buffs, throw out massive amounts of damage. That's what turned around Origin's fortune in the last few weeks, has been that Lulu. We'll see if the Wolves can do it as well.
You have to have a lot of faith in your AD carry to do something like that, though, because Lucian, he's kind of like flat all the way through the game. Like, he's constantly good at each stage versus like some AD carries who peak at a certain point, you know? And
I think that it's now a little worrying seeing what Inspire have locked in on the other side. Is they've locked in Graves, which is obviously a very solid jungler, and now an Ezreal, which I assume is going AD carry. There is the possibility for it to be mid lane, but I highly doubt that. Problem with Ezreal is Ezreal needs time to get that tier stacked up, get the Iceborne Gauntlet as well. I just wonder whether the Lucian-Lulu combination is going to hit their power spike roughly the same time as the Ezreal. Yeah. I think it's about half an item to an item more in favor of the Ezreal to be slightly earlier on that 2 items, but still I think Copenhagen Wolves should have a bit more of the upper hand against this Ezreal.
Perhaps. We'll see what they build around it as well, because they do have a bit of engage from the Alistair to get on top of the Lucian. They still need some burst to take down the Lucian, because Graves, unless he can get in range, which is one of the difficulties as Graves, then he won't be able to get his burst off, and then Ezreal as well will be very far back. So I'd like to see something here that could like pop the opponent, like Alistair in the top lane. Even Gragas though, like we saw it last week from Sartorius, like he built high amounts of damage, and we saw him pop an AD carry.
It is a pick that he's been working on. I wonder how confident he is on it and just kind of blind picking it, because
that's true. Yeah.
There is, well, he's locked it in, is the thing. So he obviously very clearly comfortable blind picking. They could put the Lulu top lane. I would more expect that to be a mid lane for Soren though. General trend is we've seen Lulu going mid. Yep. Now with the Gragas going for the top lane, I actually don't know. That's a lane matchup that if Gragas is building full AP, I think is not too bad for Lulu to be in for the majority of that.
I think so too.
I mean, it's range versus melee, like.
It's range
easy
versus
farm.
melee, and a lot of his damage comes from the body slam and setting up the barrel, which you can't really do against Lulu, who stays so far back. Will polymorph you as you go in, and also with the minions in the way is very difficult. But it could still be a mid lane Lulu, as you mentioned. We saw a lot of that. A horroring of the Yari, but it doesn't really mean anything right now. Lux was the other pickup from IE, which will be in the mid lane for certain.
Yeah, it will. I think we saw Cassiopeia from Soren last week, actually.
And
if I
Cosq.
remember rightly. And Cosq. Did they both play it?
I think so.
It's
a Cosq champion.
It's also a Soren champion. It's like his most played.
Yeah, out of the LCS
I'll look
as well.
into that as we get in there. But it is the Ahri that gets locked in for Soren, and that rounds out this composition. It's, you know, a fair kind of amount of catch on Copenhagen Wolves. You got the Charm, you got the Cocoon coming from Elise, so couple that with the Pillar. Fairly difficult for the Wolves to get somebody all the way, sorry, for Inspire to get all the way through the Wolves to get to the Lucian. And then again, on the same side for Inspire, they have Gragas for the disengage that they had last week. They've now got Alistair that can engage and protect as well. There is a fair amount of disengage and catch potential on both teams.
The peel is nice, the poke is nice, and you have wave clear as well from the Graves jungle. So it's very clear, like, that type of setup. Going to be looking less at the team fights and try and skirt around the fact that you're buffing up a Lucian. So maybe they can get around the pretty solid team fight from Copenhagen Wolves. Elise in the early game, mentioned it in game 1. Slight nerfs, but it's only 5 movement speed from spider form and human form, and a bit of damage shaved off volatile spiderling. So it's not massive, it's just a small hit.
Yeah, the real thing on that is not only is it the early clear, Volatile Spiderling was like a minor wave clear tool. It's like Volatile Spiderling plus an 80 carry tended to be enough to clear a wave, but now not so much the case. Still does a fair amount, though.
Yes, it does. It was only 15 damage, I believe, so it wasn't a huge amount. It just kind of hurts her early trading power, especially against the Graves. That can actually play into it, but make sure you jump on Twitter and get involved in that discussion. Hashtag IEWin and hashtag Copenhagen Wolves win. That's Inspire win, not Infinity Edge win.
Not Infinity Edge win at all. But as we get into this game,
it is if you're Jin. Inspire
taking a lot of Thunderlords on their side. Fewer on Copenhagen Wolves. So Masteries, thanks to 6.2, now have them on the loading screen as well. So
nice.
Lets us see them, although then you've got to try and remember them for the entire game, and that can be difficult.
Yeah, some of them you can see all the way through, though. I believe Bond of Stone on Nukes a lot, as we saw him. I wonder what Wendelbo is running. If he's running Windspeaker's Blessing, which I've actually seen a lot of Alistair's run.
I believe he was. He's not running
Bond of Stone.
So.
Okay, then most likely Windspeakers. And that's actually more for when the team is grouping up, and acts as a really nice defensive tool if they get into a team fight up against Copenhagen Wolves or they get engaged on.
Yeah, you get a fair chunk of resistance from that.
Yeah, you get approximately 2,500 extra stats worth, gold stats worth in armor and magic resist at level 18. Of course, you never really get to level 18 as support, but puts it in perspective.
A support can dream.
Yes, they can, but it's still a lot of gold. Level 18, the dream. This could go long, though, if IE completely stall out the game, because they have really nice wave clear tools.
Well, we saw the Wolves game run along last week, so no reason that it shouldn't. So this is Inspire looking to interrupt the Krugs. Problem is, they're about to get circled upon.
This is not good, and Troven with Wickers coming in from the bot side, and Wendelbo's already low. He's only level 1, he doesn't have an ultimate, and he can't get there to flash over the wall. Use the exhaust and first blood to Copenhagen Wolves. Wicker goes bot lane with the teleport. That was not a good start from Inspire.
This is fairly similar to the kind of setup that H2K and Vitality showed. It's by no means the same, because the Wolves were in their own jungle, and that was Inspire invading into 4 people rather than getting trapped. But man, that kind of stop to try and stop on the Krugs is looking to try and deny the double jungle. Maybe you're looking for the red buff, maybe you're looking for Krugs. The problem is the double jungle and the laners were on the top side of the map, and that is the biggest problem. Is you run into 4 people, you get knocked up, and suddenly you get sent back to the base with a death added to your score.
Oh, top lane, we've got this 2v2 coming in. Panoy gets a bit of damage onto Woolap by nice arcane shifts, gets out of the the Piercing Light, so that was actually a nice trade there. So 10-4 currently in the bottom lane in terms of CS because Sartorius is actually pushing. Also Wicked was slightly late to the lane because of the early game play. Soren in the mid lane there and just cycling through the junglers. And I heard it was Troven, by the way, is how you pronounce that name.
Okay. Troven.
Yeah.
I will keep that in mind.
Emphasis on the O. And V versus W. Max Law gets that one. Nuxalot was just one, seeing where Graves was, and two, maybe he can do something to interrupt, but you don't want to get in melee range, so.
Troven is going into the enemy jungle though, but gonna try and get anything he can done. Cosq off that binding would have maybe been baited into his own engage there. He went aggressive off that binding, so perhaps for the best that it didn't hit.
Serendipitous that he missed that binding. Troven, all right, after him with the bind, the flash as well, and he should be able to pick up this kill. He's bleeding out from the ignite, but with the shield, he may stay alive, and the pod is popped. Cosq survives.
Just survives with that prismatic barrier shield. And of course, shields on the way out and the way back, and the heal that he had there. So Cosq just about surviving. That was very risky from Troven. Flash cocooning, or flashing and then cocooning at two very spaced out, times. That could have gone horribly wrong for Troven if he flashed straight into the light binding. Luckily for him, the timing was on so that he could flash and do that reliably, but a nice attempt does result in no summoners for Cosq now, though.
Yeah, there's we saw some nice plays recently actually out of the NALCS where we saw junglers on Elise flash forwards and then Voltar spiraling. So they expect it to be the cocoon and they flash and then you cocoon them. But right there, he just needed the point blank and then cocoon him, so it was fine.
It was fine.
But the mind games are cool.
It worked.
Alright, Tracker's Knife picked up on both junglers, so fairly standard nowadays. Rarely see junglers go for Sightstone, even though we did see that last week in Challenger. We just don't really see it in like the higher levels of play, and Tracker's Knife is generally all you need. Even Lee Sin will just go for that, and then Warning Totem.
Keeping my eyes on Max Law. We heard Kasing's thoughts on Troven and Max Law in this this matchup. It's an interesting one. It seems to have a lot of faith in Max Law.
Yeah.
It's a player that has been around the scene on the fringe of Challenger, that kind of thing, for a while. Never really had the biggest of success for the last year when you look at it. He was on teams and kind of ended up off the team fairly quickly, the likes of G2. We talked about it, now he's on Inspire. How will he kind of solidify his name? Will he be able to provide the jungle presence that they need for this? Still keeping on watching.
He was always a good jungler like in the UK scene as well, but it was very much a big fish, small bowl type scenario with Max Law, so now he's in the ocean. How will he cope?
Let's hope he doesn't drown.
Yes.
Don't know how well Graves can swim, so...
is he running the pool party skin? I don't think he is.
I don't think
so.
No,
maybe less amphibious this game.
He's running Mafia Graves right now.
I don't think...
With the least shotgun-like shotgun in the world. Like, the Tommy gun is not the best representation. Although that would make Graves a little OP if the skin changed the reload function.
Yes, it would. Taxi service did not work out for Wenderbo. Got fined there. And they'll go for that trade. Troven is in the top lane.
Sorry,
right,
I'm just thinking of other Graves skins. Like, you can only reload pool party Graves if you're in River, because you gotta like dunk it.
Suck up the water. Go for the fight.
The most useless Graves skin in the world. Well,
maybe. It would be funny though. Soren is kind of chilling. Not much has happened in the mid lane apart from that gank from Troven between these two laners. I mean, generally in a Lux lane, you stand so far back. See Cosq being behind his caster minions, and more than that, just kind of at his turret right now. So hard for Soren to get aggressive.
And it's hard for Max Law on the other side to get aggressive in the top side as well. You can see him trying to roam up, but look at the wards that are already top side for the Wolves. Not really that a Graves is going to get too much done in the Dior lane in this early on, but nevertheless, the wards from the Wolves are pretty much covering everything. River, the first bush in the lane as well. Like, they have good vision topside. Maxwell, however, is on the bottom side of the map. This looks like Cosq would be roaming down to pick up a buff for himself, but he's actually just clearing out the ward.
Giving that red buff.
Yeah, I was going to say, a red buff to start. Help me out here.
Yeah, never really get in range outside of laning phase to really benefit from your auto attacks unless someone is right up in front of you. Likewise, that's why we don't see a lot of Lux players go for like Abyssal Scepter. You only really go for that when the ship is already sinking and you are going to get engaged upon. And it's like, well, I know I'm going to get hit. So.
I think, if I remember rightly, Ica did that.
He did, yes.
The first time he played Lux in the LCS, and I was like, oh, that's admitting defeat right there. I mean, you do want to auto-attack as much as possible in your combo with Lux. Like, you want to be right on that sweet spot where you can kind of like Q auto, E auto, ult somebody. Maybe if the Q is still active, that's a fairly wide cooldown, so I think the Q would already be gone at that point. But nevertheless, you just want to get that cooldown on rotation, get the extra proc of damage time and time again off the light passive.
Well, preferably you have enough damage to pop them with your combo with light binding, the E, and then ultimate procs the passive anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you don't need the extra auto. It's,
well, you can throw another auto in your combo which does more damage, but it slows down your killing potential.
Yeah.
Especially if your opponent has like cleanse or like a flash or something.
Well, you can ult the wave. That also works.
Yep. Those things can't dodge. Unlike Rift Scuttler. It'd be great if they just like parted. Because it's like, screw you, Lux!
Although anybody that ults the Rift Scuttler, if you're trying to secure it yourself, is probably could be using that ult elsewhere on the map.
Hey, we've seen jungle camps can take you out, man.
Yeah, going back to our first game of the day
Yeah.
with Dotgo dying to wolves.
I still don't even know how that happens.
It's got to be that he was running less armor than he thought. Like,
Yeah, but that's just another reason to give your junglers good pulls. Sartorius bot lane goes in on Wicked. He has to pop his own ultimate, but he's still following after, getting a bit of damage off. He should have his cooldowns in a couple seconds. Lands the Q, gets the slow, and the body slam as well goes through the shield. Sartorius wants the Drunken Rage empowered auto, but doesn't really have anything else after that. We were commenting on how we thought the bot lane trade was going to go and how the lane was going to go, and assumed Lulu would have the better time there. Is 10 CS ahead.
Yep.
But Sartorius has pretty good all-in potential as Gragas.
Speaking of all-in potential, mid lane flash Cocoon again.
And this time Cosq will reaction flash it away as Trown comes after. Maxwell now coming in from the side for the reaction gank and is not quite there in time to land end of the line against the wall, so they'll back off to their tower.
This is getting
volatile spiraling.
Pretty predictable from Troven that he's always looking for this mid lane gank. And speaking of the 1v1 in the bottom lane, so difficult to kill the Lulu for the Gragas though. Like. He got the good ult, got the follow-up into the Q and the body slam, but all of the shields, the wild growth, the you know, disengaged potential from a Lulu in that 1v1 situation is real difficult to deal with. Interestingly enough, as we see Maxwell go into jungle, interestingly we're seeing Wicked going for the Frost Queen's claim, despite it being nerfed. Rather than anything like the Athenes for extra magic resist or the Morellos for, you know, the damage, the cooldown,
the cheapness.
Yeah, and the cheapness. So opting for the active. Interesting. I haven't had the time to work out how now like the efficiency is of that double knock-up.
Do they really have the damage though? Because there's no more CC to keep them in place. Nukeslot has disengage once again on Trundle. Yeah, I mean, against this composition, where they have like heavy poke and they want to try and engage on top of them, it makes sense to try and get in range.
Yeah, that's true.
And he goes for the Swifties as well, so it goes along the same kind of thought process.
Yeah, so they're looking for that single target with the Charm, with the Cocoon.
Yeah.
Only problem with that is, you look at the likes of Ezreal, the likes of Gragas, both have a little bit of extra maneuverability. Lux, not so much, but she can just bind you if you're chasing. Wendelbo's just throwing out his Pulverize now. Just like, I'm gonna run up and Pulverize you and see if we can do anything. And it's not really working out. Because Sir Nukeslot is kind of just healing up.
Yeah, he's kind of Trundle. So, gets the pillar onto
Woolite's
the line.
core.
He has the E though, so
yeah,
he's out of there. Ooh,
however,
teleport though, and Wendelbo's uses Headbutt. I think he also uses Pulverize as well, but just missed it. Wicked comes in without the
flashed.
teleport in from Sartorius and will knock Wicked into the team. He'll back away here. The disengage from his ultimate is a little too strong. Both the junglers will find each other. Maxwell gets the damage off the wall, and Trovent will get out of there. Maxwell still has his ultimate though, so these low health targets in the top lane have to be very careful. There's a lot of long range ability. Soren comes in, lands the charm onto Cosq. He'll get bumped into the team, and now the re-engage from Copenhagen Wolves, and they take down Lux. Wenderboy also drops low. That's a 2-for-1 so far. Maxwell has to flash away. Do Copenhagen Wolves have any more follow-up? The flash, the charm, the reaction flash from Warlight, he's out.
He is out. So at the beginning of that engage, Wicked flashes forward to try and land the ult knockup and couldn't find it. In response, he's out of position, so Sartorius comes up, cleans things up a little bit with his ultimate to bring people into the fight. Nobody from Wolves died at the beginning of that fight, though, so made it pretty difficult to then keep going. Cosq fell fairly early on. That was just a bit of a messy fight from both sides when you look at it.
Yeah, very messy. So it looked like a good situation from Inspire where there's a lot of low health targets from Copenhagen Wolves. They should be able to poke them out, maybe take the tower from that. It was all down to that ultimate charm in from Soren, which really started the fight off and was the catalyst for them to pick up those 2 kills. So nice play by Soren. 1-0-0, gone for the Abyssal Scepter early on to this game. Sartorius building AP with Cosq AP as well, or stop him getting bursted. So gonna have a replay of that initial setup. This is very early. Yeah,
this is very early on before that fight. So at this point, we're just waiting on the T-piece to come through. So Wicked flashes as he arrives to look for the knockup there with his ultimate. Decides against it because I think he could only hit Wendelbow there, and I think his thought process is it's not worth it to flash and ult. Problem is he'd already flashed at that point. Then used his ult a little bit later to keep the rest of his team alive. Then there's this kind of back and forth stalling point. There was the ult, just grazes past Sartorius. Manages to pick one off. And from there, it's just the back and forth. Pinoy drops very early on. And everybody from IE starts to get away from that fight. But it was a 1-for-2 overall in favor of the Wolves.
I really like the follow-up from Sonux a lot. He was chunked low, but moves just in range so he can land the pillar so they can secure the kill on Cosq.
Yeah.
That was just really nice knowledge of how much damage he could take, his positioning compared to how much CC Inspire had already used. So just really nice self-awareness from Sonux a lot. Again on Trundle, we're only really seeing him play Trundle. I want to see him play something else because we need to see if he's like a well-rounded player because he is an exceptionally good solo queue player. Like we've seen this, we've talked about it, but if I see him on more champions, I can confirm that he's a good player.
That's the real test, right?
It is. I mean, he might be a one-trick Trundle support. I'm not sure.
Maybe. Well, he's got time to prove it to us.
Because you don't get to the top of Challenger by only playing Trundle.
Well, some people do it by only playing Shaco, or Rengar.
That's true. So Rengar got hit though in 6-2, so good times.
One thing in this game that differs slightly to the last game, since we have the Frost Queen's Claim Spooky Ghost active, I actually don't mind Cosq going Swiftness Boots so much, because he's one of the targets that will suffer if he gets caught out by them, does want that reduced slows. So it kind of makes sense in that situation. Will hit his cooldown reduction a bit, but does have 20% coming from that Morellonomicon as it is.
Well, Swiftness Boots are like double good against Frost Queens. Not only is it like a cheap alternative, but it also blocks like some of the slow, reduces that, and you don't lose anything from going Swifties, because like the alternative would just be going for like Lucidity. So you're not even losing gold out, because sometimes when you have to itemize against someone who's like going for a specific build, it's like, well, I have to get this because otherwise, I'm gonna die. Like a Quicksilver sashing, it's like a Malzahar or something. Like you have to get it. Like that's a lot of gold invested that you wouldn't have gotten normally. You would have gone for a bigger damage item. Whereas Swiftness Boots, it's all good, man. It's all gravy.
I have a moment going on right now, and that is that Soren has a sweeper trinket, the one that tracks with you, which is very rare to see on a laner that isn't a support. Solo laners we've typically seen go blue trinket or go yellow trinket just to keep extra vision so that you don't end up losing a lot of vision for yourself. So what that tells you, with the fact that there's the Cocoon presence, there's the Ari Charm presence, they're looking to set up these small areas where Inspire have no vision control at all, and that's where Copenhagen Wolves are going to want to fight. The problem with that is, if Inspire just pick up like 3 blue trinkets, you just put the blue trinket down, and it's like, well, I guess we're not going there now. We have no vision control, so it's a weird one. I'll see whether Soren swaps it out, but it's definitely a difference to what we've normally seen.
Yeah, for sure. He's also Ari, so it's easy for him to be deeper in and then use his ultimate as a defensive tool, because you wouldn't do it on like an immobile mid laner.
Yeah.
Nukes a lot. That's a lot of damage from Woolite, actually. Even with the nerfs to Thunderlords doing a lot of damage, Pinoy trying his best to clear the wave, gets caught by the binding, but there is no follow-up really from Inspire. Ultimate goes bot lane, and Soren was thinking about going down there. Actually, the mini wave survived, so maybe he will carry on going down.
Yeah, at this point it's only rank 1 ult, so... Sartorius got dodged.
Troven goes up with the repel, and that is the flash burn, so the pick potential was lost there from Sartorius. That was really nice timing from Troven.
Yeah, really good timing, especially when you consider that was the flash coming in from Sartorius. And Troven didn't even use his. It was just an instinct repel, so good timing. Doesn't save the turret, unfortunately, for the Copenhagen Wolves. And Sartorius is going to save bottom tower, so... A bit of a win across the map for Sartorius and the rest of Inspire. Not getting cross-mapped.
Constant poke from Woolite is starting to gear up. You were talking about the item differential between Woolite getting big and the kind of Lucian-Lulu combination getting big. Woolite has already picked up his Iceborne Gauntlet, so he's ahead of the curve.
He is ahead of the curve. Lucian-Lulu is still not there. It still needs the second and third items to be picked up, or at least the second items for Wicked and Pinoy to make it as strong as we've seen from Origin. Good combo out of the bush from Sartorius.
Knocked him out of his own barrel, though.
Yeah,
so
it was good to start.
Yeah, started as a 10, then dropped to around a 6 out of 10 there. Well, Sartorius will carry on farming. Maxlaw, he's actually just walked into the bush in full range of the minions, so, I mean, Soren knows he's there. Unless he goes for the double mind game where he's like, I've recalled, but Soren then gets picked up now, he's gone back to base.
So one thing I've noticed that Sartorius does a lot, which is the signs of a good Gragas player, is when you mask the barrel under the body slam. Because Gragas is fat, his model actually can block the animation of the barrel rolling out before the indicator appears. So if you, it's basically QE right after the other, like click, click.
Yeah.
And you roll the barrel out, you hit them, they stay in the barrel. That time didn't work out for him, but it's just one of those little tricks you'll see happen. And it's like, whoa, where did that damage come from? Oh, there was a barrel hiding underneath.
That's an old trick as well.
It is.
I remember you talking about that like years ago when you learned it from Dignitas, right?
Yeah, I was speaking to Skara actually, who big Gragas player, used to watch a load of this streamer called Gragas God, who I believe is a Taiwanese streamer. Yeah. All he played was Gragas, all day, every day.
I mean, if you name yourself Gragas God, like, you're not gonna pick up Yasuo one game and be like, well, I got bored.
Well, it's just one of those situations where like seeing these little tricks is like the difference between players that just kind of play Gragas and players that play a lot of Gragas, like Sartorius.
Really separates the good Gragases from the great Gragases for sure, Stress. There's a lot of nice small tricks, like specifically flash mechanics. Also something that applies to Gragas, like E flash. When you still have momentum, you can get the E. You can change directions even, which is really nice. Same with Shen. Same with even Jarvan. If you still have momentum, you can flash like over a wall. You can get a knock-up. It's really nice, but you have to flash on top of them. It doesn't like extend it. So for example, like Shen, if you flash over them, you will not get the stun. You have to flash onto them. Yeah. But the fact that you can change direction in like a radius around where you would have landed with Shadow Dash is a big deal.
Feels bad for Soren, man. He see, this is one of the things, is that blue trinket is just like, oh, we haven't got vision in that bush. I guess there's probably an Elise there. So
that's actually an interaction we saw earlier with Troven and Maxwell that we didn't comment on. Maxwell's Raptor buff got popped near a pink ward from Troven. Yeah. And Troven was like, he's going to check this bush now. And he just walked past and it's like, nope, I'm going for the crab, buddy.
Well, the Wolves did just pick off a couple of pink wards from our blue team, Inspire. Got one in the bottom lane for Soren. This is one of the other uses of Gragas. Just put that barrel down. has a nice radius just to zone out the entire area. Mid lane is just about going to fall for the Wolves.
Yeah, they're going to have to stay. They're out. It's good. That was a really nice reaction play from Copenhagen Wolves because they pushed the middle lane, they get the tower, they push the top lane as well, and Sartorius does not have his teleport, so he can't easily get back up there. So now Inspire, the onus is on them to make a play in the mid lane and try and take the tower, because otherwise they just lose something in the top lane for nothing. They have the small window where Wicked is now going back to base, but also has a teleport. So the window is closing. They may close on their hands.
Soren, though. That's a lot of damage already coming from that Ezreal.
On Soren. He still has his summoners and his ultimate. The flash forwards from Wendelbo does not get the knock-up. Pops his own ultimate, has to back away. The minion wave is gone, but that is a lot of poke in from the Siege team of Inspire. The minion wave is trickling in, and Inspire made the call to stick around. And Soren did not go back.
Yeah, they've got a lot of poking potential here with this Ezreal, with this Lux as well. Like, they land one slow, and suddenly the light binding lands, the rest of the follow-up. Ooh, flash forwards from Sartorius.
Does not connect, and the tower is going to go down. This is the main objective here from Inspire. Get it and get out, smash and grab. But maybe Copenhagen Wolves can chase them down. Warlight drops low, and Troven is after him. Can't quite finish him off, though. However, they did get Sartorius, who doesn't have his own flash, as he used it as an offensive tool. Maxor and Cosq are out, but get hit by the spooky ghosts. Cosq has now gotten that worn off, and the slow is off, so Swiftness boots are paying off.
A little bit of a change there on priority for Wicked. Wicked was speeding up Soren for the majority of that fight. What we've seen other teams do is speed up the Lucian. That's what we've seen so much from Origin this last week. So while it's not a particularly bad thing to do, it certainly is a little bit more reliant on cooldowns if you're speeding up the likes of an Ahri, whereas a Lucian just runs forward auto-attacking. Like, you get so much more damage off from just being able to constantly chase, have the shields, the protection. So Wolves weren't able to continue chasing that, but there was a bit of a problem in that fight when it comes to Warlight being left on his own. Warlight in the top side jungle got pushed out very quickly on in that fight, and couldn't survive, had to go all the way back. Did manage to just last the fight on like 100 health, but if that happens again, that's problematic for Inspire.
There was a possibility of mid tower being picked up by Inspire there, because they managed to stop the recall from Pinoy, and also there was a recall on the bottom lane, but the window was closed as Nuxalot was around the area. Wendelbo potentially caught out in the jungle, has his ultimate, and will pop it now, and that's all Copenhagen Wolves need. They just back away. Red buff is up, but it starts resetting. Ran out of patience, but Warlight still wants this red buff. It would be very nice on him. But with Troven there, he'll just smite it away with Venom's Bite for the execute damage. There comes the ultimate. Tags Troven. And will hit some of the minions as they literally just spawn from base.
This is kind of deja vu from last week, though, when it comes to what Inspire are doing. The split push is... Ooh, we saw Cosq get charmed. Split push from Sartorius on this Gragas.
Yeah.
Wicked probably won't die if he gets caught out by Sartorius, but it'll be enough to force him away. Wicked doesn't have his flash either, so a barrel could make things more problematic for him than he would like.
The big difference from this week and last week is before Sartorius could just pop whoever turns up to lane. This time might be a little bit harder for him. That being said, Wicked did not go for a tanky build. He went into the death cap immediately after his Frost Queen's claim. Troven actually going into the jungle and is by himself, repels up, but where does he have to go? He just has to come back down again, and they'll just finish him off. That was greedy by Troven.
Yeah, that was the single target from IE, just being able to continuously land that crowd control and keep somebody in place. Oh, Explosive Cast did not hit.
Yeah, but this bottom tower is being sieged up. Nuxalot gets CC'd in place. He'll take some more damage. True Shot Barrage comes through. Soren off to the side. Maybe he can get a good flank off. I believe he's been spotted. IE know where he is. Cosq gets charmed in again, and he goes down. That's just an easy one. He's getting charmed a lot this game.
Cosq was in tower range as well. That was one of the most surprising things with a champion like Lux, who normally has the ability to sit back in a fight, the ability to kind of use max range skill shots. At that point, pushing in towards a turret, a lot of that was because of how far back in the lane the Wolves were sitting. They were kind of protected behind their turret, but just greedy from Cosq, trying to push forward, trying to get more damage onto the tower, and just gets caught out because of it. Like, if that continues to happen, it's going to slow down any chance Inspire have. I mean, the Wolves are ahead. It may not feel like it because of the last few minutes from Inspire and how they've been working through the jungle, but Inspire are going to suddenly, or you know, quite rapidly give over a lot of gold to Copenhagen Wolves if they end up in situations where Soren is picking people off like that.
I bet Kozu is the type of player who picks Lichbane and solo queue on Lux. This is super greedy. Like, I can get this.
I do that.
But like you can swing it in solo queue. You can get it when people are unorganized. But when you're in competitive, when Copenhagen Wolves have a hard engage comp against a very obvious poke, like you can't afford to do that. So getting punished a lot. Those have been 3 big charms. Two of them have resulted in kills. The others have just kind of been scary.
Also relies a lot on magic resist. If they're not running a lot of MR, Lichbane's actually okay to go. I'm trying to justify it now.
I mean, like, it's always good to go if you can get in melee range of like your opponents who will just kill you.
I mean, if you're playing single target catch.
Yeah, okay, but if you have
this,
like,
however, is not single target catch. This is like 4-1 with the Gragas in a side lane and then siege a tower and then hope you don't lose the fight.
Now is not the time to build that.
Soren gets Woolite.
Oh, a lot of damage coming out. Wicked pops his own ultimate to get the knock-up. Woolite will jump away. And now the disengage is coming across. That's a lot of damage in from the ultimate from Sartorius. But Copenhagen Wolves still persist. The minion wave is pushing down the mid lane. And they may have the positioning over Inspire for the mid lane turret. They decide to back off instead of getting flanked. Woolite was actually very far forwards. And I believe they'll go for the dragon or fade
Oh, he's got him.
Soren over the wall to flash charm the kill. Very nice shutdown onto Woolite. Soren has been playing so well this game.
Yeah, this has been a great game for him. And, you know, at that situation, that's Woolite just stepping far too far forward for no reason. Woolite was saved by his Maw of Malmortius in the previous little skirmish where he got chunked out, and then greedily sticks around to try and get a little bit more farm under his belt. And that's just Soren reading Woolite like a book. He says, I'm pretty much sure he's going to stay here.
Well, Bundlebow did not have his ultimate, so that's a dead cow. Bottom tower is being chunked away. Kozq takes both swings of the Orb of Deception and gets taken down to 60%. They could just wait around and siege this turret once again. Copenhagen Wolves, nothing really stopping them.
No, not a lot stopping them, especially with Troven around the back. And the teleport coming in from Wicked now.
This will come in very, very quickly, but Troven goes down. He had the flash and he had the repel, but they get the turret as long as they can get out of here safely. Soren pops the ultimate to get away from IE. Ultimate comes across. Final spark was not enough damage to finish them off, but they got the tower, and even a tower for a kill is fine.
I do wonder, though, whether Wolves could have got that tower without Troven going quite so ham under the turret and getting caught out. They didn't really read when Woolite was coming back, and it just kind of timed out fairly badly. Third dragon of the game, the second one for Inspire, going over to the team. So for Inspire, looking at what their next move needs to be, it's very similar for kind of both teams right now, is no team has really opted for a lot of vision control over the Baron. They've actually been content for both teams to have a blue trinket sat in Baron for the last few minutes.
Yeah.
I think right now, if you're Inspire, one of your ways of kind of getting back in this game, or at least looking to kind of get back against Copenhagen Wolves, is just control a lot of that vision. It's difficult, however, against 3 sweepers. But sweeper trinkets, they'll find out, you know, the Sightstone wards fairly efficiently. And the fact that Inspire have 2 blue trinkets means that those wards are going to get caught out just by walking over them. So it is tough for Inspire to actually assume control of vision.
And they really need vision control over Baron because they're a poke composition against Copenhagen Wolves, who are probably going to be the ones to start it.
Yeah.
A poke composition really flourishes around objectives they can poke their opponent down. And when they're all trapped in Baron pit, that's perfect.
Yeah.
But currently, there is no vision. There's some
vision,
but
well, I mean,
it's gone.
So, the problem with only having 2 blue trinkets is now you've got to kind of space your blue trinkets out here. It's like, well, we used 1, let's not instantly use the second. So now there's this window for the Wolves where they can be doing Baron. There's the blue trinket that comes out, spots them on the Baron. Now Inspire are reacting to this. Sartorius just TP'd up, I believe. Baron's already gone.
Yeah. then they just took it. Usually you can't sneak Barons anymore because blue trinkets are a thing, but because they did it right after the first one was used, the other one wasn't ready.
Yeah.
So Copenhagen wants to suck it.
It was ready. Like, Inspire had the second one up.
Yeah.
But the reason they didn't want to use it immediately is because then you know there's no chance of a sweeper coming around. So it's a lot easier to take that Baron. Also, Sartorius, even though he's still got his yellow trinket, it's not the end of the world in that scenario because he was never going to be close enough to use a blue trinket anyway. So that situation wasn't particularly different, but just Copenhagen Wolves, good ability to wait out the first one and then go
exactly.
For the
Misworded from me. What I meant is you space it as you were mentioning, so that you have even spacing.
It's a real tough situation.
Place both of them at the same time.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a real tough situation, right? Because it's a gamble on like how fast can they do Baron, when and like how many of people are around in vision already, and that's the gap between the blue trinket usage, right?
Yeah.
Is like if they started immediately, I hope their Baron isn't super quick with like an Elise, an illusion that.
I hope not.
I really hope it's not that quick.
Even with a Lulu who's built basically pure damage, has picked up the Rod of Ages now, and is now going tank. But maybe greedy for going for the first item, Death Cap. But when you're Lulu and you're not really in threat of Gragas and it scales from your ultimate and you're only really going to be using on yourself in a 1v1, it's fine.
There's a real hefty level advantage for the Wolves right now. Soren's level 17, Kozq's level 15. Woolite is 3 levels behind Pinoy as well. Like, this is a real tough fight if they ever end up in one. Woolite does have a fair amount of damage though. That is one thing that you can't really overlook. Problem is the wave clear for Inspire is fairly magic heavy. Ezreal without his ult doesn't really clear waves all that much. And Soren is in the bottom lane as well to clear it out, so you can see Sartorius throws out the barrel and it doesn't really do too much to those front minions.
However, Soren can't really kill Sartorius. That being said, Sartorius can't really kill Soren either, so...
But he can have the minions kill the turret.
Yes, yes he can. Trovan comes down, Maxwell is there for wave clear. Actually, it's better if Soren's just by himself, because as soon as you have 2 people, then it draws Maxwell down, and he can start wave clearing.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of wave clear on the side of IE, so you just want Sartorius by himself, really.
Pretty much.
It's one of those,
The rest of Wolves have come down as well, so...
But now nothing gets achieved. But now they go back into the mid lane, and then they start hitting that one as well, so slowly chipping away at these turrets.
Man, those siege minions with the added Baron, or what was the added Baron buff, is now timed out.
Yeah, I want them to get banner so we can start naming the minions. So you can't name them, they've just been buffed.
Well, I don't think there's going to be a banner on Wendelbo, because... maybe there will. No, it is. Okay, it is. I was going to say there's no locket.
He doesn't have Baron. That's the point.
I'm just what I was saying, like, what I was thinking is normally you'll see a banner if there's a locket already. And if not, you'll see the locket come first. Just because, you know, the added shield, you know, the magic resist, that kind of thing, is a nice little boon. I don't think it's the worst option in the world. I still think it's fine. Will deny Soren and Wicked's ability to push on a side lane, so it does now hold back one of the side lanes for Copenhagen Wolves.
Which is nice because Soren is one of the people who are going to be pushing in this game because he's 5-0-0.
Yeah.
Trovan looking for the flank off to the side. Soren's there as well, and Wicked, everyone's closing in, but Copenhagen Wolves, they need to close the noose because right now they're being picked off to the side, and Wendelbo is still zoning them. Now he's going to go down. Did not pop his ultimate. He still had Unbreakable Will. Maxwell backs away with his team there. There's the ultimate in from Kozq, but a flash forward from Pinoy. He tries to pick up the kill. Double kill now in for Pinoy, though. A 2-for-0, but everyone is critical for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, everybody dropped pretty low. They're still looking to push. Wendelbo in that... Oh, whoa.
And Pinoy now, Woolite is getting all the damage off as they stick around. Copenhagen Wolves maybe biting off a little more they can chew, staying around when it was so low, and Woolite on Ezreal will happily clean up that one.
Yeah, he will. Man, Copenhagen Wolves have been looking pretty good this game. They've now got a 10k gold lead, and Inspire just really haven't had an answer to the Wolves ever since Soren started opening up this game. Ever since Soren got his 3 kills, there's really been no response from Inspire. They've tried to make fights happen, but Wendelboe, as he said, died without using his ultimate during this entire fight here. So actually goes on to Soren. Like, there's a lot of points here where Wendelboe could be looking to ult soon, but the fight gets split, so I think he second guesses himself, then takes a massive amount of damage, and ends up a little too low after that, and it's just like, okay, well, I guess I'm dead here then.
Yeah, a little weird. And this fight was just finished off by, well, like getting a bit of poke damage, but then Copenhagen will stay around.
And that was Pinoy just having the shield on him there as well, always being able to go forward. Troen got caught out himself, but it was a nice little consolation pick-off for Inspire, but honestly, Copenhagen Wolves are in such a good spot right now.
They really are. And Kasing, you're about to be wrong, because you said 2-0.
Oh, that's very true. That is true. Okay.
There's still time for you to be right, but it's not looking good.
Second banner minion. The first one went down mid lane. Not really the best place to send it.
Nope.
Second one went into bottom lane and promptly dies, because that's where Pinoy is with
everyone else.
And they're able to just chunk through it. So realistically, it needs to be in a side lane, not with Pinoy in, because otherwise it doesn't do too much.
Well, we've got another one in maybe 90 seconds from now. So hopefully I survive that long and can use that again. But seems fairly unlikely as Sartorius is trying to clear the top wave. And Bot is slowly dying to Copenhagen Wolves. They have all the time in the world. They don't need to be aggressive. They don't need to engage on the tower. They just need to poke away the turret. And once they do, it's basically curtains for Inspire right now. I
mean, this is the point of the game where Copenhagen Wolves can continue to just move forward with Pinoy. Like, always be putting out damage, always be looking for engages. Like in the bottom lane with Pinoy going forward now. As soon as they spot nobody is behind this turret, everybody from Inspire moved up because they didn't have vision control of Copenhagen Wolves moving through their own jungle.
And in this situation, the defending team should be slightly faster to react because they have less room to go. But Copenhagen Wolves still beat them. So
right, but that was the Wolves kind of pre-planning that. They said, let's drop into the jungle, sweep everything out. They won't be able to spot us. And as soon as we see them head towards mid lane, we rush in, get the Lulu on the Lucian, go in bot lane. And that's exactly what they did, and it works out very well. Again, we're in this situation around the Baron, where Inspire just don't have the vision. Copenhagen Wolves have started it up.
Wendelboe just failed his pulverize, and that's the Baron going over to Troven, so there's no reason for Inspire to be here anymore. Sartorius goes down. Wendelboe going to beat the sacrificial cow. He goes out for the double kill for Pinoy. And CosQ is taking so much damage from the Lucian, though. The culling is used and jukes him away. Maybe he can get the kill. Stops the ultimate with the 1v2, the triple, the quadra kill in for Pinoy. Can he make it the Penta?
He's
going up against Woolite. Goes for the one-on-one. Woolite, he gets it! He shuts him down for the Penta kill.
Holy Penta kill. Man, that was a sick play from Pinoy to get that 1v1 at the end. It looked like Woolite had it. The more of Marmortius procced, and it looked like he had enough to survive through, but Pinoy has gone completely ham to end this game.
That was the most intense 1v1 for a pentakill I've ever seen, and that will also draw this game to a close. Copenhagen Wolves with the first win of this best of two.
Oh, that was pretty sweet to see.
I want to see that one again in slow motion, like 0.25 speed, because a lot happens in those couple seconds.
Yeah, that whole sequence was everything from just cancelling the culling, making sure he can catch up, and then Woolite. So Woolite didn't give him the pentakill in the sense that he just walks up. Woolite's like, if you want the pentakill, you're going to have to come through me.
Yeah.
And Pinoy goes, all right, got ya.
Yep.
And then, just...
However, props to Woolite for actually going for that, because he could just sat at base and deny the penta, but he actually went for the duel. He was just like, I will have this gentleman's 1v1 shootout saloon with you.
The gatekeeper of the pentakill.
And it was like, no one else was going to interact in that. It was a pure 1v1. So... That's good to see.
Dear.
Respect to Woolite.
Respect to Woolite.
Yeah. Still
I mean, he lost. He lost the duel, but like, I guess there's no shame in losing in that duel.
Not in that way.
Not in that way.
If you brought like a friend along, it's just like waiting off to the side. It's like as soon as he starts losing, you cocoon him.
Dear.
But he wasn't playing Elise, so.
That was a pretty explosive ending to the game. Fairly slow paced game. I was kind of expecting that from having like an Ezreal on one side, and then the Lulu Lucian on the other side, where it just extends the game a little bit. It's not quite the same as the Corki fast siege that we've seen other games, so a little bit more tempered from both teams that game, but ultimately Kissing was wrong.
Yeah,
I think that is the takeaway.
That is the takeaway. That is the bottom line. Anyway, we have to take a quick breather, but we'll return in 3.5, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the 2016 European Challenger Series, and we are almost ready to dive into Game 2 between Copenhagen Wolves and IE.
Yeah, we are. And I did not expect that game to end with a pentakill.
I know. It was the best way to go for a pentakill as well.
First one for us in Challenger Series 2016. I'm trying to think about 2015.
Yeah.
Did we have
That's a very easy statement to make after
Hey,
like
whoa,
1
whoa,
week
whoa.
and like 3 games.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There
like
is nothing
over the whole season of
factually-
2016 so far in Challenger, that's the first pentakill. I think we're going to see it again soon, very soon.
You keep going. Apparently, I'm not allowed to say things.
I mean, Pinoy actually did really well in that game. 13 KDA was ridiculous, adding on the pentakill. I mean, up until that point, but I believe we're going to see it again. Or maybe I'm being baited. Maybe that's the thing.
Probably being baited right now, which probably is just a little bit of punishment. For,
Maybe.
for that.
Maybe.
I'm sorry
Yeah,
that I
it's
can't be
karma.
factually correct about some things, Pulse. Like, I mean, yeah, that's tilted me. You've actually tilted me off that.
This is what tilt looks like, ladies and
I'm
gentlemen.
gonna wait for you to say something stupid and then be like, "No, Pulse, that's stupid." Like, anyway. Well, somebody that did say something that has turned out to be a little bit of egg on their face is Kasing.
Yeah.
Because Kasing said Inspire would win this 2-0. I will stop saying this after a while. But now that we've actually had the first win for Copenhagen Wolves, that gives you a decent idea about expectations coming into this. I mean, I've kind of felt like Wolves were one of the strongest teams when you look at like the likes of Pinoy, the names here. When you look at Soren and Wicked as well, on a challenger level, they're a pretty strong lineup. But it says a lot.
They really are. One last thing on the Kasing thing. He was talking about it being like the 2v2 matchup between top and jungle.
Sure.
We didn't really see a whole lot of that.
That's fair.
And I mean, Max Lord did not necessarily like massively outshine Troven. Specifically, Troven got those early game kills and set them up with those aggressive flashes into the cocoons.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a thing. But
I know he's probably not watching, unfortunately.
no.
He's enjoying his moment in the sun with. There's a TV show on about him in like now.
Oh
believe it or
yeah,
not,
yeah.
in the UK. So he's probably like gathered all of his friends.
Get 2
to
monitors, watch
yeah,
both. Don't miss this
exactly.
action.
Anyway, we are into picks and bans.
We are.
A lot of the same, but a LeBlanc ban coming out. Did not see that in the last series. Now,
Everything else is the
Inspire
same.
have a red side on this and could easily have counterpicked mid lane. So interesting to see the LeBlanc come out as a ban from the Wolves. Normally you'd see it blind picked. I guess you could blind pick it on like third rotation and then counterpick top. But we have seen CosQ play a lot, so it's a strange one. The rest of the bans, Fiora, Kalista, Gangplank, Lulu, and Corki, really nothing different there. Alistair is available, Trundle is up, could be a support pick first. Graves is up.
There's a lot up.
There's a lot up.
Yes.
Like,
There's so many
none
different
of the
directions
above.
to go. Lucian, I was not expecting as the first pick.
Neither was I. I will say that as well.
I mean, we have seen like early picks of like Kalista, like very big impact AD carries. Pinoy did well as the Lucian,
Yeah.
but the first pick, and now leaving Graves and Alistair, who will be picked away here from Inspire.
So, I like the pickup, because with Kalista banned, and now Lucian going up as the first pick, what it says to Inspire is you have a few options. Same situation as earlier. Corki AD carry is one option. The Misfortune, the Ezreal are like the other options. But Corki and Ezreal and Misfortune have their issues. Like they're pretty separate issues, like almost polar opposites of the other. It's like Ezreal needs time, Misfortune runs out of time without a good team fight. So now we got to look at what Inspire default to when they're put on a bit of a difficult situation on their AD carry.
Oh, Elise up again, and Sir Nukeslot is picking up Trundle. I want him to pick something different. That's all I want in life. But it's been what, 4 Trundle games?
That's all you want in life?
Yeah, right now. That's
all he wants
that's
in
all
life.
I want.
Okay.
I want to see a new support.
Okay.
This Trundle.
It sounds like a toddler. Like,
Yeah, but like
that's
I'm an
all I
easy
want.
person to please. Like that's not a bad thing.
I guess not.
Someone's gonna
But
gift that. I know
at
it.
that point, we will go back to talk a bit about the Graves, the Alistair. Very standard first rotations coming out from Inspire. Don't really show too much, other than they now have a jungler that requires a little bit more resources to carry, because it's that carry jungler as opposed to the facilitator. And now that is a pick I know you are very happy to talk about in the Shen.
Yeah, I may have to talk about it later because I may not stop talking for around 20 minutes. But TLDR, this is the new Shen. We're on 6-2, and he has changes to W, Spirit's Refuge, and his Q, Twilight's Assault. So yeah, lots of changes, but we will get into them later. I just want to know what lane he's in first so we can break that down.
One thing I will kind of precede all of this with, as you said, we're on 6.2, which is the rework. Jhin is not available. Shen is available.
Yep.
So just for clarity's sake,
Also,
Shen not classed as a big enough rework.
yes, Kalista also. Kindred not in with Sona.
Yes. Yeah.
Because Sona causes people to crash when you spectator.
Which unfortunately is quite useful for us with
Yes.
spectating.
I would
Anyway,
quite like to watch this game.
so Poppy for the second time today. We
And
saw
Lux.
Morsu playing earlier, and this is a flip around for the mid laners if we see an Ari locked in. But this is now counterpick territory. That was actually the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Look
You
at
read
this.
my mind.
Just finishing each other's sentences.
That's not good.
No, it is not. Get out of my head. Okay, last pick. What's it gonna be from Inspire? Could be a variety of things. There's so many things left open.
Yeah, I like Cosq. It's likely to be something like an Ari, something with catch potential.
Yeah, maybe even Cassiopeia.
I'm assuming, yeah, with the Alistair locked in, Shen's actually going up to the top lane. Huh. So it's interesting because a lot of the discussions that I've had with people about Shen has been how Shen seemingly fits more of a support role. But this was before Shen actually was released,
Correct.
right? So this was a lot of theoretical
crafting,
discussion
yeah.
about how strong the ability to deny the 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane was. Top lane, I guess it would have the same kind of effect. You deny the ability to trade 1 versus 1. So I'm now really intrigued by this top lane matchup, especially during somebody that wants to against somebody that wants to trade heavily like Poppy. Last pick was that Lissandra coming in from the middle lane for Cosq. This now gives a lot of global potential for Inspire. They can look to 1-3-1 fairly easily off this.
Lissandra's a last pick. So often we see an early pickup of Lissandra, but making all the way to the last rotation. But yeah, 1-3-1 is a very real possibility, especially with top lane Shen as well. Double teleport as well, so IE could really control the map. And this is one of the, I think, the first series that we could see a series actually go to 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Because like IE have a good draft. Last game they didn't even play badly. It wasn't even just like a complete stomp. So this could definitely swing the other way. That being said, from Copenhagen Wolves with the Lux once again. First pick on Lucian though to Pinoy. Have to see if that actually pays off. The first pick of Kalista really did for Holy Phoenix in the first series. Lucian, I have to see if it will pan out.
Yeah, we saw Soren have a good game as well. Soren was really the foundation of game 1 of this series, so now we have to see whether Soren can have the same start to game with the Lux as he did with the Ari. But there's some cool things in this game. I'm looking forward to this Poppy versus Shen match up top.
Well, hop on Twitter, use the hashtag CWWin and hashtag IEWin. I saw a lot of you in the IE camp last game. It was 71%. I'm sure you did that because of Kasing. He was wrong. I want you to use your own minds and go for what you think, what your heart tells you.
What's this?
It is the Spirit Blade stress.
Ooh.
It is. And now commences me talking about Shen for 20 minutes.
What I will say is, it's not very ninja-like to have a giant sword appear before you arrive.
Well, Shen's
is
not
it?
a very ninja-y ninja.
Right,
He's the type of ninja who wants to get hit in the face a lot. Like,
but
what
he
other
is a
ninja does that?
Like, I'm just saying, Paul.
Well, if what he already does is taunt people to get punched, like, having that doesn't really, like, change things much.
That's true.
Like, it's not even
I'm just
stealthy.
saying, it's like announcing the presence of a ninja. It's not great.
Yeah.
Clearly
It's like
not
a
from the
foghorn.
League of Assassins.
It's like, I'm engaging. Soren. Spot out this invade from IE. They'll get down the early vision. God damn it, Lux.
Oh, I forgot about that. Although I did laugh at somebody in solo queue for like 20 minutes straight yesterday, which is quite funny.
I mean, tilt is very important in solo queue. That's why you hit the mastery emote when you kill them. Like,
but
it's important.
We didn't really see anything like that in the last game, though. Like, we saw Copenhagen Wolves playing very composed. Even Inspire, while playing behind, were very composed as well. Like, they weren't just crumbling apart. Unlike in our first series today, where kind of Huma just went, well, we're going to take everything.
Yeah.
And then SK just were like, well, we can't do anything against this. We just give you our base. So I expect this game, again, to be a fairly long one. We've got the Lucian, this time with no Lulu, against the Ezreal. So there is some sense of building time over this. Lux needs a couple of items. So does that Lucian and the Ezreal. So.
Okay, so lane swap up here. We're going to have the bot lane go into the top lane from Copenhagen Wolves, and the double jungle already started by Sartorius. This is particularly good for Shen because he actually gets extra damage to minions and monsters from Twilight Assault, so they'll clear this initial jungle a little bit faster. It's only 30 at rank 1, but because it's 3 auto attacks, it's 90 extra damage per rotation, so just a little bit faster. So going for this double jungle is quite nice for Inspire. And now Troven and Wicked will head into the enemy jungle, take away the Grump. Maybe it can take a little bit more. Will this be read out by Inspire, who will head into the enemy jungle themselves and take away this blue buff? Or will they head into mid lane, try and get something to happen? Nice read by Soren. Will place down the ward, so now they have to back away. They know where the position is, and that means that they can go for this blue, but Copenhagen Wolves have the information that they're doing so.
Yeah, it gave Troven a lot of security there, just to get that information. Wicked joined in the push fairly early on, faster than Sartorius. Sartorius is actually waiting off at the side, so without the wave pushing up yet, it means Inspire ahead of the play. Sorry, Inspire behind the play, as Wolves already have that tower down under half health. The Wolves are ahead of the play.
Yes, important difference there.
It is very important.
So yeah, not going to see the Shen matchup in this game. It's not going to see all those interesting lane mechanics, but...
Yeah, I'm a little sad.
Me too. I'm very sad. But we will see some of the combos that Shen now has, like you want to shadow dash through your opponent, then click Q to get the extra damage and attack speed from your Q. And then you hit W, Spirit's Refuge. Spirit's Refuge is very easy to activate. It has a long cooldown, but because his energy mechanic got changed, it now has 400 energy instead of 100, and it only costs 40. You can basically activate it whenever. So there'll never really be a situation where Shen will be left without his Spirit's Refuge. And right now, Maxwell could really use it in the mid lane, dropping very low, looking for the finish off by Soren, activates the E, picks up first blood. Kozku tries to save his ally, but he's dead, and he'll have to back away.
At that point, Maxlaw just caught out in a position right there that he thought maybe they had the edge on. Maybe they were looking for, you know, the damage down onto Soren and Troven, but man, this Lux Elise catch potential is not something to mess around with. You land one of those abilities, the follow-up will be easy to land as well. Kozku is going to teleport back to lane. Soren, of course, is running Cleanse, so that was one of the big things that kicked that off. Up in this top lane now, though, Sartorius has to be careful. He is level 3, so we'll have access to all of his abilities, but he reads that something's up and backs himself away.
He sniffs it out. What I want to keep track of is whether Shen was a better pick than Tam Kenshir for IE, because you have the potential pick potential that you were just talking about from Troven and Soren, which just picked up the first blood. Okay. Tam Kench wouldn't have been able to save him there, but as the game goes on, Tam Kench invalidates a lot of that pick potential just by devouring. Shen does something similar with his ultimate and being able to save them, but if they die too quickly, specifically early game when the shield only does 250 shielding, it may not be enough.
So I think the other aspect of that, and we'll hold on to this as Troven dropped pretty low there.
Get him.
Wicked's...
I mean, he's probably not going to die, but...
Yeah, I was just like, Maxlow's just shooting off at that point. It's just like... I'm gonna get you if it's the last thing I do. No, the one difference between the two is Shen has an actual global, if that makes sense, compared to the Abyssal Voyage, which is like that limited range. So as the game goes on, the 131 becomes easier from Inspire to pull off.
That is correct. And also Shen can duel people, whereas Tam Kench just kind of sits there, and he doesn't really kill you, but he's very, very annoying. And
of course, as a reminder, 6.2 with the Shen rework, there are also Tam Kench nerfs, so a little bit less damage on Tam Kench. I'm happy to see the Shen. I really have been looking forward to seeing who brings him out in competitive, and whether it's top or support.
Yeah, Sartorius actually started with the Darren shield here. I was debating with some people whether it's actually worth going with Darren shield now, or you just go Darren's blade, because you get the health back and you basically make up for the health regen by hitting minions. And it gives you extra damage versus the Darren shield, which doesn't give you that much anymore, and is the least efficient Darren's item to start off the game. So Darren's blade gives you a little bit more, but it just depends on playstyle, also depends how you're going to play the lane, and also how the early game goes. So really just down to personal preference, but I do personally run the Darren's blade.
Okay. Well, if that's what you do,
Thank you for that fact, Pulse. Yeah. In the mid lane, though, Kozku with the ultimate. Wendelberg's there with the flash, the pulverize, and Woolite with the damage. They just need one more auto attack, and it's supplied by Kozku for the kill.
I'm glad Inspire there were to break up that awkward moment as Kozku picked the engage, But Soren was not expecting the follow-up from 3 other people in that situation as well. And couldn't get himself away.
No, he could not.
I'm just checking the cooldown on Soren's cleanse. There was a bit of a spectator bug, so I can't see whether it was actually available at the time. I think it was, but I would assume it had just come off cooldown.
Yep. One nice thing is it's very easy to CS under tower now as Shen, because your Q does more damage to both minions and monsters, and specifically minions. You can last hit them very easily, even if they're awkward health when they hit the turret, because often it's just like, well, I can only CS these if they're at a certain health, so the tower hits them and then you hit them. But now with the Shen, you can actually last hit.
Willite dodging in the same direction as the binding and banking that it didn't hit him.
It's a bold
good
play.
read. Good read. To know.
And you
that one, not so good.
He's not level 6 as well, and he may get the execute, but Warlight's presence is enough to stop them from just all-hitting him. And Troven was very low there. Wicked popping his ultimate, CC's Wendelbo, but he was more trying to get away from Maxlaw.
And the fact that Wicked has his ultimate and Sartorius is only level 5 right now highlights an issue that just across the board Inspire have. Their AD carry is half a level down. The top lane for Inspire is a whole level down. There's big experience disparities between these two teams on some of the key members. If Inspire can get a little bit of time just in the lanes to soak up some waves, they may be able to equal that out if they can force Copenhagen Wolves away, perhaps. But that is a problem as we get towards these first few skirmishes, first few fights, that may make the game tough for Inspire. Ooh, blue buff! Oh,
Not quite there.
Nearly.
Look at that swing, though. Copenhagen Wolves now with 74%. You were 71% before this in the first game. That's all because of Kasing.
Turncoats.
Sheeple.
Sheeple.
But to go back on that
Don't
point...
worry, viewers. I'm still fine with you changing your minds. Remember that I will always support your changing of decisions.
Remember that I'm always judging you. But I wasn't the same. But to go back on that point, that has the biggest impact when you're around the level 6 area.
Yeah.
And because Copenhagen Wolves had that window and they couldn't utilize it, I.e. even went for the dragon when they were level 5 versus many level 6s and still got that. So I think the window may have closed.
Yes, for now it has. The next time that'll kind of open back up again is, you know, the difference between rank 2 ult and rank 1 is just that difference between cooldowns and damage on different ults. It's not as drastic as the level 6 point, but it certainly is that
the window
another
opens
a little bit. There's just like a draft comes in.
It's not quite like a revolving door where like every like level 11, level 16 you have an opening, but
no, exactly. But no, the key point has gone, but the fact that it's only half a level isn't that big of a factor anymore.
Yeah.
But if that level disparity does increase, then there is a fair difference between the two.
That is a true statement.
Thanks, Pulse.
No problem, Stress.
I'm glad you got my back.
Yeah.
Unlike our viewers, who you don't have their back of at all, apparently.
Well, there's many backs to have, so I can't cover all of that. Mid lane though, Soren, level 8, level 9 Kozku, compare that to level 5 Nuxalot, who has not really been in lanes very often, so not been soaking up a lot of experience. As long as he gets level 6, that's all he really wants. Wendelbo the same. They just need the ultimates for survivability, both of them.
Wendelbo is soaking up experience now, as is Sir Nuxalot. So, didn't realize Sir Nuxalot was actually the one that picked up the Rift Herald. So that's a different one. The North American casters for the LCS were like Jat and Kobe were like, you should give it to junglers. You should always give it to. Like, they're on this jungler crusade. I think it's fine to give it to AD carries as well. Kozku flashed the ult.
Wow, he actually gets the ultimate on Panoy as he jumps out, and Troven now comes in and stops out Maxtor. Now everyone closes in around him and should be able to pick up this kill. The tower shot will finish him off, and the culling onto Warlight. Wendelbo will block it with his body. They both jump away. The ultimate used by Wicked and knocking Kozku out of the fight, maybe to stop the CC, maybe not the best target. Sartorius is now thrown into the wall, CC'd up, Troven's also there, and Copenhagen Wolves find another kill, 2-0 in that chase.
Inspire just trying to force things off that play from Kozku, and Kozku managed to get himself out alive. And like, looking at that, Inspire are going aggressive as the team with 2 teleports, all into one lane. They use the Shen ult to get them back in, still have both teleports available. Wicked TP's in as well. Like, Copenhagen Wolves dealt with that fairly well, considering all of the damage that went on Pinoy to begin that. Pinoy didn't actually die. Just real weird play out by Inspire, trying to get themselves aggressive into that setup there. We'll take another look at it again. This is all the damage onto Pinoy that Ezreal actually didn't hit. And then they flashed past the turret at this point, both KazQ and Maxlaw. Really odd.
There's the taunt. Sartorius.
the Poppy knockback.
Yeah, so it's so difficult to judge whether a Poppy ultimate is good or not until you've seen the entire trade and then can review it. Because you don't know if knocking them away at that instant is good because you could have picked them off maybe, or at the same time they could have done enough to stop another kill from happening, so it's just difficult to judge.
I think that one for me is well, we'll get to that.
Well, Maxlaw is pretty dead.
Yeah.
There's not much really to add on that one.
Well, that for me, it kind of depends on the health of the person that you hit back.
Yeah.
Right? So if you hit somebody that's full health, like, sweet, got it. If you hit somebody back that's like actually about to die, it's still fine because you even up the numbers, you just don't get the kill from it, if that makes sense. So, as you said, it kind of relies on the rest of the fight to see how good it is.
Yep.
But, like, this is going to sound weird, but it's something I was talking to Crepo about, and Crepo explained on the LCS about using Poppy ult to zone as well. Is like, it can be used very effectively and still not hit. You can channel it while walking up to an enemy tower, and anybody that steps forward has to back away, otherwise you hit them away, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, even if it doesn't get unleashed and hit somebody back, it can still have that value.
Which is nice because you get some of the cooldown back when you don't use it.
Yeah.
So as a zoning tool, very nice. Soren, still laughing.
I mean, wouldn't you be if,
I mean, he's
if
2-1-1.
KazQ like flashes forward into
Yeah, I mean, I'll take
top
it.
lane and that?
True shot in the top lane, also clearing waves. There's a lot of wave clear in this game from both teams.
Yeah, there is. We got a Lissandra, we got a Lux,
Graves,
Lucian.
Ezreal ult. There's a lot, is what we're trying to say.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of a game last week.
Which was in the second spot of the day as well.
Yes.
It was,
It's a sign.
And so what that led to, though, was I'm going to say it, I'm going to say Balls to the Walls third series, where it was as crazy. So I'm sure that's a reference to, like, squash. And nothing else.
I wondered where you were going with that, but that was hashtag saved, so good job. Now we have the 1v1, yes. Okay. Herald's been taken, but I want to talk about the bot lane, where Sartorius is 1v1ing Wicked.
Well, Wicked has a 2-level advantage on Sartorius. That's going to make that 1v1 a little trickier.
We're still looking at the Herald.
To the point where I'm pretty sure
Will I?
Sartorius...
Will I?
I'm pretty sure Sartorius doesn't want to trade. It's like, oh, you're a Poppy. You have a Sunfire cape, and you're going to just push me into a wall, and I can't Shadow Dash away. Seems like a bad trade for me.
Yes, even if they were equal, it's really annoying because if you go into trade, then as soon as you come out of the taunt, she just, combos you into a wall, or she predicts you go for the taunt, and then you get knocked up before you reach her, and then she all-ins you. So there's no real win situation for Shen in that matchup.
Yeah.
He just
also,
feels sad.
The fact that, like, the only real win Shen gets from that is, like, he procs his W, and it's like, ha, your buckler damage.
Yeah, blocked that one.
Blocked your buckler. Now you got to run to me and pick it up. Oh, you picked it up and then pushed me into a wall? Okay.
The problem is that's never ever really efficient because unless your Spirit Blade happens to be there, you have to use your Twilight Assault to grab your sword and then Spirit's Refuge, which is a lot of energy. It's 140 at rank 1 and 100 at max rank for Twilight Assault, then Spirit's Refuge, which is a flat 40 all the way. So that's still like 180 very early into the game is ridiculous. You don't want to be spending all of that energy straight up. And because your energy refunds at the same rate it used to do when you had 100 energy, you basically get like none of it back. You have to hit things with Twilight Assault or your E to get your energy back. So TLDR, you don't really want to use it just to buck the buckler.
That was a long explanation for that. However, we might see it in action, Pulse.
Oh no. I mean,
Sartorius, does he know what's coming?
But he doesn't have his shield.
He didn't block it. There we go. It's done.
Okay.
We got our answer to the question. Is it worth?
No.
No. No, it is not worth. Also, the buckler didn't do a whole lot of damage as it was anyway.
Whoop. Dodged it. Gets the minion wave, though.
Yep.
That's all he really needed. We're going to get a lot of situations like this where you have like 3 people walk up to a tower and it's just like, well, there's someone with wave clear here, so I guess we have to back away for 20 seconds.
Of course, those are Rift Herald minions, not Baron minions, so no extra MR.
Nope. Not
That
tankier.
comes later.
They get more attack speed, and you get 10% extra damage, and you get movement speed.
But no extra MR.
Nope. But if you get a Banner of Command...
People are going to be like, can they stop talking about Banner of Command?
It's such a good item, though.
Like,
just try it. Don't knock it until you tried it.
It actually is a really solid item in this current meta. Like, when controlling side waves is so important, the ability to do it passively, just to go, and now I win this lane, like, have it push, really can't be understated.
Very nice into pure AP matchups as well. Like, we didn't see it come to fruition in the last game because Soren grouped up with his team, but if Soren had been by himself, he can't really... It stymies the push greatly.
Yeah. 2 items that are really good, as we've alluded to. Banner, and then Hex Drinker.
And Hex
Like,
Drinker.
anytime you see 2 APs on the enemy team, you'll see the Hex Drinkers. On, like, top laners, junglers,
Look,
anybody
Maxwell's
that
even
can build
building
it. Yeah, even AD carries, like Ezreal can build it as a 3rd item.
Especially because of
Not a
blue
problem.
build. I mean, it's like it's purple, so it's still within the same kind of color range.
Only when you put it in more of Malmortius.
Yes,
Otherwise, it's
correct.
orange and it's a complementary color, but
doesn't really fit the same palette.
no.
Yeah. The end goal is there.
It is, and there is a Hex Drinker on Maxwell, so...
Yes. That's basically the build for Graves regardless. Like, sometimes he'll go for Starks first, sometimes he'll go for Ghostblade if he's in no danger of being killed by someone, but he'll always finish those 2 items.
So more of Malmortius is so good, not only for the shield, but the passive that's on it as well. So when the shield actually procs, for the amount of time you remain in combat, you get extra attack speed, lifesteal spellvamp. Like, that trio of things is so good on anybody that builds a Hex Drinker.
The key word is until you're out of combat.
Yes.
So you can go away.
Whoa, Woolite! Goodbye!
He's out of there.
There's the combo.
Home run. Yeah. I mean, he got caught, so...
Yeah, that's one binding for you.
Oh, Wicked did not block that with the steadfast presence, and now Maxwell's coming in. Now he uses it, but Sartorius is still chasing after. He has Shadow Dash in 5 seconds, so they can't really chase after him because the W gives you extra movement speed from Poppy, so she's out. Mid lane, though, that was a big commitment, and I don't think they can clear this away. The Sanjin in the top lane, Woolite's dead, and Maxwell was on bot lane, so middle turret picked up for Copenhagen Wolves.
Now, do Wolves continue to push and just give away this top tower? It's already so low. They have to recognize that it was going anyway. Good knockup.
Nice combo from Wendelbo. It also clears out the minion wave and gives Maxwell time to come in. And now the collapse coming in from Kozq. Is it enough though? Troven comes out and is locked up with the ultimate, but Kozq pays for it with his life. And Panoy is hammering away with the cutting. He's dancing on the outside of the fight, but this time Woolite will get the better of him and pick up the kill. Wicked now trying to escape this one. There's the ultimate right through the goalposts. And everyone will back away from Copenhagen Wolves. A 1-for-1 after all of that from both teams.
Soren is going to be kicking himself. His ult went down away from the fight. The damage is still not done.
Maxlaw's out.
I think Maxlaw was in the E before it proc then. And
I
the
think he
hammer
would have
knocked him
died.
away.
Like, if he wasn't knocked away, I think he would have died.
Would have been real close. But Soren, if we get a chance to see that fight again, you'll see his ult goes down away from the fight. Ooh, that ult didn't go away. Woolite, no more hairs left on the back of his neck.
Nope.
So this is the fight again. We'll see it again. So at this point, Inspire know they have the double TP comp. They can come in here. They use a Shen ultimate to do it as well. So this is a good setup for the fight. Watch Soren. Spot something in the horizon. Ult's down and away. So didn't really get the damage. Imagine now if that added damage was on 2 or 3 people from Inspire.
Yeah.
This kiting back from the Wolves, they've got blue buff on Soren, so that mana's coming back pretty quickly to be able to clear this next wave out. So Soren will really hate himself for that ult.
I think I would have liked to see a self-ult by Kozq. When the instant he teleported in, he has 3 members around him, and he could have self-ult and got the damage and survived. But he used it aggressively on Troven to try and pick up the kill. Troven was already building magic resist and has now completed the Spirit Visage, so it was hard to pick up that kill, but That's so difficult to call
Yeah.
in the heat of the moment.
And I mean, that's one of the hidden strengths of Lissandra, right? Is that you take up a lot of time in a team fight. You ult yourself. Once you have Zhonya's, which now CosQ has, you use that as well. By the time you've Zhonya's ulted and you're kind of running around in a fight, it's like 7.5 seconds.
Yeah.
That you're actually keeping people busy. And they can't kill you. They have to kind of be aware of your positioning, because as soon as you come out of those status effects, you're like Ring of Frost or Q, and then everybody gets locked down with some kind of crowd control. So you have to respect it. Lux Laser goes in.
Not today.
A little bit early, but
gets it. Yeah, I remember Stress saying in week 1 of the LCS.
yeah,
about
that guy. I
it was a good
remember him
point.
talking about
Yeah.
that. I think it was week 2 actually.
Week 2? Okay.
Yeah, maybe day 2.
Yeah, I think it was just
Maybe you
this
should
guy
check
Pulse
that
as
out.
well. Yeah. He was talking about like Lissandra or something.
You sure he wasn't talking about Alistair?
I think
Well,
he was actually.
what we should be talking about is Copenhagen Wolves pushing down the inner tower in the middle lane.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves have been playing so well this series. Like, they take one kill or they take like one small advantage and they instantly go for an objective and take it.
Yeah.
Um,
They've been very good with, converting picks into actual objectives, which was surprising because last week that was something they weren't doing effectively. They got stalled out with that disengage kind of composition, always on the back foot, couldn't really get any kind of engages, and it just wasn't working for them. Saying that, Inspire on the other side recognize there's an opening mid, take that for themselves.
It's an outer turret though, which is easier to get to versus an inner turret that was picked up by Copenhagen Wolves there. And now they just have more pressure that they can apply in the jungle of Inspire. They do need to get those side lanes down though, but the mid lane is typically the hardest. But really we haven't seen that synergy from top and jungle that Kasing was alluding to. We've really just seen like the top lane is by themselves. The jungle is really just assisting the rest of the teams, and that has been down to the compositions that have been run. For example, like we're seeing a 1-3-1 in this game. We saw like a 1-4 last game as well of Sartorius. So there's no real reason for Maxwell to be interacting with him. Maybe you could argue like a composition that would force more interaction between the laners could yield better results, but it's hard to say.
So Inspire now have that pink ward on the Baron, trying to maintain some control. What they need to do for the next step, even though they are behind, it is kind of the next evolution of that because they're trying to play this 1-3-1, is they need to clear out the pink wards in the top side jungle and just the wards that are spattered around the jungle openings at a minimum. You can't play aggressive on your side lanes if you don't have the vision control to match it. And that's going to be the struggle right now, is that, look, pink ward here on the blue buff, they've also got a ward on the entrance just above it. Pink wards all the way through this jungle. Look, Inspire didn't clean this out, which means the Wolves have full vision of the fact that Inspire have gone down through the jungle, and now Wendelboe is caught.
But now he pops his ultimate very early, and he's able to back away and take less damage from this one, so he's going to stay alive. And those are 3 people locked up dealing with Alistair. But bot lane didn't even go down.
Right, and the difference here is, yes, they were locked up dealing with Alistair, but Inspire couldn't move forward without the Alistair, and Copenhagen Wolves are already bringing their wave clear down. So it means that they get slowed out. Mid lane wasn't pushed in properly either. Top lane had to recall from CosQ just backed away. So all of the pressure that was built up from top and bottom pushing in from Sartorius and CosQ just gets released because the team was tracked all the way through the jungle. If that is done in the darkness, where nobody from Copenhagen Wolves sees that, Inspire potentially either get the bottom tower or get a pick. And in that position, Copenhagen Wolves can't really react as quickly.
Well, Inspire still behind in this game, but not as much as it's kind of felt because of all the aggressive plays from Copenhagen Wolves. Only around 2,500 gold. And 2 dragons have gone over to them. It's very unlikely with one of the dragons going over to Copenhagen Wolves, we're going to see 5 dragons from Inspire. But they do have a lot of wave clear. And they do have Shen in the side lane as well. So there's potential, but unlikely. Mid lane, Soren's going to continue wave clearing. 3-1 and 2 right now. Sat on 2 big items plus his blasting wand. Compared to his opposite number, who has those 2 big items and almost a death cap on CosQ. That spike will be really nice in the next fight. Will I also pick up the Hex Drinker you were talking about earlier, Stress, where AD carry can go for that one. Broken the color palette, but once he goes into more, it will have fixed itself.
Yeah, it will.
Don't know what that Vamp Scepter's doing there, though.
It's just ruining the decorum.
Yeah.
Oh, the wolves.
Well, Woolite, it's not dead yet.
Well, he's got his
the
E,
smite comes out and jumps over the wall. That was actually a nice position from Woolite. He stayed near the wall just in case they happened to stun up, so he could E over. But yeah, I thought they were going to jump on him when he was locked into his ultimate animation. Top tower is being completely destroyed, and IE only now react to it. Kozku is roaming up. They keep it alive, but it will be dead soon.
This is most of the difference here, is that look at the wards deep from Copenhagen Wolves. Yes, there are a spattering of wards very pulled back in the Inspire jungle. They go aggressive.
Well, Trowan has to come back up at some time, and there goes the ultimate from Kozku, but Maxwell doesn't really have the damage by himself. Woolite now coming in. There's the ultimate, flashes away from him, but still gets hit. Wendelbo with the ultimate on top of him. Sartorius comes into the fight, looking for the lockdown. There's the shutdown in from Sartorius, in from the Shen. Maxwell's now being chased out, but he turns around and gets the kill off, and he goes into Sterex. He's still alive. Wicked tries to get the damage out, but it's not enough. 3-0 to Inspire.
Great fight for Inspire, and they just had enough vision to control that fight all the way around. There you saw Maxlaw's Maw of Malmortius proc, and then that's why he was just unkillable at that point. The rest of the team were blocking for him, and the ability for him to just continue to regen. That is likely to be the Baron going over to Inspire. Trovan is not around for 14 seconds. It's never going to get there in time, so that is going to go over to Inspire, and that pretty much just turns the game around.
Yeah. The Baron is huge. Not only the extra gold it gives, but maybe the potential over the next couple of minutes. We're going to see the opening up to that fight as Kozku comes in.
So this is all from Trovan going too deep. He goes into the vision of Inspire and looks to tower dive when realistically the rest of his team could have taken that tower on its own. Soren forced to cleanse and flash away wasn't enough, as there were 3 people from Inspire on the damage dealers for the Copenhagen Wolves for the entire first couple of seconds of this fight. Wicked can't do enough in this situation to actually take anybody out. Ends up in a double kill for Kozku, 3 kills overall, and Inspire have just come back in this game.
Yeah, and as you correctly mentioned, that was more, but also Face of the Mountain was used on him by Wendelbo. I thought that was Starks. It was not.
He's building Starks next.
He is. So I'll say it in a couple minutes' time, and I'll be right. So before you hop on Twitter and tell me I'm wrong.
Hop on Twitter, tell Pulse he's wrong.
Yep, do that. Tweet at RiotPulse.
I like it, you're welcoming it.
Hashtag IE win.
Hashtag kissing was right.
Hashtag kissing was right all along. Not the 2-0, but maybe the 1-1.
Half right. We'll give him. We'll give
him. It's fine. Sartorius back in the middle lane. Has his teleport, but almost has his ultimate as well, so he'll probably start splitting again. And Wicked is not really at the stage where he can kill the Shen, so they just kind of stay up there and equally clear those waves. With both of them with a Sunfire cape, they basically just stall out. Mid lane is going down to Inspire. How much can they take off this Baron? They've already taken a lot. Mid lane tower going down, the Baron gold as well. That's also swung it into their favor. They were 2k gold down, and now they're 1k up, so...
Bot tower is likely to fall here as well, with Kozku pushing up on that. This is a good play out by Inspire, being able to take a fair amount of objectives just from this one fight that resulted in the 3-for-0. That's the problem really with well, I say problem, that's the thing with the death timers. Yeah. Is the death timers are sufficient that you can go from that fight, even on fairly low health, take the Baron, then take a lot more. Whoa!
Maxwell is surviving though. Look at the potential to stay alive. The more coming up there, and also something else shielded him. Yeah, Channel.
Plus the heal that came from Alistair.
That's why the build is just so good. Like, when he builds the Starks as well, he will be even less likely to be bursted, but just the Maw by itself, then the shielding in from Sartorius, it's so difficult to pop a single target, which Soren is finding as this game goes on.
And now the Sterix as well, Pulse.
I know, that's Sterix, yeah. So I'll call it in the next fight, and I'll
this is where he goes through untouched.
I mean, but they damage him too slowly, so it doesn't actually proc. That would be the worst.
Just like, the whole fight is Sun Nukes a lot, just hitting him with a club. Yeah. Just like slowly with
one auto attack, one auto attack. Yeah. It could happen. That is actually something that happens to Starks users, where they get damaged and killed too slowly, so that it never actually gets popped. Specifically on tanks who have a lot of resistances, if you're just in a one-on-one, you're not going to get the Starks to pop. Stark problems, boys.
Stark problems, yeah. Banner on to Wendelbo. Again, We've already kind of highlighted its usefulness. In the 1-3-1 composition now, though, as well, means that the control of the side waves is even more so in Inspire's favor. Now they have that ability to put that alongside a Shen, and it's going to push faster. Lissandra pushes fairly fast on her own. Doesn't really need that extra help, but, you know, it's nice. Could also use it in the lane against the Lux.
Yeah. With a side wave control being important right now, one day we will see Zero Portal. One day. It's not this day.
I've seen people doing it in solo queue, where you actually put it defensively. We were talking about this last night, where you put it kind of like a third to halfway up the lane, and what it means is your lane always pushes. Right. So you like always get that side lane pushing, and it's in a safe spot. I don't really think we'll see it in competitive too much.
No. But it does mean that the wave always pushes, and if you put it under a tower, no one can clear it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't actually just go up and kill it, because your wave is never going to be there, so you can hit the damn thing. And even if you are, you want to hit the tower, not the Zerop portal.
There is one problem with that, though, is that if your lane is always pushing away from you, your gold income is kind of killed off one lane. It kind of neutralizes everything, because you don't want to go up there for it to clear it out, because Zerop portal's pushing it through. So you do lose solo laner income from that. You have to supplement it with somewhere else. But if you're looking to close the game fast, maybe it works out for you. You just assist the push. But it's a lot of gold for not a whole amount of gain.
Indeed. The actual stats it gives as well is okay, but you hardly ever see Guardian Angels picked up on 5 players anymore because of the stats it gives. It's just armor and MR. Likewise with Zerop Portal, you'll just really pick up Guardian Angel on like one player, one priority pick, like a AD carry, for example. Pinoy off on this red buff. Gone for Rapid Fire Cannon after his Essence Reaver, fairly standard, and also the Mercurial Scimitar. There's a lot to Scimitar out of actually this game. The Taunt, the ultimate from Cosq. You can't Quicksilver Sash the combo from Wendelbow, but the other two as priorities is very nice for Pinoy. And just wave clear city right now.
Yeah, but the key thing is bottom lane as well, is where you need to look at. Cosq is pushing through onto Wicked. Slowly but surely that is going to push up to the turret and deal damage to that as well. So rather than it being 1-3-1 as such, right now it's more of a 4-1, but Maxlaw has moved away. Maxlaw's not the guy that's going to be in mid lane pushing. Graves, while he is good at pushing towers as a group, on his own, the reload mechanic does make it fairly slow. Wave clear is good though.
Yes, it is. I like the adaptation from Inspire. I want to say Infinity Edge. Because Shen being with the team and being able to like assist them and being a big tank in front of them to block some damage, versus Cosq being in the side lane where Shen can't really push in Wicked, but Cosq has enough wave clear that he can just keep shoving this wave over and over again and will eventually chip away the turret, whereas Wicked has to spend all of his time trying to kill those minions when the ranged Lissandra is taking the turret away.
That is true. Dragon has spawned though. This would be the 4th of the game for Inspire, so considering you're like, well, I don't think we're going to see 5.
Well,
we're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting closer, but I think Wolves are going to take this one away. If Inspire force a fight, I wonder. Well, it's more I wonder if they do. They're looking to go towards top side.
Yeah.
Baron isn't up for another few minutes. Maybe they're looking to just kind of rush towards the turret, but they're floundering. Maybe. They're not actually choosing anything.
There's a lot of hesitation, and Troven was the last one to leave the dragon, so they won't have him for the fight.
Baron just spawned. It was in the animation when I looked at the map. So that is.
So now there is a reason for them to be there.
Now there is a reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Lissandra's still off into a side lane. Sartorius is still grouped with his team, and Nuke's Luck will also head back. Just as another quick point. It's really nice if you have a range matchup to take a tower versus Shen, especially Sunfire users, or any Sunfire user in the top lane, because if you're trying to take a turret, Sunfire will aggro the turret, so you have to run away. Like, if you're in a defensive situation against a Sunfire user, you just want to walk up to them and take a point of damage. Look at that minion, man. Look at the value.
Like, I can't deal with it.
Elise.
Look at this. This is actually hilarious.
Like, you can't.
They're just like, screw it. We'll let
I'm not even going to take the gold, man. It's not worth it.
Four people in a minion wave just had to deal with that banner empowered minion.
Look how strong it is. But
Cosq's waiting in base, looking for the flank TP here off the Baron start.
can they close the trap though? Wicked is the first one in, channels the ultimate, but it's taunted ultimate. Sartorius should be able to get the kill here. Wicked jumps back into the fight, and now he pops his own ultimate to protect his allies. Cosq goes into stasis. Sartorius on the front lines, but he's separated from the team, gets the taunt again, and they are able to finish him off. Troven and the rest of Copenhagen Wolves trying to run away, but Pinoy is going for this 1v2, and Cosq trying to chase after him, is dropping low, has to go into stasis once again, this time with the Zhonya's. Sartorius trying to get in range. Pinoy will back off, but that 1v2 might be enough to try and salvage some of that fight. Warlight doesn't connect with Troven, and he might try and go for the execute. I'm not sure if he's going to get it. He got it! Warlight couldn't tag him.
I mean, the problem there is, execute or not, Death Timer is the real key thing. Warlight getting a little bit of extra gold really doesn't matter here, because the Baron is going to go over to Inspire. There's no real way of stealing that. And that all came from Inspire starting the Baron, having the vision control, knowing that they have... The Copenhagen Wolves have to come down the ramp, have to try and fight that. And Cosq teleported in from the base, got an ult on himself. We're going to take another look at this. Cosq at this point has already TP'd, claws into the fight, flash ult on himself, got damage down onto Soren and Pinoy. Pinoy had to QSS and get himself back out of this fight. From here, look how tanky though Inspire, even Cosq is really difficult to chunk through. Like, between all these shields and just his tanky build, Cosq just takes too long to die.
I mean, that's late game Lissandra when you have two stasises.
Yep, a Rod of Ages and...
a Shen. And a Wendelbow with Face of the Mountain.
Yep.
What is the plural of stasises? Stasi?
Stasises.
Stasises?
Stasi. Sounds like
Stasis?
Stacy.
Status? I don't know. Someone will tell me.
Well, whatever it is,
he's got a lot of it
going on in that
yeah,
last fight.
You really did. Oh, look at it. You've got the Baron empowered minion with the promote. There it is.
This one is the one I think Crepo normally calls Bob.
Bob. Oh, Bob's
he's
dead.
gone.
Ready for Bill to be brought out next. Cosq with the ultimate on top of him with Sartorius. They're going to take away the turret. They knocked back Alistair and will go for the 4v5. This might be the best chance the Copenhagen Wolves have. And Cosq again goes into stasis. They just can't kill him. Maybe when he comes out of though, great laser timing, but he's still not dead. And the E comes across, but he does not want to be coming back into the fight. Warlight kiting away from Copenhagen Wolves. Nukeslot looking for a good pillar to lock them down. And Warlight has already used his E. He needs to land some Qs to try and get that reset. But the 1-for-1 overall, but the mid lane tower did go down to Inspire. That's the major thing here.
Yeah, tower fell. Now it's on Inspire to recall back out, get themselves to look at the bottom lane as well, as Wicked's going to try and push it out and clear it. So, teleport is available for Sartorius. No ultimate available for him, though. Cosq nearly has his ult again, so I think Inspire are probably just going to look for round 2 over the inhibitor. Here was the push once again. This is the setup. Look at how much is just thrown into this Baroned up minion. The culling does a fair amount of work, and then it's on for the fight. So Wendelbo's the one that gets blasted back here, which actually helps out considerably at the beginning of this fight. If Wendelbo's coming in here, that's a 3-person knockup fairly easily. Big laser comes out from Soren. Not enough to take out Cosq. This fight may have gone differently if the Wolves were able to confidently push forward through the fight, but nevertheless, we're back on in front of the middle inhibitor right now for Inspire.
It was really nicely timed by Soren as Cosq came out of the stasis. Oh, Troen off to the side with nukes a lot, gets to subjugate for the healing, but Wicked is off to the back lines. He thinks about going in, but the hesitation. He doesn't want to go in right now. Just doesn't feel like they have the resources to go for the fight and will just give up the inhibitor. So the teleport being down by Wicked is big.
It is. I mean, it kind of is. So it denies any kind of flank play now with a teleport, which is one of the ways that they would have liked to have combat what Inspire are trying to do with this mid lane push. Problem is, the flank play of a teleport with a Poppy is not as impactful as most that you'd see. I mean, you kind of have to flank and hope you run in at an angle where you can catch somebody on a wall, and then like Shen can just dodge away, Ezreal just ease out.
But the nice thing about going for a flank with Poppy is even if you jump into the team and don't get the stun off, you can still pop Steadfast Presence, which means if like a Shen is there or anyone with a dash, it means they can't go out. Specifically, if an Alistar wants to engage on your team, you knock him up before he goes for the engage.
But the problem there is Wendelbo has his flash.
Yep.
Cosq isn't affected by that. Ezreal isn't affected by that either. It's only really Graves and Shen, because Wendelbo, if you go into him, he just pulverizes. He just hits the floor, you go up, and suddenly you end up
and he has
dead.
his splash available, so he can pulverize
Teleport
flash.
coming in, though. Ward just expired. I believe it's Cosq coming over the wall.
There's the third dragon going over, so no fifth dragon just yet. Troven goes down on Wicked, also dropping low. He'll slam Cosq into the wall, but doesn't get the stun off. And now the entire Copenhagen Wolves lineup just have to back away. Panoy is being chased out, but Sartorius with a fantastic taunt flash will lock him out of the game. And Surin by himself, he just can't get away. He's too immobile. 4-0. Wicked gets out alive, but he cannot defend this push.
Now that is going to be it. Inspire right now will bypass the turret and just head for the middle lane with Wendelbo being very tanky. They should be able to just clear this out. No minions though, so it's going to take a minute. It's going to be a slow end to the game, but it's going to happen.
They'll get it eventually. Like, they're tanky enough to tank the turrets. We'll just wait for a bit. You'll get it eventually. But Inspire eSports with a win in the second game, our first 1-1, and they'll take it over Copenhagen Wolves.
A 1-1 result from these two gives each team a point.
Yes, 1 point.
So these two teams will slightly edge their way closer to playoffs, but that was a lot better from Inspire than in Game 1. When you look at the back half of the game, they were kind of given that team fight in the top side, just from Wolves pushing up and going into vision range without clearing it out, and going too deep, too fast, perhaps, on that top lane tower. I think that top lane tower actually would have died without the push.
Yeah.
But it is the situation they ended up in, and Inspire played it well, got the Baron, then kind of took a couple of turrets off it, exposed mid lane, got themselves a second Baron, and it was a process to close the game.
It was a process, but it was a knock-on effect from winning that fight when they went for that Baron that you just mentioned. And from that, we never really saw Copenhagen Wolves come back into the game. Inspire was just on top of them, because when you have a 1-3-1 setup and you're ahead, it's so difficult to play against, especially if you have Baron. Like, you buff up every single wave. You don't have the people to react to that and be able to 1v1 those people. And also, even in the full one that we saw them adapt to later, what's Poppy going to do against Lissandra? You're going to be pushed in eventually, and then the team's going to join you and take your turret. So it was really well played by Inspire, and when they knew they were ahead, to push their advantage in the right way.
I'm just glad we saw good things from both teams.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think after watching some of last week's games where we had a couple of teams that were a bit shaky, a bit rough, even the SK Copenhagen Wolves series was long. This is a fairly long 2 games.
Yeah.
But the second one was long because the Copenhagen Wolves made a mistake and then let Inspire back into it. So it's kind of, half a dozen of one, 6 of the other.
Yeah. Well, series like these are good because when you get a 1-1, then you see positives and negatives from both teams, so both teams can take something away from it, because clearly you did something wrong if you lost a game, but then you did something right at the same time. So good to see a close series. Didn't see the 2-0. But anyway, we need to reset the rift, so we will be back in 5 minutes for our final series of the week. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 2 of the 2016 European Challenger Series Spring Split. We're here with our third and final match between Millennium and Mousesports.
Oh yeah, we are. I'm ready for our final series of the day. If it's anything like last week's final series, which had Millennium in it,
Yep.
this could be a real explosive, start to a best of 2.
I'll take the correlation stress, but let's get on to those lineups. First up, on the blue team, it's Millennium. Top lane, Kaze, jungle, Dyoko, you may recognize them from the LCS. Mid lane, Pretty, Hansama in AD carry, and then Masterwork in support. And oh my, Masterwork last week was ridiculous on Thresh. He had 3 insane plays, which just absolutely set up his team. It was so good.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it was so good. We had to put it on the LCS as well.
Yep.
We showed everybody.
They stole it.
So, for the future, don't worry if you see a play like that. We're watching. If you guys watch out,
Yep.
you can tweet hashtag, not at CS Big Plays. You're gonna get
Yep.
some random person.
Might be an account
Nevertheless,
out there.
you know the drill. You know the drill. You see a big play, you tweet it at us. It's all good. Hansama though, speaking of a big player in the last, not talking about that kind of.
Okay.
I'm just saying, he had a good series. Had a really good series for Millennium last week. We've heard a lot about him, and that's the other half of what was so good about Masterwork, was every time Masterwork was making a play, Hansama was there synergizing with him very well. The same with Kaze. To be honest, everybody on Millennium did really well last week, and that's why they closed their games out really quick.
You have to be able to pick up the pieces when people set it up for you. But for me, they were the most impressive team out of week 1. And I thought it was going to be Huma. I mean, yes, they turned up today and they had the chance to be the most impressive team of week 2. But week 1, it was absolutely Millennium. Definitely knocked the ball out of the park.
I agree with you on that. I now have a little bit of hesitation coming into week 2. Because Joko has been playing with the Unicorns of Love a little bit. I'm looking forward to seeing how that has affected his practice with Millennium.
Yeah. For sure, because scrimming with 2 different teams is something entirely new, but he did perform really well on the LCS.
Yeah, he did. It was a good week for Joko.
Yeah, maybe he can bring that into Challenger Series as well. Let's take a look at their opposition, though, and their roster, which is Mousesports. Top lane, Beansu, jungler Dan, with mid lane, Sebex, AD carry, Tarek, which used to be Cedrian, and support, Rux. And, well, Tarek was on the upper trend at the end of the season when he was still Cedrian and was performing well. Even when he was away from his really long-time partner of Mountain, because those two never separated for like the better part of like 2-3 years, and then he started getting a little bit better, but it wasn't enough last week.
One other thing that wasn't enough last week was honestly Sebex's performance from the middle lane. Made almost a fundamental error when requiring wave clear.
Yeah.
Of playing Victor and not upgrading his first augment, that Aftershock, which the laser goes in and there comes the burst that clears everything out, which seems like such a small thing to kind of focus on. But it's a massive difference on the actual way the team plays out because you rely on that to wave clear mid, gives you side lane control as well. And it ultimately kind of led to this situation where they lost mid tower, ended up losing an inhibitor. Overall, Sebex had a decent game mechanically, but that decision really cost his team. I just feel like Maus kind of were the weaker team last week. And not even kind of. I think Maus were the weaker team. And, Inspire just showed up better last week. Maus, if they don't improve, could be a bottom of the table team.
Very possible. And to touch on that, like, it seems like such a ripple effect, but it really was. Like, there's the biggest ripple effect that we've really seen where you didn't take the Aftershock augment, and then you lose mid-turret, and because of that, there was more control in your jungle from the enemy because they were able to place down wards, which then meant they could pressure the bot turret, which then meant they pressured the mid turret, which then meant they pressured the bottom turret and took the inhibitor. So it just, it cascaded down the control.
You could say.
What could I say, Stress?
The Aftershocks.
Ah, yes.
Were catastrophic.
After the initial earthquake, which was not purchasing Aftershocks. So.
Too far. You didn't need to explain it. It's fine. Don't worry. Hashtag
Someone
Pulse was
appreciated that. Hashtag Pulse is wrong, if that becomes a hashtag. But first ban will be called.
I've already seen some people tweeting it.
Yeah,
don't
me
worry.
too.
I made sure I checked that in the break.
Yeah, researching the important things. So Corki will be the first ban coming in from Millennium. Callista, first ban from Mouse. So a bit of target bans here. Hansama did have some really good games as Callista. And Corki is pretty much, you pick it first if it's open. So yeah, taken away here.
So for those of you that maybe haven't seen Millennium in this form, maybe you saw Joko on the LCS this week and are wondering, what does Millennium look like? Well, Joko's probably going to play Rek'Sai again, because it's the only champion he's really played and has looked very strong on it. But they're all about team fighting. They're all about coordination between everybody. Some split pushing built in there. Thresh has been a big pick for them from the support, but it's now banned. We know they like Morgana and Alistar. Those are the two support champions that we're looking at now from Masterwork. Alistar, they've banned out, so it's highly likely going to be the Morg or something else that they're going to choose. They ban out their own Rek'Sai. Ah, okay. It's because they got Dan on the other side.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Dan from Mouse is a big Rek'Sai player. So we're going to see Masterwork on something maybe different.
Yep.
And Joko on something different.
I didn't think I'd ever see the day where Dan would be pulling bans as Rek'Sai, but that's happened last week as well. They banned Rek'Sai against him, and even when it was left open, they still lost. But still, he's pulling those bans, which is really big. Joko can play other things. We've seen him on like Elise, for example, so he plays the meta stuff. It's still fine. Question mark for me is what Masterwork defaults to now, because as you mentioned, Alistar, Thresh,
probably
maybe they Morgana. I would like to see something different, but his Morgana is really, really solid. Landed a lot of bindings I didn't think were possible to land, and still connected them.
So Joko goes to the Graves. I mean, I assume it's Joko.
Could be top lane.
Could be. Haven't seen a whole lot of Graves top lane in the last week.
Yeah.
Not in Europe, anyway. Other leagues we have seen some, but
that's correct.
Not on our shores here.
Not on our shores. That got really.
I don't know what that was for.
No, I don't know.
No, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just
from
said
me.
it
You went super like.
Okay.
You went kind of Welsh, and I just went Jamaican.
Well, I mean that makes sense. I'm sorry for being Welsh, Charles. Like, that's...
well, hovering over Nunu, he was changed in 6-2. Changes to E. We're probably not going to see him here, but probably will return to solo queue where he'll annoy a lot of people. More utility, less damage is the TLDR.
TLDR, he can throw a snowball out like every 2 seconds in late game fights. So good luck running away.
Yes, and even though the duration has changed to 2 seconds, if he's doing that every 2 seconds, then you're always CC'd. So have fun with that. Jungle will have the Elise, I believe. Yes, has been locked in.
This makes sense.
Yeah, and then it does. It's a Lucian and Elise.
Yeah, again, same thing we were talking through is now you go down the tier of AD carries. Who do you look for? They could look for the setup that Vitality ran a lot, which was the Misfortune Morgana lane, which has really strong lane presence. When you look at the amount of damage that comes from Misfortune and the ability for Morgana to proc Thunderlords very easily. If they want to go that side and go full team fight, one of the issues with that is they have the Graves already, which is fairly long range and no crowd control provided by him, so they need crowd control to come from somewhere else if they were opting for that. But there are options. Ezreal is available, Misfortune's available, Corki is not available. I actually feel like Millennium's bans have restricted what they want to play quite significantly in this game. Like, we didn't talk about it, but blue ban Corki is so unheard of.
Yeah, they did get the first pick Graves though, so they still had something to first pick, and they can follow from Morgana, which Masterwork can play, and there's no real priority on that from Mouse. Then they can follow with the Poppy, which they have done.
But what I would say to that is that I think Corki would be a red side ban almost 100%.
Yeah.
So that would then leave Callista or Thresh available, which would give you at least more room to work with.
Yeah,
I don't think
this is what we're banning.
I don't think it's 100% detrimental, but it certainly has made Millennium dig deeper into their own champion pools.
For sure. Waiting for those next 2 pickups from Mouse as well. Tarek now always likes to hover over Tarek.
I was going to say, we're going to have to put up with this now.
Yeah, it's actually his name as well, so he just changed to his real name. So
wonder if he has such an obsession with gems.
Ooh, maybe.
This is an interesting
Minerals
1-2
Marine.
combo. Janna and
He's
Maokai.
back.
So we saw Maokai in our first series of the day. With that, I was going to say Thunderlords, but I mean Grasp of the Undying.
Yes.
With Grasp of the Undying, real difficult to get him out of lane. With Janna now alongside the Lucian, it's a lane we've seen a fair amount. And the one way that Janna Lucian tends to struggle is without engage potential. If you don't have the ability to step up and really do anything else other than just hit the turret a couple of times, you tend to have to back away. You can't really do too much. With a Maokai now, you step up as a three or four person stack, and suddenly you can get behind that turret. Suddenly you can get somebody that's at least out of position, or at least just kind of posture.
Yeah.
So that you're forcing people back. Exactly. Have the presence around the turret so that people can't just walk up and go, oh, you're a Janna. That's a Vayne.
It is a Vayne, and Handsammer as well. Like, if there's any AD carry in the league, okay, maybe apart from Holy Things as well, who can swing a Vayne, we'll pick this one here. We saw Sophia play it?
Yeah, we
in
did see Sophia play it, and we saw not a great performance.
No.
He had too short range and too little damage to consistently get into the fight.
Yep.
He was always zoned away by these big picks that were pushing him backwards. Maokai is going to be one of those picks, which is kind of like advancing on the Vayne, and the Vayne has to be on the back foot. It's only when you can get through the Maokai as a frontline target, which Vayne ultimately will be able to later in the game. But then it's on the rest of Millennium to be enough of a threat to protect that Vayne. You have the Lulu, which actually got through to the last rotation.
Yep.
You have the Poppy to disengage 2 or 3 people maybe out of a fight. And the ability to stop most of them, as we alluded to, won't stop Maokai.
Yeah. Black Shield and
Black Shield
Ultimate is a big deal. So this is really like...
And the smoke screen.
All
Graves.
in on Handsammer plus the Graves, who will be able to do some stuff in the early game. I was thinking, oh, it might be a top lane Graves for a second, because we have seen some jungle Poppy. The big change is Maokai just coming back.
Yeah.
Really big. We saw CJ Enters pick this one up, and Tara. And like it did well, but it was also seeing games where it's lost as well. I like it into Poppy because it's not a dash. You are untargetable, so you go underneath and can CC. So that's one thing. But with Morgana as well, like you're still going to be able to block the Twisted Advance.
Mao's comp on the other side, however, feels very reminiscent of like a mid-2015 comp, where you've got some kind of engage coming from the top lane, you've got a wave clear mid laner like a Victor, that control mage, with just like a strong duo lane in the bottom lane. And it kind of has a lot of bases covered here. You have strong jungler, you have the ability to 2v2 plus engage potential. I quite like it. Millennium are running a difficult composition to run. That's the other side. We've talked about how they need coordination. Like, this comp requires coordination. It requires full confidence in Handsammer, in both himself and his team. Like, everybody has to work around him.
Millennium is the team I've been most impressed with in terms of team play, though, in Challenger.
That is true.
If there's a team that can pull it off, it's probably Millennium. I said the same thing about Handsammer, but he's the linchpin of this composition. So jump on Twitter and tell us what you think about these compositions, because this is an interesting one. # MILWin and # MOUwin. And we'll be jumping into this game very shortly. You just pointed at the Thunderlords in from Tarek on Lucian. And
not always seen.
No, but has been sitting in both.
Yes.
Can go for Fervor, can go for Thunderlords. It just depends where you want to spike in the game. Thunderlords is more aimed at like laning phase early into the game for the burst, and we'll do a little bit more later. But Fervor is ultimately more damage over time in a team fight.
Yeah, and that's what Handsammer's got as well. Unsurprisingly on Vayne. An auto-attacking based AD carry who is going to chunk through tanks later.
I'm going to go Storm Raiders.
Well, that sapling stops the invade. This is something that Millennium have done in almost every game. I say almost every game. Probably at least about half of the games that we've seen from them. They've stacked 5 people towards the top side. It's yet to work.
One.
I'm also including qualifier games, if I'm going to be honest.
Half of 2.
It didn't really work then. It hasn't really worked now.
Yep.
It's a nice try. There is going to be one time where people don't scout Millennium properly, and that catches them off guard.
Yeah. But they do the same thing every game.
But if you do the same thing, like in half of games, it becomes very easy to read. And clearly Maus knew that was coming, because Beansy was like, well, I'm just going to throw a sapling, and that's going to guard this entrance.
And that's it, really. And because the sapling was placed down so early because of the invade timing, he can still go to his Raptors and take these away. I want to see if he donates it to Sebex, though, because there's a play you can do in the early game where you set up 2 saplings and then the laser comes across. You can do it with Orianna as well, where you just use command attack, and it gives your mid laner a nice little boost in lane. I don't believe Sebex did it there,
No.
But yeah, basically it gives you like a third of your level, so you hit the level 2 before your opponent, and you can maybe make a play off that spike.
Yeah, to put that in real-time terms, you hit level 2 off the first wave, not off the second wave. Normally in the 1v1, it's the first minion off the second wave.
7 minions total.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if you have that experience advantage, allows you to get it off the first wave, you can always pressure out at that level, that level disparity between the two.
Yep, there's Masterwork, landing bindings. Handsammer though, the big punish from Tarek. But actually doesn't get a lot of autos off. He takes a lot of free damage from Handsammer because he didn't manage to get the last autos off.
Good
That was a very predictable one though, and Masterwork will punish him. Handsammer has to jump out of the way, and there's the heal as well. Tarek doesn't get it, but Masterwork with the wards and the first blood over to the Morgana. Now Rux does not get CC'd up, does not land the binding, but that 2v2 kill onto Tarek.
Wow. Okay, so a lot happened in such a short space of time in that situation. Like, Mouse won the first part of the trade, then Handsammer trades it back in favor of Millennium. For some reason, Tarek goes aggressive once again, thinks he can get more damage and eats the binding out of Masterwork. That, again, should be another signal for Mouse to stop trading, because you're taking too much damage. And Tarek continues to trade. Like, he flashes forward. Yes, they had an exhaust onto Handsammer, but continues to go aggressive in this trade, and the Morgana ultimately just auto-attacks him to death.
Handsammer was low, but he still had the heal. Like, he wasn't in range of dying.
Handsammer hit a really good tumble halfway through that as well. Like, there was a lot in that engage. Misplays from Mouse, but good plays on Millennium as well. Like, that was a really intricate 2 versus 2. That I really would want to watch again.
Additionally, the setup was important because Tarek got some harass down to Handsammer, which looked really good, but then he didn't follow with the auto attacks, kind of wobbled back and forth while Handsammer just autoed him in the face like 3 times, and then he backed away. It was really, really curious. But the 1-0, the outplay, and if you were going to make this composition work, having an early kill into that lane, which you're putting a lot of your eggs into, is really, really, really nice. And Tarek is getting locked up here, has to flash away, but Rux, who is on the receiving end of the line, doesn't get the damage off as Rux has to flash away. A bot lane now from Mouse is summonerless.
Yeah, that is not a good spot to be in, because Handsammer, all he's going to do is just last hit these minions. He's not going to push. He's just going to let this push in towards him, and that gives Mouse a real difficult task right now. Yes, Masterwork will somewhat push it, but look at the position on the Tormented Soil. It actually only clipped 2 minions, rather than being in the minion wave, and still it gets the proc onto Mouse. Don't worry, as we go into the replay, we will not lose any time. This is the 2 versus 2, so the first binding goes onto Rux here. And this is where Mouse should look to back away. They're trading into the minions here as well. Not a lot of minion damage at first, but it starts mounting up on Tarek. And here's the binding. Again, Mouse get the damage down onto Handsammer, but Tarek gets greedy. They don't respect the heal here. And between minion damage and Masterwork's auto attacks, that was Mouse misreading the trade a couple of times there. He did miss a little trading in the lane, but not too much.
Important to mention, now if a binding lands from Masterwork into that bottom lane, someone's probably going to die.
Yeah.
Handsammer is 30 CS to 16. That is a Lucian Janna lane currently losing to a Vayne one. Tarek aggressive once again, maybe able to punish. Double tap onto Masterwork. Handsammer now has to back off.
That time he gets away with it because Masterwork was predicting the initial aggression but wasn't predicting the dash forward. Binsu is going to drop low.
Yeah, but he's able to jump to Kaze and back off to his tower. Luckily that is Twisted Advance, which is not a dash, so he will survive that one. In the jungle though, Dan, kind of chilling, looking for something to happen. Now he's seen by this ward, so his timing window to go for this gank is closing. And Binsu is not in range, so Kaze will get a bit of damage out, bump him away, and
Man, if
head back to
Binsu
his
had
tower.
been here.
Yeah, it might have been a kill. That being said, Dan was taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Dan did take a lot of damage. I just think if Binsu had been there, Joker was around as well, so that is the other side of that. But Binsu's got himself a good advantage as well. In this 1 versus 1, you can see how difficult it is for Kaze really, without going completely all in on Binsu, how difficult it is for him to do anything here. Joko going very aggressive here, knowing that Dan is very likely to have recalled. Problem with that is Dan having been lower side jungle, means Dan realistically doesn't have a lot of camps in the bottom side either. So the actual worth of this invade is fairly low. It's the wolf camp. Did he smite it? He could. Does he want the vision? No.
There we go. Answered that question. Maokai is one of the more interesting tanks when it comes to... Nope, okay.
I was going to say Grom just spawned as well. Sorry,
right.
he does get a little bit more
as
out
well.
of it.
Yeah, Joko heading into the boss side now. And speaking of Maokai, maybe caught out by Joko, will get the damage against the wall. And Kaze jumps over the wall as well. Pops the ultimate after Binsu flashes. So missed time there just a little.
The stun didn't connect there, did it?
No.
I was looking at my screen
Too late.
for a second, but... Oh, condemn into the wall.
Might be enough damage on Rux, he'll be chasing after, but now trading into Tarek as well. The damage in return is a lot, but Hans Sauer with the heal. Tarek may have just gotten baited, and there's the kill once again. Now the teleport comes out, and Binsu is just simply not in range. He already used a flash in that prior engagement, so he's not going to get the kill. And again, the 2v2 kill over to the bot lane of Hans Sauer and Masterwork.
Tarek is getting baited in by the heal timing every single time here. Like, Tarek is not reading the summoner spell timings from Millennium. And it's 2 for 2 resulted in his deaths. Like, I don't know what is breaking down between Rux and Tarek here, but this is a really weird situation for them to be in. Like, this 2v2 is such a weird one to see. Like, Vayne into Lucian is not too bad when you look at it. Like, it's really not a great matchup with a Janna there to give Lucian the extra trading damage, but the fact that Tarek is eating bindings and mistiming trades is making this lane really difficult for him.
Lucian Janna should be fine. Like, you should be able to punish a Vayne lane, but now when Vayne is level 60, you're level 4 on Lucian, you are in major issues. And Hans Sauer is just so far ahead now with that Vamp Sep. He has also more gold to spend. Joko now into the enemy jungle, should be able to steal this one away with the timings as Dan is still in his bottom jungle. And because of that ward that he placed down earlier, he knows exactly where the enemy jungler is. So even though this would usually be risky because the enemy top duo is there, and it should be a full-man collapse, he has the warding. So nice setup from Joko.
And the problem with a lot of these trades, or at least something that's playing into it in favor of Millennium as Joko heads into top, is extended trades is going to favor further a battle.
Here comes Kaze. Great Monsoon. Really nice timing on that. Will knock away Kaze as he jumps in with his E. So all that disengaged by Janna.
A lot used there. Like, that was a fair amount used with a teleport coming in. Joko has stayed, though. And is taking out that pink ward. Now looking for the top lane push. Pulls back down into his own jungle, though.
Yeah. Tarek and Rux still in this top lane. I want to go back down to that bottom lane, though, because Binsu is currently 80 CS compared to 51, and is now able to roam up for this dragon with the mid lane, and this should easily go over to Elise and co. And Kaze can't really do anything about it, they'll just donate over blue. So, speaking of Maokai being one of the more interesting tank matchups, he has a lot of potential to actually kill his opponent in lane. Like, sometimes you'll see a double Doran's Ring even, and then into Catalyst for his laning phase, and if he doesn't really need the tankiness and just wants the extra mana from the minions he kills, and his kill potential is actually pretty good compared to other tanks. Like, he can actually, like, 30% to zero you, that type of thing. Back when Marin used to play it very, very long time ago, he was actually one of the top laners who could actually start getting kills versus like top laners like Steve, who would just be on that champion or Rumble and just kind of go even.
Yeah, that's fair to say. At this point, you can see right now the duo lane of Hans Sauer and Masterwork just sitting in the bush. Thing is, Tarek just sends out that Ardent Blaze, gets the vision, is like, oh, there you are.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
I just had our observers check what Hans Sauer was running. If he was running in the Emperor setup, where you go 12 and resolve, is that maybe throwing off the summoner spell timings for Tarek? Oh, the flash! And he lands it onto Rux, knocks him against the wall, should be able to get the condemn, even goes for the positioning, has been exhausted, but with the follow-up CC from Masterwork, he still also goes down, and Tarek is now back at his turret, having to see his support die.
Oh, here comes Dan, though. Hans Sauer now has no flash, heal is up, Masterwork is the one that could be caught out, but Nothing. Nothing comes of Dan roaming top here.
In the mid lane, we may see a Graves gank come across. Sevex is lower mana, but Joko is actually just in the jungle taking this one away. I'm not sure if he was seeing that. Yeah, he was. Sevex actually pings that one out, and Kaze will head into the jungle. But Sevex is fairly low on resources. Now pretty edging ahead.
Poppy's here as well.
Joko is looking for this. The damage against the wall of end of the line and the ultimate. He will flash away from it, but Kaze being there will pick up that kill onto Sevex, and Dan does not land the cocoon. He'll be backing away. Now from the bottom lane, Beansu is looking for the clap, but who does he really collapse onto? It's Lulu, who is able to CC him, slow him down, speed herself up, pop her ultimate.
Dan has really struggled in this game to get anything done. He's basically been farming the entire time, and really hasn't been involved. There have been no kills that have come from his involvement, and has always been behind the play. Like on the top lane, now in the mid lane. He's just lagging behind where Joko is on the map. And you know, we were questioning, how did Joko's time with the Unicorns of Love affect his practice with Millennium? We haven't seen conclusively just yet, but Joko has done nothing to make us believe anything other than what we saw from Millennium last week. There have been no real mispositions from Joko here. He's played mostly a kind of a solo game, going into the bottom jungle, clearing that out. Dan, however, is going to try and make the first play of the game.
See ya.
Oh, he got Maokai with that. Dan has to turn around. That's a win.
That is a win. Yeah, Beansu just goes back to farming. Dan is... Like, his problems with being late to the play is exacerbated here because he hasn't finished his first item, being the Cinderhulk, whereas Joko has. So he's going to continue being behind. Now Joko's in the enemy jungle placing down wards. He can do so because the top lane is behind. The support and the jungler is in the bottom lane, so they can't even contest. And Joko, the enemy jungle, is now his jungle. And he can do whatever he wants. The
only thing that's really going remotely well for Maus is the fact that Beansu is so far ahead in this this 1v1 top lane matchup. It actually doesn't transition to too much gold difference. It's only just over 100 gold difference between the two, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Which, considering the CS difference, feels a little odd, but the kill does balance that out from mid lane. And that's all from Kaze saying, okay, well, I'm not getting anything done in my lane. I'm going to another lane.
Mid lane now being sieged in by Joko and Pretty. They should be able to get this, but that minion is low. There's the ultimate as well. He tries to burst him down, and with Dan coming in from the side, maybe they can get something to happen. Perfect cleanse coming in from Pretty, and they disengage.
Oh,
Joko with the BM!
Whoa!
This is one thing I've missed from Joko. Oh, Kaze and the Beansu going at it, but now at this point when they've built so many items, they both have their first big items, so they're not really going to kill each other. And they will just back away. But yeah, Joko holding that for a second as Pretty takes some damage in the mid lane, but Sevic's low on mana. Joko was BMing a lot last week. And then did it in LCS as well.
I think Kaze did it as well, didn't you? Like a lot of that coming out from the Millennium guys last week. But
I specifically remember a moment.
Master
it's going to
with
be
the ult
on for a second as Taric will get the stun. And Hansama has been exhausted. The Monsoon to push them both away. They'll still split up the fight. Kaze coming in. Should be able to get him against the wall and do a bit of damage. But Kaze is doing so much, actually. Hansama now able to close back in. Dan coming into this fight. She'll be able to finish off Masterwork. Gets that kill. Kaze now backs off to his AD carry. And Pretty coming up just to assist, just in case, as Sevix was moving in from the mid lane. So ultimately, that led to a 1-0 for the first kill to Mouse Sports.
Finally, Mouse gets something from this game, and it's all from having the numbers advantage. Dan was there for the beginning of a play at this point. As they were running down, Dan was already heading up to that top lane and already looking to get himself in the mix. So finally, finally Mouse gets something, but Millennium still have a good lead. Just kind of good timing from Mouse to catch Millennium right as Joko had recalled.
To finish a point that I was making around 5 minutes ago now, a lot of action just happened since then. But Hansama is actually running 18-12, not 18-0-12, so not running the Emperor setup.
Okay.
So Taric and Rooks should not really be thrown off at all by the timings. It's a flat 5 minutes and a flat 4 minutes on heal. So they should just know the timings. There's nothing to throw them off there. Because if they did, it would be 45 seconds as a reduction.
Learning with Pulse.
Yeah. I got you.
You got me, bro. It's all good. One thing that seems to have been learned on the Mouse side of things is that Sebex has Aftershock this game. He picked it up first. Got those boots of swiftness with it as well. That's what you need from a Victor. Like, screw damage for now. Like, I can get damage on 3 items.
Yeah, he's Victor.
Like, all I need is wave clear. Like, I actually still quite like Lucidity Boots Victor. I don't think there's a massive need for swiftness boots. I mean, looking at it, there are slows that come from like Lulu here. You know, a little bit from
How
Grace.
did that
Oh
land?
What?
And now Tarek is just probably gonna die. Masterwork does not connect the second half of his ultimate. Mid lane though, Joko in this 1-on-1 against Dan does not get finished off. It was actually a 1v2 as Sevex was coming in with the damage, and bot lane will carry on trading. I don't understand how Masterwork.
They gotta be careful. Both summoners are up for
and
Millennium.
Hansama jumping after Tarek will get knocked up here. And there's the flash and the slam against the wall, but the heal, or rather the shield, is there from Rux.
Well, that was a weird one from Hansama. I mean, he knew there was no real way of killing there. Like, that one was the first time I've seen Hansama go aggressive like that without actually seemingly thinking about it. I think he thought he was too far ahead, or further ahead than he actually was. Close.
Yes. That wouldn't have even been a kill if there was no shield there.
Yeah.
Additionally, there was the Monsoon just in case, so yeah, definitely off the mark. Top lane, Kaze will take away this top lane turret. Still behind in terms of CS from Binsu, but the kill is making that up and is heading towards the second item. Additionally, on the swiftness boost point for Sebex, it's very nice against Masterwork. Yeah. Because Masterwork, when he pops the ultimate, you want to get away from that, you don't want to get stunned.
Yeah, what I would say is...
He's never really going to get in range.
Kind of a caveat to that. It is not necessarily that, but once you augment the second, you get the Q augment that gives you extra movement speed. So, it's not... It's just a stylistic choice, again. Like, it's not a massive problem at all. But just one extra thing to think about in that thought process.
I think it may be more like mid-game focused, because that's when it really pays off. You'll have that upgrade later on into the game, but there's a small window where you do not, so it might cover for that gap. But this is like very, very nitpicky and very, very micro.
For the record, he has it, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, don't worry. It's one of those situations
The window is gone.
The window is gone. Bottom lane, the window might be about to shut on Tarek and Rux.
Well, Hansama goes right through the Howling Gale, and now it'll turn on Rux as well. The flash falls, the binding from Masterwork, and again the 2v2 trade, and this time they come up with 2 kills.
This is just Millennium's bottom lane putting on a clinic. Like, the rest of Millennium are just like, okay, you guys get this game. Like, just you carry this one, we'll do the next one, because... Well, the rest of the map isn't doing anything inherently wrong for Millennium either. They're just playing their role. Joko's caught, though.
And Binsu's there as well with the lockdown. He'll pop the ultimate to try and get away a little bit, and it's fairly tanky, especially pretty there, but it's not enough. Now Kaze will come into the fight. Dan will come away here, and Kaze will pop his ultimate, finish him off with the auto attack as he comes out of the stasis. Masterwork in from the side. Now they'll back away and carry on pushing this mid lane. Binsu and Sevex were chunked out enough that they cannot defend this.
And Joko in that fight, even though he fell, he actually was just stutter-stepping for long enough in that fight that he just soaked up more time. Just enough time to allow Masterwork and Kaze to come into the fight. And again, it's another situation where Millennium are giving over a kill and gaining so much more from it. They're getting a turret. They got bottom lane turret as well with Hansama pushing down there. This is a very crisp, very clean setup, and Maus are just struggling to keep up. Look at the gold difference. This is the first time I've really focused my eyes on that gold difference in this game. 19 minutes, 9,000 gold. Just about is the lead for Millennium.
It's kind of crazy. Millennium were the team who were always playing from the back foot in the qualifiers. And then when they were ahead against Huma, they punished them so hard. And we're seeing the exact same thing here with Maus. I would really like to see this bottom lane, Hansama and Masterwork, up against one of the stronger bot lanes. Going to hold that for a second as we see that last fight unfold.
Yeah, so this is the time where you can see, like, Joko should be just 100% dead here, but the fact that he's got a Lulu allows him to just kite back. Always, like, auto-attack move, auto-attack move. And what it means is Dan and Binsu have to stick on him for that little bit longer, and it allows Kaze to come right into the fight and look to set up another couple of kills.
And even though they just got 1 kill, Sebex again caught by end of the line. Dan is also there to assist. The cocoon does not land, and Dan is able to finish off this camp. But they were able to chunk out the rest of the members, specifically Binsu, so he had to go back, which meant they could pick up the middle turret, which was the key thing.
I just feel like from now 3 games of watching Maus, I don't feel like they're in control at any point of what is happening in the game as a unit. Like, as 5 people as one team, I don't feel like their game plan is clear.
Yeah.
Because this now has moved from a situation where you need to clear mid with Victor to you have to respect Millennium's ability to just push around this vein. And that's what they're trying to do here, but the numbers just aren't here for Mouse yet.
Dan jumps right into the enemy team, and Hansammer wants him dead, but more likely Sevix will be falling here. Does not manage to get through there, doesn't have the black shield. Now he does all that shielding on Hansammer. He's going to become a serious issue when we get these grouped up fights.
And what happened in that engage was Mouse were actually looking for it, but Binsu started the teleport, and it got cancelled by Kaze, I believe. Which is just a big, big difference. Yeah. If he actually gets to that fight, he can do pretty much anything he wants right there. But I'm pretty sure it got cancelled by
Well, I'll let you work
Kaze.
on that. We'll get back to the game in a second.
Oh, Kaze ran into top lane and used his ult. Just knocked him up.
Oh, man.
Knew exactly where he was TPing from, even though he was out of vision. So that's Kaze just doing enough of a job to hold that fight.
Oh, Hansammer here for this one-on-one. I don't feel like Maokai's going to get the better of Vayne in this situation, but he's going to put down a little bit of damage. He'll flash away from something, but now he'll follow after Dan. Gets a cocoon up. Can anyone actually save Hansammer here? Well, he'll save himself by killing Elise instead. There's double kill. Pretty chasing after Tarek. Dodges out the Glitter Lance. Very nice.
Very nice, but he's already been pushed away. Like, that's enough for what needed to happen in this situation. Yep. Pretty's getting a bottom tower. Lulu just took a tower against a Lucian.
An inner tower as well.
An inner tower. And, like,
How's
that's a
dancing?
4-level advantage for Lulu. Pretty is that far ahead that he can just straight up take out Tarek.
Really ridiculous. Joko will lead the charge and Kaze will come in soon after. The ultimate comes up, Tarek comes back down, the binding lands onto Rux, body blocking that for his AD carry. Sevix may be a little too far forwards, but there's nothing to lock him down. There's the ultimate, but it's Joko. He has the Hex Drinker, which will be popped right there.
Pretty's on the inhib tower. It's nearly dead.
Yeah, like, he's going to have to deal with this 1v2.
He has to back away, but that inhib tower is nearly dead. It's like under a quarter of the health remaining from a Lulu that's just pushing down there. It's like, okay, team, you take it.
Yep.
I got this.
Yeah, classic split push Lulu.
Lulu, the champion that normally has to group with the rest of the team when you have a Vayne, is just like, you don't need me. Like, it's got to the point where Millennium do not need their entire composition around this Vayne in a protect the Vayne comp to win the fights. Like, that is not supposed to happen at any point.
No. Maybe it's because they've been so far ahead in all of their games, but, well, Dan has been caught out here. Masterwork pops his ultimate. He'll get the CC regardless as Repel comes up. And in the bot lane, Binsu, Hansammer actually going to knock him into the bush, so he has to wait a little bit longer before killing the tree. Now in the top lane, collateral damage picks up Dan as well. The flash over the wall, Tarek, leave me alone.
I mean, what do you do in this game if you're Mouse? Like,
toying with his feet.
Honestly, this is like one of those solo queue games where you're like, oh god, we've got a Vayne on our team. It's gonna feed. Then Vayne goes like 5-0 in laning phase, and you're like, well, you just won me the game. Thanks for the carry. Because Millennium have not had to make any real decisions in this game. Because just purely from the 2v2 work that Millennium got done from Masterwork and Hansammer, there were mistakes from Mouse in the 2v2 as well. But, man, like, Hansammer has been on point, flashing for the condemns into the wall time and time again.
It's been really fantastic to watch. And as I was trying to say earlier, I wonder if, like, Pretty, we've constantly seen him on, like, passive mid laners just be really aggressive and kill everyone. Like Anivia, he was being so aggressive early into the game and not just clear waves. Likewise on Lulu, could be an effect of just them being so far ahead. But really, another great performance from him.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, I'm looking for things to take away from Mouse that are positives.
This could be a good trade. The Masterwork lands ultimate onto 2. Dan has to back away. Joko is just kind of not taking damage right now.
Off. He's actually just teeing off right now on Dan. Like, Dan has to repel.
And Joko carries on trading with Binsu. He's fairly low on mana. He may get taken out. There's a cocoon. He'll flash and get this kill. There's the shutdown in from Binsu. That was an incredibly long trade. And meanwhile, while all that was happening, they were just losing their base.
Yeah, what did they actually lose from that? I don't believe they actually lost too much more. They lost the inhib in the bottom, which I think had already gone. Now they got top inhib as well from that trade. So regardless of whether it was got during the trade with Dan and Joko, Millennium have put themselves, I would say, in a commanding position, but they've been in one for 10 minutes.
If not longer.
Like, realistically, Millennium have had this game won for 10 minutes already. Like, there are very few games that I like to say this game is done. 6-0-2 Vayne against this Mouse composition. Unless some massive mistake comes out from Millennium, this game's done.
25 minutes in, 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Like, that almost never happens. And
No, it does not
Millennium.
happen.
8 towers to 0. 8 towers to 0. And 12 kills. This is, well, this game is basically done for Mouse. They just need to look towards the next game here. This is a best of 2. Maybe they can pull away with a win and then 1 point for each team. But Pretty's going to get damaged here, but he doesn't even pop his ultimate.
It doesn't even shield.
Summoners.
He didn't even shield.
Like, that's how little damage that Sevex has compared to this team of Millennium being so far ahead. Now the Baron's being taken. Honestly, Millennium could probably lose this Baron and still win in a push. And goodbye jungler.
Goodbye.
So, yeah, even if he wanted this, that's not going to happen.
Although, you know, spider hunting maybe with a hammer isn't the best thing to do around your apartment if you're trying to, like...
Perhaps. Keep everything together.
I guess arachnophobic's probably just like, I don't care whether I kill my wall. I'm just going to, like, get this
if you got the
spider out of here.
Joko just not taking damage.
Dan, however, does. This is, like, damage from mostly Masterworks Tormented Soil.
Really not much to comment on here. Like, they're just all dying.
They're already dead.
Yeah, like Joko, Beansu uses a Twisted Advance on the target that already has Black Shield, and now Houndshammer will just clean up. There's the first kill, looking for his second, but he's knocked into the tower by Beansu, so he'll pick up the kill. Sevex just taps him for the kill. All of that damage was basically from the Nexus turret, and now Millennium will probably close this one in.
Yeah,
the last inhib's going to go down.
Two waves of super minions, now Baron up minions as well, with no real ability to wave clear outside of Victor, means this game is going to be done mostly by the minions. Millennium will look to push it in through as well.
Yeah, Beansu's just going to hang around. He's trying to delay the game, and Millennium is the type of team who will kill you before finishing off the game. So that is what they're doing here.
Play for KDA.
If Joko has a chance to start recalling, I believe he will, but the Nexus should be falling here very soon. It is literally just Millennium playing with the food at this point. And there's a nice flashy ultimate at the end. Millennium 1-0 so far.
Wow. I mean, that's 3 on the bounce.
It is.
Almost identical
and all crushing wins.
Like, so fast. Very impressive. Like, we knew Millennium, everybody that has, you know, other Challenger casters, people that, you know a lot about the Challenger scene, everyone was like, Millennium are good, Millennium are good. I didn't think Millennium were going to be, like, this good.
Yeah,
like, this
they didn't show that in the qualifiers.
Like,
they were just solid.
Honestly, these wins, whether it's the meta, whether it's Millennium playing clean, is still kind of up in the air. These wins are cleaner than we've seen other Challenger teams, even spring and summer of last year.
Yep.
Like, when you looked at Origin as a team, I would say Origin looked like a better team overall when it's like, you know, at the time you're like looking at prospects for the future. But I think the games have been so much more impressive from Millennium than other Challenger teams we've seen.
There was more expectation on Origin,
exactly.
I would say that. And also in the individual lanes, they just outclassed everyone else. And it was just like, well, Origin's going to go to the LCS, and now we're looking at future prospects. But with Millennium, there weren't really that many expectations from the public.
Yeah.
Internally, when you talk to teams, when you talk to players, yes, they're a very good team. This good? Yes, I agree. Maybe not quite this good is what we expected. And that's the biggest thing. They have looked impressive in their macro play, in their micro play. And one of the teams we praised the last split, which was Team Dignitas.
Yeah.
Even though they were pretty solid around Dragons, that's all they defaulted to. Whereas Millennium have way more in their playbook.
My reservation on like what comes next for Millennium, we are only halfway through a series. Like, this one isn't over yet. Yes. This still could be a tie. They played against Huma last week, and Huma showed up today, didn't show up last week. Can Millennium do that against like Huma if they show up? Yeah. Maybe against the likes of Copenhagen Wolves when they're playing well. I'm looking forward to that clash of styles. It feels like Millennium are too much for Mouse in this series, though.
I was going to say in the game as well, but then a lot of action happened, that I would like to see the bottom lane go up against a more difficult bottom lane. And part of that goes back to Holy Phoenix. I would like to see them go up against an AD carry like that and see how they perform when he's on point. Like, if they went up against this week's Holy Phoenix, that would have been an interesting matchup. We will see them play in the playoffs if they both make it, but the way the round robin works, they're not going to see each other again for the next couple of weeks until playoffs.
That bottom lane may be the Pinoy Nukes a lot.
Nukes a lot,
lane.
yeah. That could be
an
interesting
interesting one. I feel like they probably like eat SK's bottom lane alive.
Yeah.
Like we saw the SK bottom lane kind of rough against
Some of the weaker
the Pinoy
lanes,
lane,
yeah.
and it was rough, but man, I was really impressed. Okay, so Mouse did make mistakes in that laning phase, but then to be able to capitalize on it
Sure.
with the Vayne and then get exactly what you need out of that laning phase was really impressive. I really liked watching that game.
I want to see what Maus do in the next game as well in terms of adaptation, because so far they haven't shown a whole lot in week 1 or week 2. We need to see something big from them. We're going to take a quick break while our teams reset for the last match of the day, so don't touch your keyboard. We'll be right back. Well, hello there. Welcome back to the EU Challenger Series. What's
That was quite well, hello there.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Just need to do the whole swivel.
The whole swivel, yeah. Wow. I was not expecting that. That's another one of those, you never know what's going to happen when we come back from break.
No, you just don't. Especially with us, Cass.
Yeah, I know. Well, to be honest, we never know what's going to happen.
No, we do not. But I did not expect that first game either. Like,
No.
Millennium,
Wow.
that was insane. I say insane a lot with Millennium, but like, how can you not say that? They were
Insane
just so
in the
good.
top lane. Insane with the Vayne. Please don't. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry, I don't know why I had to. It was there. It was okay. But seriously, Millennium. That was an impressive victory.
Yes.
Right there. Like I'm running way ahead of the game here because
I think you have to.
The first question that really, when you look at a team that were that dominant, is this possible to keep up week on week on week? Like, that game, there were mistakes from Maus, but you look at Hansama's performance. There were so many individual plays from Hansama that ends up with him going 7-1-3 overall in that game. Like, that sounds like a low kind of like overall scoreline for like a single player, but 7-1-3 on a Vayne in a short game is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And you do have to like think about future weeks because they played first week where Huma was not performing. Second week where Maus have displayed to be one of the weaker teams in the league. So when you place them against other teams, how will they perform? That's a question for the future weeks. But right now, like coming in with like 2-0 weeks is massive to start off the league. And we talk about in the LCS so often like how early wins are really important for some of the lower teams because then you can coast a little bit through like the mid and end of the split and maybe you can get out of relegation. For these teams, netting those early wins and getting into playoffs and then playing well there is really important. And with Millennium playing so well at the start, and then like actually getting better from week to week, this could be a really strong contender for the promotion tournament.
I completely agree. And then my mind, again, this is where it's jumping forward.
Yes, we are getting ahead of ourselves. A lot is still to come.
Right, but then the things I see from Millennium, in last week's game, because yes, that game right there was a lot on just Vayne being fed. The coordination I've seen from Millennium is coordination that has been lacking from some of the LCS teams as well. And that's not to say I think they're on the same level. I think Millennium would be an interesting matchup for some of them. But as a team, they seem to be a step ahead of the other challenger teams when it comes to utilizing side lanes, when it comes to actually pressuring for objectives and taking the right fights. They seem to be on another level. Can they keep that up, though?
Additionally, there's no doubt that these players are also on somewhat an LCS level, specifically Joko.
Sure.
We've seen him play in the LCS, filling in big shoes, I might add, diamond procs, and then actually doing really well.
And not only doing well, but it's like, it's not unicorns from last year where you're like, okay, we'll put him in, we'll see how it goes. Unicorns are 50-50. Unicorns this year are looking really good.
One of the top teams.
And it's just like, yeah, you can just fill in, it's fine. It doesn't seem like there's a big difference between the two. Like, the funny thing to me is that we've been involved in Challenger Series inside and outside of the broadcasts for years now. Actually, dating back to like 2013 Challenger Series. Like, these are players that are fairly unfamiliar to me.
Yep, same.
Like, pretty much, maybe Hansama's name has floated around
in
before.
solo queue.
In solo queue, like that kind of thing. But Millennium have brought them together, whether they were a team before Millennium or not, remains to be seen. But they brought them together, and this is a really good team.
Yes.
Straight up really good team.
Yeah. Like, bouncing off that, it is so rare you see a lineup that just kind of springs up players, and they all fit together really well. Of five people. That just doesn't happen in Challenger. Like, so very rarely. If ever. So.
Normally it's like, well, I recognize these two players.
Yeah, and they've played together before, and this guy used to play. Yeah.
Normally that's how it goes. No. To see 5 players just go, okay, well we're good, is just like that's impressive.
It really is.
However, fresh game, new slate, new picks and bans. What can Maus give us? Last game, Millennium banned out their own champion pool. They banned out Corki, Alistair, Rek'Sai. Yeah. Which I don't think they're going to do here. They're going to have to ban like the GP, maybe the Kalista, Lulu if they don't want it to go over to Maus.
Sure. And
Kalista's already gone.
Yes, Kalista's gone. Alistair's gone against Masterwork as well. Things that used to go well for Maus, like on an individual sense, like Bintu, big Irelia player back in the day. Irelia's not really picked anymore. Dan got on Rek'Sai. If that's taken away, that's something away from him. Dan is a player who played a lot in the jungle in terms of like jungle Renekton, that type of stuff. In the mid lane, Sevex had a good game last week on Syndra, but I don't think he can carry enough. Man,
I love the balls on Millennium right now. They're putting him in a situation where it's like, okay, you've banned Kalista, we'll ban Lucian, I'll beat you 2v2 in whatever lane you pick. I just picked Vayne into you, like, and got the 2v2, which granted the matchup is not the worst one for Vayne, but still, like, that is pretty strong confidence there, especially to go Lucian and not to ban Corki, because this now leaves Corki either available or for Millennium to ban. And they don't ban it. Wow. They go for a jungler. You leave arguably the strongest pickup, and now that is either going to come back to bite them, or is just major confidence, which is not something that Millennium lack. They are always spamming out the emotes.
Yes. Yeah, you even see in picks and bans. I mean, it has to be the Corki here. Okay,
yeah,
that's locked in.
Like,
Sebex is also a player who will pick that one up. Sebex is mechanically talented, so he will pick up a Corki, absolutely. I don't know if it will go on Tarek. I would prefer it in the mid lane, really, on Sebex. And that insta-lock in the Graves as well.
Just whoop, straight away, that's what I want. So what do they pair it with? Probably don't want to grab their AD carry in this matchup right now. Ooh, the Thresh was available. Didn't even have a moment to stop on that.
Yeah, Thresh was actually up in one of the games last week for Millennium, and he did pick it. He actually went towards the Morgana instead.
But we did see the
But we did in game one. Oh man, yes we did.
Oh, the Thresh Express.
That was
pretty sweet.
Very, very cool. He did a lot of nice things, especially in lane against Holy Phoenix. So I want to see what he does in this game and what his AD carry will be. There's still a lot open. Corki's taken away. Lucian's been banned out. Kalista is still up.
Elise is up. Should Dan
Kalista
want
was
it
not up, sorry.
out of the jungle? Yeah, Kalista was the first ban. Elise is up.
Ezreal's up.
For AD carries, yeah. But then I feel like that says like we really just want you to not win quickly like last game.
That's true.
Which I don't particularly like if Maus go that way.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like what AD carries open right now, like
I
in terms of Caitlyn as well.
The best bet may actually be to take the Corki into AD carry.
Yeah, and then put like a poke mid or something with like a Lux or what?
Maybe something like control mage mid.
Yeah.
Like that's not to say I think it's what they have to do, but I feel like if you want a solid 2v2 for Maus, there aren't many lanes now that will go away from a Corki. So that's Millennium would be in a situation where they have to actually outplay in the 2v2, which I guess they're not afraid to do.
Yeah. But they did leave that Corki up. So Lee Sin picked up for Dan. Yeah, and then Poppy will probably go into top lane as well. We've seen it support, but with Lee Sin locked in, it will definitely not be jungle. Dan, I was probably more impressed with his Lee Sin when I saw it last time we saw Dan. I prefer him on something that can really make plays, but I don't know what he can do in this game. Like, he needs people to set him up, I think.
I think so. Although, I feel like maybe this is just Dan saying, I need to provide some kind of carry potential here. Maybe it's Dan actually like taking a little bit of responsibility and being like, look guys, last game I couldn't do anything on Elise. I couldn't be in the right position at the right time. I didn't have the mobility to do it. That's a Draven. Hans Sama is like... I'm getting like positively tilted by Hans Sama's confidence.
Yeah.
Draven is not a champion we see unless your name is Freeze.
Are you Freeze?
Like,
are you BRTT?
Yeah,
if
exactly.
none of the above,
like,
don't pick Draven.
So, I wouldn't say don't pick Draven.
Hey, if you can play like them, pick it, man.
But Draven relies on constantly getting kills.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just like get one kill and you're like, I'm ahead, I'm good.
Yeah.
This is like, you have to get a kill every few minutes in order to get the gold and have it continue rolling to be able to get the extra itemization to keep up.
Correct.
And that's now an Ezreal locked in AD carry against him. So you have an AD carry that has good early game presence in Draven going up against an Ezreal who needs time to scale. Theoretically, Ezreal should be okay from just being able to stand further back and being able to E away. So this lane shouldn't go as badly as it did last time for Maus. But if Hans Sama gets the ball rolling, that's problematic.
It's such a risk, though. Like, if you die when you have a lot of stacks in the early game, like you have 150 stacks and you die, you lose so much, and it puts you incredibly far behind with your passive with the Adoration. I would like the time Kench here. That would be some insurance for the Draven if he goes too ham, and you can just pick him up and run away.
That's true.
That is nice, but when you have something like a Lee Sin, you have high burst from Maus, like, you can pop the Draven very easily. Remember, he only has the extra movement speed, he doesn't have a solid escape. He does, however, have stand aside, so he could knock Corki out of his Valkyrie, which would be cool to see.
So, it does get locked in for the Tam Kench. Orianna was locked in, didn't really talk about that too much. It's a lane that's fairly neutral, will get bullied around by Corki, but Orianna is the queen of pretty much going even.
Going even here.
Wave clear shields. You know the drill with Orianna.
It's Orianna.
It's Orianna. Sort of the first series of the day, actually, in this matchup. But this Draven, man, there is a lot of it's like, a statement pick. As I said, like the bans and the picks in this is Millennium saying we have enough in our playbook to beat you with whatever you pick. Tarek should be able to be a lot safer in this game, by just from the fact of having his E to get away from the Draven. We'll have to see, though, because last game he made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be running away from the Draven. Preferably, you want to be killing him. If all you're doing is running away at that point.
But what I mean is that, like, Ezreal with Tyr against a Draven...
Yeah, then you want to be kiting him.
Yeah, you want to be backing away and dealing damage as you retreat, rather than, like, go flashing in and going aggressive against a Vayne and dying.
I want to know what Draven is actually running in this game, because I tried Draven the other day, and in terms of, like, adapting to the current meta with Keystones, we haven't seen a lot of Draven since then. I got destroyed. Like, I went Thunderlords, and yes, you have the extra burst in lane, and it's very easy to proc it with, like, E, auto, and auto again. But it's hard. It's really hard against the current state of AD carries.
I don't think it was the Draven that was the problem.
No, I don't think so either. It's probably a large part of me being bad, but I don't think Hans Sammer is bad. Anyway, join the discussion on Twitter. Hashtag Pulse is wrong. No, hashtag MOU win or hashtag MIL win. It was 50-50 last game.
I thought you were going to say hashtag Pulse is bad.
That's also another hashtag. Make sure to use that one on Twitter. Hashtag Pulse is wrong or hashtag Pulse is bad at Draven.
I'm sorry.
Or hashtag Pulse win.
Hashtag Draven.
Hashtag Draven win. Make sure there's 7 A's in there.
He's not playing either of the 2 best Draven skins, which is Primetime Draven.
Yep.
Because, you know, there are shoutouts to, like, Sharks and that lot in there, in the voice lines, which is cool. Or Gladiator Draven, because of the cheer. The cheer when you recall. Which, actually knowing, like, the Millennium lineup and how kind of they're very aggressive with their emote spamming. I'm surprised that Hans Sammer doesn't want a crowd of people chanting for him when he recalls after a kill.
Missed opportunity, I feel. Absolutely, from Hans Sammer. May have to speak to him after the game.
There's going to be some kind of, like, nugget from people where it's like, you know, Soul Reaver Draven has this.
Yes.
And I'm like, I didn't know that.
Okay. I accept this. Masterwork also on Thresh. If he doesn't make at least 3 amazing plays...
What? Sorry, they have bot lane synergy.
Oh, with Damnation, the passive. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, I interrupted you to a point for like nothing. I'm sorry. You can continue.
I have no idea what I was talking about. Oh yeah, Masterwork. If he doesn't make at least 3 plays, this isn't even a good point. But if he doesn't even make 3 good plays in this game, then like it's a disappointment. That's the problem with going in and making so many amazing plays when you first start off.
Yeah, game 1 just sets the expectations.
Yeah, it really does.
Well, I'm sure we'll see some. Like, so Hans Sammer made a couple of plays.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Dan,
this is
out of vision.
Hang on. Okay, so we were messing around with our bot lane synergy, and Dan has picked a very tricky timing. So this is just assuming. I'm actually going to go back, and I don't feel like it's fair for this level 1 if we don't talk about it.
Yeah, so actually see where Dan stayed, because when he jumps over the wall, he actually stepped his back to the wall, the furthest point from where bot lane could be taking the Grump. So that meant that even if bot lane wouldn't be able to spot him because they're never going to be in range of seeing blue buff in the first place, and they won't spot Dan out. That was really smart. Joko jumps over the wall. Where's my blue? And now he has to instantly reconsider his route. Now that Dan's gone immediately to his red, Joker's on the opposite side of the map, so he can't go to the enemy blue, which means that he's going to get triple buffed.
What I will say to that is, Dan did this with no vision. Like, he had no read on the fact that this was a 2v2 bot lane. Like, I've just watched it through with only blue side vision. Unless something happened way earlier and Dan just had that feeling that this was standard lanes, like, that is an incredibly risky play.
I think Dan's going all in, man. Like, he just went back and bought boots. So, he is... Oh, man, and Joko was actually going for the blue buff here. He's fairly low on mana, has the red buff.
Kaze's coming down as well. Like...
Smites the Rift Spirit, so he actually sees this one out. Now the team can collapse. Beansu's coming in, and so is Corki. Now they close in for the 3v2. Kaze gets the CC off. Joko will actually juke away back into Tam Kench. But Kaze does not turn around to devour him. He actually just carries on waddling away. I'm not sure if he had devour though. I need to check that one.
Devour was on cooldown.
Okay.
Kaze used it, I believe, on the blue buff, looking at a hook in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just a bit of damage there. Wow.
This is a very intricate start to this game.
It was intricate, but it was all based on Dan just being like, you know what, if they see me, I'm screwed. But if I get this off, then I can snowball the early game. And
man, well, we said it in Champ Select. This Lee Sin is Dan saying, I need to do work this
I didn't
game.
think he'd go this far.
And it's starting to pay off, actually, to begin this game. Like, Dan is doing a fair job of controlling the rest of the map.
He could potentially snowball this game, but now you need to keep up the momentum. Once you make the initial play, you have to keep feeding the fire. You can't just let it sit.
And the biggest problem here that Dan now has to turn his attention to is look towards this bottom lane. Because that's what they have to upset. If you can kill Draven before he can cash in his first stacks, if you hit him when he has like 50 CS right around that BF sword back timing and kill him, that is Draven pretty much out of the game.
Yep.
That's like it. Draven cannot really regroup from that without a lot of time farming and somehow you stalling the game out and him continuing to just get items from it. So if Dan can put his focus down to this bottom lane at the right time, there is, you know, the ability to disrupt this 2v2.
Ultimately, it's snowball pick versus snowball pick.
Yeah.
Like, the way Dan is playing these Sin is not a sustainable one, but when you play Draven, no, you can't play Draven in a sustainable way. So if he does manage to shut down Hand Hammer, it could be really big. That being said, they are playing fairly far back in the lane with how the minion wave is.
Man, I was not expecting to see a Draven today, and I was not expecting really to see Dan making such an aggressive play level 1 into the enemy jungle, but it has turned around in Dan's favor pretty spectacularly. Now he's looking to ward up the top side with the Tracker's Knife that he has purchased as well.
Yeah,
so this is the start Mao's needed.
On both sides. Dan should probably stay with the warding totem, as Lee Sin you generally go for both, so you have all of the ward hops.
Yeah. There is a problem for Dan in that the advantage he had hasn't actually translated into a lead. He's down on gold because Joko's been farming a little bit more, and Joko is ahead on experience. So the actual lead that he got, that blue buff, and denying Joko the blue buff to begin with, wasn't significant. It's not like this is one Mao's the game or anything like that, because Millennium have done a good job on the bottom side of the map to get themselves ahead. And that now makes it difficult, because Dan has to somehow do more.
I don't know how he's going to make that happen, though. So, in the bottom lane, still farming away, slight advantage to Hand Hammer, which will be exacerbated in a second, as these minions will go down to him. And still hasn't cashed in the Adoration yet, though. I believe he's on 140 right now.
I will take a look for you. Yeah, 140 something. 150 something now it is. So that's a pretty decent amount of stacks. Sebex has found Joko, though.
And they're going to go for this one-on-one, but Sebex is now out of mana. Joko's dropping low, but Pretty pops his heal to save his ally. There's the shield as well. Will flash over the wall. And now we'll get away, but that was very, very close. Top lane, though, Beansu up against Kaze. Just going to back off.
Yeah, just going to back away. Kaze has that grey health available, though, for himself. Right now, looking at mid lane, Sebex has taken that Phage rather than the Sheen that we've seen a lot. Masterworks is going to try and disrupt this. Won't get too much done. Second blue buff of the game goes over to Dan. And they are able to continue that pressure. Beansu very low.
He'll pop his ultimate to try and keep himself alive, and will juke behind the cast minion line so it doesn't get licked up. And then we'll back off. So, safe for now.
Joko once again is like, oh, my blue buff's not here. Damn. Dan, however, is taking his own red now. I wonder whether we'll see the same sequence around the blue buff from Dan, where Joko comes in to try and invade, or whether Joko will look elsewhere. Beansu just used teleport to get back to top lane. Kaze has his available.
Indeed. Oh, Q almost landing on Pretty there. Dan is trying to make a play with his ultimate, and almost has his flash back up, so it'll make it a little bit easier if he can kick flash, because you basically can't stop that from happening. Hand Sama. This is the dangerous moment in the game as Draven where like it's like stepping out of your house with all this like money in your pocket. And it's
Again,
like,
it's like somebody that keeps all their cash in their mattress.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm saving it. Saving it for a rainy day.
I got robbed.
Yeah.
That's Hand Sama right now. But it feels so bad, because if he gets killed here, you lose so much gold. But if he gets the kill, he can snowball almost out of control.
I'm just waiting with bated breath. Also, we're going to find out whether Hand Sama went to Clown College. See how good his juggling is.
Yes, indeed. I want to see what build he goes for as well, because it was a build a while ago where you basically just went for no attack speed and just all AD, like Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster.
Ooh.
Package incoming. Nope.
Wonder what Pretty ordered. Oh, the package is still there. He could get the knockback. Oh, doesn't.
He ordered 20 ounces of pain. Oh,
it's quite a lot of pain.
he's out of there. I don't know. It's difficult to quantify. Masterwork. He's casually 1v1ing rocks.
Sebex has used the package in mid lane. Like, it's gonna run out. I've got to use it.
Masterwork. He is a dedicated support. He kept the minion wave away from the tower so that Hand Sama could eat it all up, even when he was being smacked in the face by rocks.
It doesn't matter. At that
No,
point.
it
He's
doesn't.
like, yeah, it's okay. Whoa!
Have we ever seen a fan vote that
I think we
heavily
had a
swing?
96-4
Okay.
last year with an Origin
97%.
game. We had like a 96-4. I think it was like Origin versus
someone.
I don't think it was Maus, but
Oh, we've been very unlucky if it
may
was
have been.
Mouse.
I actually want to go back and track that now. That's unfortunate. Nevertheless.
97%. Well, that 3%, you're currently ahead very slightly in this game.
It's a lot of Draven fans.
It is, yeah. I mean, I would vote for the Draven. He's going towards probably Essence Reaver here. That's pretty nice on Draven nowadays, because then you can go crit from there. I'm seeing Rapid Fire Cannon as well as a pickup, because it gives you extra range on your first auto, and then from there you can speed up, you can follow up, but also the poke. One big Draven crit is really big as poke.
So
in mid-game.
being a Draven main, or at least like one trick.
Yeah, one trick.
Wouldn't Rapid Fire Cannon kind of mess with your juggling? Because does it return like to the same distance from you, or is it from the creep? I can never remember.
It always drops somewhere around you.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember that interaction.
Also depends on your movement.
Oh,
But,
bottom lane
we'll
now.
discuss Draven mechanics later as Dan is trying to shut down the stacks, but he's going on to Masterwork.
Oh.
Masterwork will probably die here, but it's all worth because Draven survived.
Hand
But
Sama.
another kill over to Mouse.
Oh, we saw a mistake come from Hand Sama there. You stand aside, and it was just too far forward. Didn't clip anyone. May have been enough to have saved Masterwork, but a mistake nonetheless.
Yep.
Seeing one from Hand Sama, and thank you for clarifying that interaction.
Yeah, so if you're standing still, it either has a chance to jump on top of you or around you, and then if you're moving, it should try and predict where you're going. So if you hit, and then instantly, as the projectile's in the air, turn around and then run away, it should drop in front of you. So with that initial poke, you can throw it, turn around, catch it, and you're good.
I was confusing. Ooh. I was confusing it with Poppy Buckler, which lands near your opponent.
Yeah.
But does bounce in a random way. You actually can't control that. So either goes slightly towards you more or slightly away from you more. So yeah, that was what I was confusing with. I was going to say that would be really bad if like Rapid Fire Cannon, it like bounced halfway away from you. The extra difference.
Yeah, that would suck a lot.
I want to see the rebound. I want to, because that's like a long rebound. It's big. It's
It
at
is.
that point. Just like the special delivery.
But to go back onto the very first point I was going to
Okay.
make, was that you're talking about juggling axes, and when you build attack speed on Draven, it actually does come into effect in team fights. You need to activate Q again, so that more of your auto attacks while they're in the air, you can have 2 held and then a couple in the air. So you can theoretically see a Draven juggle 4, even 5 axes if he has max attack speed. Doesn't happen in reality, usually 3 or 4, but it's something that good Draven players are actually able to make happen.
So now you've kind of piqued my interest on. So I sent you a video of a Cogmore player from Korea.
Yes,
that I think
ridiculous, by
Perks
the
was
way.
tweeting about it the other day. I think so. There were a bunch of LCS players that were tweeting, and it's just this Cogmore with like 3.5 attack speed, like stutter stepping perfectly, and like 1v4ing a team. I would love to see that with like a Draven with 2.5 attack speed and axes, and see how that works.
Yes.
I mean, probably not the best of builds. I'm just going to say that, but...
Even 3 or 4 is impressive to watch. Well, Dan is trying to take away this blue buff, but the
Shockwave got
ultimate
it.
in from Pretty gets it, and now Rooks is
cashing
in the
in.
enemy jungle. He didn't get it. That went over to Joko. Masterwork dropping low, but there's the heal to keep him safe. Give me all the kills, guys. Hans Sama is sitting on so many stacks right now. It's concerning.
340 stacks currently.
That's 780 gold if he cashes that in.
Kaze
780.
Top lane. Binsu has finally turned this around. He is has been ahead from that first kill going over to him. But Millennium, this is a much slower paced game than the last one.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, Mouse started this with a nice jungle invade. And now Millennium have taken control. Oh, he called it back manually.
Yes. That is something you want to do. Something you often see Draven players do is just shoot at the ultimate, it'll fly past them, and then it gives you time to juke.
Yeah.
A good Draven player will do it just as it connects to you, so you get both of the procs of damage.
Yeah, pretty much instantly, right?
Correct.
So it's like, it's so difficult to step aside from the
And the other thing is, going to go to replay, but
It's
I'll be
fine.
back.
You'll be back talking about Draven. So this was the catch on the blue buff and the single pick off here. So very slow-paced blue buff take. It hovers at like 60 health forever, but that was Masterwork, I believe, flaying Rux back into that. And Hans Sama really wanted that kill.
It would have been really huge. That would have been an injection of
Binsu.
over 1,000 gold. Binsu is going to get eaten up here, and I'm not sure if he can get away. He doesn't have flash. He's going to knock Kaze towards his tower.
Sunfire Cape and auto-attack to death.
He's going to flash
point.
after and gets him and takes him out. In the 1v1, Tam Kench up against Poppy.
This is Tam Kench after the nerfs. Keep in mind, like, he had that damage reduced.
Yep.
He's still level 1, now hits level 2, so that was now only the 2% bonus that was previously 4.
Yeah, it's fairly big. In that situation, Sunfire was probably doing most of the work.
Yeah.
But still, Tam Kench very rarely 1v1s an opponent, wins and kills them. Usually you just back away. It's like, oh, you're trading with me. Okay, I guess I'll just walk away. Hans Sama moving into the top lane now. There's a big mini wave stack in the bottom lane. He may have to ult that when it comes up. Actually, not going to get it in time. They're giving all of the gold to Hans Sama. Look at this.
Yeah, Hans Sama on his own right now has 1,200 gold over Taric before cashing it in.
Yep.
Like, that is not including the stacks that he is currently
all
holding.
this gold into him.
So, Hans Sama is like, this is like a hedge fund right now.
This makes me
like
worried.
Investing.
Like seeing him walk around actually makes me anxious.
I just feel like there's like a stock graph and it's like going up, 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 and there's about to be a market crash for Millennium. Like, the recession is going to hit.
I want to see them give this over to Hans Sama as well.
Oh, look at all this juggling.
Yeah, these are all stacks as well. Every time he catches an axe, that's more stacks.
Whew. That was a change that I looked at and I'm like, does Draven really need this?
Yeah.
Like,
And then, like, if you perfectly CS a wave 6 in a row, you get more stacks. So everything gives you stacks nowadays. Hans Sama, he's picked up the Bloodthirster
Here
first.
comes Binsu.
Looking for the flank. Hans Sama. Any other day, if he was not on Draven, he would have gone for that auto attack.
I think so. Like, let's compare this game to some of the other games we've seen with some of these champions, specifically the Corki. I'll get that.
Okay.
So now we're finally seeing Mao's group in this middle lane. Not the most amount of wave clear coming from Millennium without Pretty stepping up and doing some wave clear, but it's too dangerous with this Braum to really send the ball out too far. So it means Mao's grouping on the Corki and getting the turret. This was about the time that they wanted to do it. You got that defined Corki power spike, Trinity Force, Sorcerer's Boots, group on it, and it works very well for Mouse. So again, they're able to play this style because it is fairly clean cut. So Mouse are looking a lot better this game than they did in the last.
Binsu, he's going to find himself a pink ward. Is it time for another Draven fact? I think it is. So
how many have you got?
A never-ending supply, really.
Hit me with it.
Okay, so I was talking about his ultimate before. It's very important to hit it when you just hit your target, and then you can recall it. Not only because because you hit, they could juke it, but it resets the damage when it comes back. So it deals damage as if you've just sent it out, which is a big deal. Because if it hits minions behind it or targets behind your desired target, it will reduce the damage.
Just in time for bot lane fight.
Yeah! And now Joko in this 1v1. Taric doesn't have his flash from earlier. Already uses Arcane Shift, and now Dan's in the fight. He's going to kick Kaze and Graze back into the meat grinder. And maybe Joko can get something done. He was going to just jump out of there. Actually still had his flash, so he was safe. or the cost of Tam Kench.
So this is a lot more spread out game from Millennium right now. They're relying on getting gold onto Hans Sama. I'm going to double check his stats again. Did Hans Sama die? No, okay,
No.
There's the fight's going live.
Rocks, ooh, ultimate comes out by Pretty, takes down Tarek, Joko over the wall. He's got more damage to deal. Masterwork closing in the noose, and will knock back Dan. Doesn't get the hook as he retreats, also ignited him. Maybe enough. Sebex turns and trades with Joko and stays in the end of the line damage and takes him out. Dan was very low, but he manages to survive.
Sorry, I was confusing the fact that it was like 700 gold before.
Correct.
Now at 480 stacks.
Oh,
I thought
concerning.
somehow it had reset, so that's a lot of gold. But off that fight, that was a good set of kills going over to Millennium. Even though they didn't cash any in on Draven,
No.
like, there is this big amount of gold that is
This
just
will be
stacking
the
up.
biggest cash-in
Like,
of all time.
this is where like he gets no kills the entire game.
Yeah.
Or gets it as the Nexus dies.
Yeah.
Like,
And just has to recall instantly and spend all that money. Pretty gets hit by the Q. I'm not really sure Dan wants to go in. Masterwork threw out the hook preemptively, as it would have hooked him literally out of the air. So it was nice as a zoning tool.
So from what looked like a bit of a rough game, or at least a spread out game from Millennium where it was resulting in picks in the bottom, this... it's just the kiting through the jungle. What looked like a rough game, spread out game for Millennium has started to open up for them now. So this was the beginning of this fight once again. Masterwork was looking to go in. Joko gets a good amount of damage down, but this shockwave just takes Tarek out. And then it's just easy follow-up for the rest of Millennium. They just get the 3 kills. And there's nothing really Mouse could do about this.
Good as damage.
And Masterwork gets away.
Yeah. And Lee Sin, Dan had to use his pink ward. Because that was the last ward that he had to jump away.
And that was like 3 versus 4. Yes, the 4 were damaged.
Yeah.
But Kaze was using his TP to go back top lane during that fight. He's like, you don't need me.
Interesting. Hans Sama is going for the very old build where you go for Bloodthirster into Infinity Edge. Yep. So that's an interesting one. It means his initial Q will do a ridiculous amount of damage, his auto attack, but he'll be moving less. It just empowers his auto attacks that he gets off, so he can jump in, jump out, and keep up his damage rather than being a sustained damage dealer.
TP coming in from behind from Poppy.
This is risky.
Gonna catch Hans Sama.
And he's gonna eat up the Draven. Dan comes in, keeping those stacks alive.
It's because Orianna's down bot side right now. They don't have that AoE combo coming from that shockwave.
Oh, collateral damage takes it from Joko. All the
No,
way
Dan
down there.
actually got it.
Really?
Yeah, Joko's not wearing a red buff. Sorry, blue buff. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was colorblind for a sec there.
Hashtag pulse win?
Yeah, hashtag pulse win. He did get it with
Yes.
collateral damage. I was going to say, it looked like Dan didn't get it, and then I was like, Dan's wearing a red buff. Anyway, it's been a long day, Pulse.
It has.
I'm hallucinating. I'm seeing a Draven right now.
Had
with
some fairly fast games today.
580 stacks.
Oh, Joko. Can he get the kiting off? He needs to dodge the Q. Does not get the Q. Oh, Kaze swipes him out of the air and saves his ally. That was really good to see. Here comes the banana.
Ooh. Swing and a
Felt
miss.
that one. Whistle past his ear. But Joko lives and
When
survives
Hans Sama
another day.
cashes this in, it's going to be ridiculous. He's about to crest 600 stacks.
This is going to be a ridiculous payoff.
I would be very interesting. I would be very interested to know. We had a Draven game from Freeze last year. That was a lot of damage on Tarek.
I believe it was because he got a double kill, right, and then like 1,800 gold.
Right, but I can't remember how many stacks he cashed in. Like, I can't remember what the actual gold was. I know it was some obscene amount.
Yeah.
I don't think it was like this much.
I don't think
that's
it was
gonna come
600.
through.
I think it was close, but I don't think it was quite here. Either way, Hans Sama is still stacking up, so he's getting further and further away from that number.
I would be interested to know what is the highest competitive Draven cash in from any region. If you know, hashtag EUCS, tweet at me and Pulse.
I want to know.
I actually really want to know. Or even if you have like a good, like not a guess, but you know one and you don't know whether it's the highest.
Yeah, that's still fine. Oh, that damage
Hans
on
Sama's
Rux.
like, stop Stop chunking them before I get here. Like, let me auto them once and kill them. Like,
Rux is in prime position to be cashed in by Draven, though. He's around 50% HP and doesn't have a flash.
Oh. Millennium think twice about this.
And Samus took a lot of poke from that. He lost his shield and took a bit of damage. He needs to hit something to get his health back.
And to get more stacks.
And get more stacks. Kaze's away from him as well, so that's a little concerning.
This could be the risky play here. Millennium, they're starting to flounder a bit. This is not the Millennium's decision-making that we've seen before. Joko goes in. Sebex nearly jukes back into it.
Joko's still living. Dan looking for a Q onto a priority target.
Oh, I think he could have got Hansama there.
Maybe.
He didn't have vision properly of him, like his movement and where the pathing was going to go.
Kaze is still split pushing away, though, in the bottom lane. And we've seen that he can duel Binsu in a one-on-one. Joko now invading the... What is Joko doing?
He's just taking anything he can. Like,
well, Baron was just being contested, and he's the jungler, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to take their crooks.
Right, but you look at the vision control, they can see that nobody from Mouse is moving up towards the Baron.
Sure.
Even though Millennium's just recalled.
And
Mouse are way too scared right now to do anything drastic like start a Baron.
Pretty's coming down. Had some recalls come out. Also, Abyssal Voyage will get them very close to the Baron pit.
Yep.
Because Kaze was in the bottom lane. Dragon now being taken out. This will be the first of the game for Millennium. Very nice in the mid game, as it gives 6% extra AD and magic damage, which is the biggest one, really, in terms of combat stats, until you get to like movement speed, which is a little bit, and then, of course, the 5 Dragons aspect is the big one.
Ezreal's bottom lane. This could be an Abyssal Voyage now onto Corki from behind, or even onto Dan and Rux to hold him in position.
Uh-oh. Binsu wants
heard
to get
it.
out.
Where did it go? Oh, it went to top lane.
Okay. Well, there's no one else around there, and Kaze didn't take anyone with him, so...
Yeah, it was just one of those situations where I'm like looking at, you know, a mid lane that's pushed up.
Okay.
Could have been a play. Keeping my eyes on the Draven counter. People are probably going to be sick, but we always get tweeted, like, can you tell us how many stacks Nasus or
So
Draven
now we're
has?
telling you.
670 stacks right now.
That's a lot. Just had a tweet in. Rank eSports just said that Cop cashed in 1,446 gold recently.
That's a lot.
It is.
That's quite a lot of gold. Now, was that including the kill? Like
That's a good point, actually.
The kill gold?
I would assume it would be, yeah, because it's all included in one cash lump sum.
Consolidating all of your kill gold into one
Yeah.
monthly payment, like.
Yep. Oh.
I guess that's kind of the equivalent of, you know, getting a year's supply.
It is, really.
Hansama's like, come on.
Nope. Oh. Come on, Masterwork. Set me up.
Very rarely am I like praying that one team does
invested.
something. Like, it's not even about Millennium doing anything. It's just about seeing this cash in. Like, it's all I want to see.
Because we have this downtime where everyone's just kind of like posturing back and forth and is
so tense.
Yeah. Like, that's the real thing in this game. Joko and Kaze pushing down this middle lane. Actually get it to half before the minion wave dissipates and before Mouse react. Even lower, down to a third. So that will go over in the next minion wave push. Baron is still up as well.
Oh, Joko
found out in the jungle. Dan tries it in second, but Joko's too far ahead of the game. The kick flash into the team. He'll jump away with the flash. Kaze, eat me, bro. No.
Walls are pretty good at stopping that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, topside, Hansama taking more objectives, getting extra gold. This time, not so many stacks, but it's all about just cashing in. Oh, this is... They don't want to go against Binsu.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Hansama.
Oh, he's good. Binsu tried to get the
But
ultimate
look,
off
coming
there.
up the river, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
This could be the end.
This could be the end.
Sacrifice yourself, Masterwork.
Hello,
the ultimate down. He flashes the Q. Maybe he can get a kill here. Kaze's coming in. Oh, he gets the auto attacks in, but he's low on mana, so he can't really do anything else. And he's playing so defensively. And they get out.
Oh my goodness, Millennium survived. Whoa. Oh, I had the visions of like somebody carrying a piggy bank, and it's like, you know, in Jackie Chan movies where he's like keeping the vase up,
tosses it up in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
Does some martial arts. Yeah,
exactly like that. Like,
and he caught it.
Just holding like 4 big like ancient Chinese
all filled
urns,
with money,
all filled with Draven's gold. That's how he likes to hold his money, boss. Like, banks and building societies, not for Draven.
Nope. Gotta carry that with me, man. Okay, so Baron being started off here with Millennium. Beansu now coming in. He pops the W very quickly.
He
jumps
got
in.
it!
Oh, the
It's
steal
stolen!
in from Tariq, and maybe the turnaround. Masterwork dropping low.
The cash
shut
in!
down. Oh, that was like 1,448, I think, plus 300.
I'm gonna double check.
Okay,
This
okay.
game still hasn't.
We still might have a team fight, but that's more important. Let's go. Joko following up. Here's the end of the line. Collateral damage backwards. Handsam still kiting in the backside, and Tariq zoning him away. And this should be the disengage now by Millennium.
1488 plus 300 for the kill goal.
Yeah, 1788.
Whew. Wow. Okay, but the cash-in was nice.
Yeah.
But the Baron steal by Tariq. Tariq's had a rough series, but that right there may have turned this game around. Like, the Baron steal at this point makes it pretty difficult now for Millennium to actually wave clear this. Draven doesn't have wave clear. Orianna does, but it's magic damage based. So now they're under the siege of Maus, and they have to stack pretty much everybody in this middle lane to hold on to this push. And this is what the Corki, the Ezreal want to do, is they want to be able to siege and poke. That Baron steal is perfect for Maus.
Well, Maus actually have to take the tower first, and with Rux being pulled in, they have a decent amount of damage there. He has to jump back to his team. Tariq also interrupted the recall of Handsammer, so even though he got that gold, he can't even use it yet because he's being interrupted. Maus, their push got stymied even by the skeleton crew of Millennium in the mid lane, and they were still able to repel it. Maus need to make something of this Baron because the gold is nice, but if you can take more towers off of that to start evening up the game, that is really where you can start pulling back. But in that mid lane siege, when it's 5v5, nothing really happens. So Rux now heading back into his jungle. Joko setting up for a potential dragon as well, taking away this scuttler. And what did Hansam pick up? Okay, the rapid fire cannon. We're gonna see the steal from Tariq.
So how does this steal come about? Where is
Must
the
be so close.
smite?
Oh,
it's as the.
that wasn't that close. That was like 199.
Yeah, that was like the smite was rough.
Yeah.
For Joko. That's, again, just Millennium making another mistake. I feel like Millennium have been very confident, perhaps overconfident now in this game.
I mean, that was confidence.
Right,
there.
but what I mean by that is, like, Millennium picks and bans is very confident, very, almost, not egotistical, not, like, arrogant as such, but
I think arrogance is the right
you
word.
can feel the vibe just coming from Millennium, and it is coming back to bite the Maus with that steal, have a platform to build from. They're not really utilizing it, though. They've gone for the dragon as opposed to looking for an outer tower in the bottom lane. Like, that bottom lane outer tower, or the top inner tower, is basically free for them right now.
Yep.
With this Baron up set of minions, Beansu will push it through fairly slowly on his own, but if 4 people step up to that after the dragon, they just take it. Millennium aren't going to fight you for an outer tower 30 minutes into the game.
His masterwork may be caught out here before the team gets there. There's a knocker from Beansu, and he should be able to finish off. Pretty now coming in for this fight, but he's caught off to the side, and Dan wants to get the kick, but it's reacted to by Pretty. Dan did not have the flash, so it meant that Pretty was able to use his own flash in response. And Hansama is critting for a lot right now. He chunked Sebek really hard in middle lane with 1 auto. Now Kaze looking to try and CC someone up. He grabs Tariq and knocks him into the team. He goes down and gets the lick onto Sebek as well. Oh, sombrero.
Hansam, oh, here's the Abyssal Voyage.
And they can't kill Kaze. And now he drags Dan as well. He's going to get him, sets up the end of the line. And as soon as he comes out, the timing was perfect.
This entire fight, Hansama did not auto-attack an enemy champion. He was lagging behind the entire time, and Kaze was dealing so much damage. He's got an Iceborne Gauntlet alongside that Sunfire Cape, so anybody who he even touches is getting locked at least inside that slow, and the rest of the damage comes from Joko, from Kaze, from Pretty. They didn't even have Hansama attacking. Like, watch this again, and look at how many autos on champions Hansama actually gets. So this is the start of it, and Masterwork falls. So at this point, Maus are thinking, okay, we've got the 5 versus 4. This should be our time to shine. Beansu went in aggressively on his own. Hansama has now joined, and he's farming for like the entirety of this. Still not attacking. Joko and Kaze are just looking to go forward again. The tongue lands onto Tariq somehow. Hansama still isn't attacking.
Yep.
Like this entire time that they're taking out the rest of Maus. And Millennium are just keeping up with the chase. Kaze uses the Abyssal Voyage in a great way. cuts off the escape tools, gets another kill. That's a pretty easy team fight for Millennium, and it's all because of how far ahead they were before the Baron buff. Yes, the Baron buff went over to Mouse, but once it's expired, if you didn't get enough in that time to close this gold gap, you're still so far behind.
Is really expired. I counted one auto attack against champions there, and it was just at the turret when it was thrown in front of him by Kaze. Everything else came from the rest of his team. And that's scary when that Draven has 300 farm, cashed in that ridiculous bounty, is selling 3 items and a bit. As soon as he starts hitting people, he's critting minions for 1,000. So as soon as he hits Sevix or Tarek, they're gonna melt.
So we talked about how like a Draven normally needs kills to keep on going, keep snowballing. The fact of the matter is, Hans Sama hasn't had to do anything this game. Like, legitimately, this game has not been won on Hans Sama in any real sense of the term. He's just been farming. He's been controlling waves, which is obviously to do with what he's been doing. He's been, you know, making sure the push is on the right side, and the timing has been good for Millennium, but they haven't relied on him to carry in fights. And that's a really intriguing thing when you pick a champion like Draven, and it's just been a fairly non-factor.
The funny thing about this is he's now their late game security, which is something that you don't say about Draven.
No, that's a weird one to hear being said, but it's fairly true.
4 items currently. I like the triple cloth armor in from Masterwork. Trying to think of a build path that makes sense into.
I guess he's going Randuin's.
Yeah. Alright, heading down into the bottom lane. Big minion stack, so they'll be setting this one up. And mid lane's being sieged by Kaze. Beansu is currently pushing the top lane, but he's Poppy, so he doesn't really do that very quickly. And anyone can really go up there.
Has his teleport, but he's got to be careful. Like, the team may just die before he gets there. If Kaze can, like, somehow devour one of the squishies.
Yeah.
Pretty's on the bottom side, though, so that's a little concerning for Millennium when it comes to a team fight. They are lacking that AoE damage. Pretty's roaming up. Here comes the teleport from Poppy. This could be the last fight of the game.
Well, Dan needs a good ultimate to come across and lands on the Masterwork, but Kaze keeps the AD carry alive, and at the last minute, he pops the Grey Health, and the backline is dead. What an ultimate from Pretty coming in, and Beansu now has to just run away. He only just came into the fight. Dan is the last member standing, and this looks like it could be the end of the game here for Mouse, as Millennium are closing in for the win.
Triple kill for Pretty in that fight, and as you said, Kaze goes straight onto Hans Sama and goes, no, I'm keeping you alive in this fight. And it was all left to the mid laner, the player that really we haven't seen a massive amount from outside of maybe a game last week. This time, Pretty had so much damage in that fight.
Oh, yes, he did. Now the towers go down. The Nexus will be followed after. But first, they have to kill Dan. No, he sat on the spawn pad. Millennium will take home 2-0 up against Mouse this week. Another dominating performance.
Hans Sama nearly died.
Yeah,
like, he had one foot on the fountain. 1-0-4 overall. But the story of that game was pretty much Pretty. 5-0-6 on Orianna. He bided his time, and that last team fight just kind of exploded the game for him. But that was a little bit slower from Millennium. But then Millennium have been exceptionally quick in their other games.
That was only 35 minutes, so it's not even like it was a slow game either.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it did feel like they were showboating a little bit.
A little.
We may find out in a minute. But yeah, Pretty, he was definitely the backbone of that composition, for sure. And then it just showed up in the last team fight. He was just like, oh, I'm here, by the way. I'm just going to one-shot your backline. And I'm Orianna. Really impressive plays by Pretty. Like in week 1 when you played the Anivia was left open, picks the Orianna, makes more sense in these compositions. It just shows that not only does he have this pocket pick, but he also has meta picks as well.
Yeah, he does. I don't know what to say. Every time I'm watching Millennium, they always give me something that's a little bit different, maybe that I wasn't expecting or that's new from them as a team, and it's nice. Hopefully they got a lot more to discover from them as well. Like, I'm really impressed.
Got to talk about that chance play by Tarek, though, where he got the Baron steal. Mals were just so far behind at the point, they just couldn't capitalize on it. They sieged the mid lane, but simply could not siege with 5 people versus 3 at one point. Even without like massive wave clear, just with the Draven and like Orianna, they were able to stop the siege. And when you're at that point, the game is already lost. So Mals have to look at everything that happened before that point that put them behind. Because, okay, they got the Baron, but had that Baron gone over to Millennium, the game would have just ended there and then.
That is true. That is true, and yeah, as you alluded to, that Mavs were just too far behind in both games, really, to do anything, and
Yep.
really tough to look at what Mavs needed to do differently, especially in that game. They just fell really far behind. Like their lanes just couldn't keep up.
Well, we're going to actually jump onto an interview now with Joko coming in here from Millennium. So, hey, Joko, how's it going?
Hello, I'm fine and you?
Very good, thank you. First off, I want to ask you about your draft in the second game. It was very ballsy out of the gate, even with your bans and picking Draven as well. Was it intentionally like an arrogant draft, or was it just what you
No,
wanted to
no,
take in this game?
not at all. We just draft and I don't know, there is no ID carry left, so we just pick Draven and just snowball compo, I guess.
Well, it worked very well. So I'll be stating the obvious. You're in the Millennium House by the looks of it right now. Millennium
Yeah,
chairs
yeah.
behind you. So you've been playing for Unicorns of Love in the LCS. How has balancing the Unicorns and Millennium at the same time been? Because we've not had a player do it before.
Yeah, I see. Well, there is a difference between these teams because, like, right now I'm doing the call in Millennium team, but in UL I was not doing the call, and they got a lot of more experience and something like that. So yeah, there is a big difference, but I think with this team we can really improve a lot, actually.
Actually, talking about improving, what is your outlook for the following weeks? Because in the first couple weeks so far, we've seen you go up against Huma, who were underperforming. This week, you went up against a weaker team. When you go up against those stronger teams, do you have anything prepared mentally with your team, or how have you looked at the next couple weeks?
I don't know. We just play against them, and I don't know. We
Just
are
take it
really
as it comes.
confident, and I don't know.
Well, you seem like a very confident team. In-game, always throwing out the emotes. Could you maybe explain a little bit about how the team came together? Because you guys are all... You guys are all players that haven't been around the Challenger scene for the Challenger series for very long. So were you a team before Millennium, or were you put together as individuals?
We were also like top one team in France, but we wanted to go Challenger Series because we want to be LCS, and we tried the last splits, but we was like at the seven at the ladder, so we was not qualified for Challenger Series. So yeah, just this split, we just tried really hard with new player, and I don't know, it was really good. So yeah, that's the story.
Okay, well, also jumping back to your experience with LCS now coming into Challenger, has that changed how you view Challenger? Have you learned anything new from that, or are you just going back onto tactics you already had with your team?
I really learn a lot of things when I was in Call of Love because, as I say, they got a lot of more experience. So yeah, I don't know, I learned some tips from Diamond or just with the rotation and even with the draft and even with the practice, like the training. So yeah.
Cool.
That's good to hear.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing more from Millennium, and it's impressive games. Congratulations, man! Congratulations on the wins. I'm really impressed to see a player balance two teams at the same time. Is impressive because I was a little bit worried, I must admit.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're practicing in two different teams and then have games the same week, like, that's very difficult to juggle. But it's interesting to hear how he took things from the Unicorns of Love and then brought that into Challenger play.
Yeah.
And also performing at the top level in LCS with one of the best teams against pretty decent teams as well in the LCS that he played and subbed in.
Yeah.
Is good.
Well, one thing to note, just for any viewers maybe that aren't familiar with the changes that came into the 2016 season, the reason Joko can play on both Millennium and the Unicorns is due to the loan portion of the 2016 kind of rule set for LCS and Challenger Series, where you can play on both a Challenger Series team and be loaned to an LCS team, but at playoffs you have to choose. So there may come a time where that decision has to be made, but that is way down the line. I know that Unicorns are looking with open tryouts as it is, but very interesting to see how it affects the playing field. The first time It doesn't seem to have. Let's see week on week if it continues in this way, whether that actually affects it.
Yeah, for sure. Because like Joko even mentioned, like they're just taking it one match at a time. They're
Yeah.
not being like, well, this is what we need to do against this team. And looking at those first 2 weeks, I mean, you can kind of wing it. Like in that first week going up against Huma, you can't have the assumption that like Huma's gonna have a bad week, so we can just go into this game. So will be interesting to see how they cope as they get later into the weeks. But let's take a look at the standings though to see where everyone's standing after week 2. Millennium is currently on 6 points, whereas tied just after that's Copenhagen Wolves and Inspire. Then lagging behind will be Huma, and then all the way at the bottom, Mouse Sports and SK still 0 points, not 1 so far.
Unfortunate for them. You know, it is a marathon though. Maybe they
Not a
can
sprint.
get 9 points in the next 3 series. Who
Maybe.
knows? Maybe. Unlikely, but
Well, it's a possibility. Remember to tune in again next week. We'll be back with another 6 games of Challenger action, where we'll be starting off the game and the day with Copenhagen Wolves versus Millennium, following up with SK Gaming versus Inspire, and then ending the day with Mouse Sports and Huma.
well, there we're gonna find that 2v2 setup that we were hoping. The
Yeah.
Pinoy versus
And Nukes a lot.
Hans Salmon. Yeah, a lot of talent in those bot lanes. But if you want to rewatch any of the league plays from today, take a look at the extended match histories, head over to lolesports.com and check out the VODs app. I'm going to be checking out those Draven Runes of Masteries.
I
Take a
will be
look.
too. I'll be reliving the moment when he cashed in those stacks as well,
Super
because that was
slow-mo.
beautiful. Anyway, that's it for today's league action. But tune in on Wednesday at 2 a.m. CET for Prime Time League.
And after Primetime League, there's going to be our North American partners in crime, I
Yes.
suppose. Freak and Zyrene. They're going to be bringing you North American Challenger Series week 2 of the spring split as well.
Well then, that does it for another week of Challenger. So from myself, Stress, and the Challenger broadcast team, thank you for joining us this evening, and we'll be seeing you at the same time, same place next Tuesday. The SQ damage off here. Godbro over the wall, the
Oh!
package pays off. First blood into the mid lane on Corkian.
that again.
Jumps back in. Oh man, this like one auto.
What?
He just literally died to
What?
jungle as Nidalee is taking so much damage from the Lucian though. The culling is used and jukes him away. Maybe he can get the kill. Stops the ultimate with a 1v2, the triple, the quadra kill in for Pinoy. Can he make it the Penta?
Oh,
He's
he's
going up
looking
against
for it.
Warline. Goes for the 1-on-1. Why?
He got it.
Gets it. He shuts him down for the Penta kill. Stops out Maxtor. Now everyone closes in around him and should be able to pick up this kill. The tower shot will finish him off, and the culling onto Warline. Wellover will block it with his body. They both jump away. The ultimate used by Wicked. Man, and now the collapse coming in from Cosq. Is it enough though? Trovan comes out and is locked up with the ultimate, but Cosq pays for it with his life. Maxtor is now being chased out, but he turns around and gets the kill off, and he goes into Sterex. He's still alive. Wicked tries to get the damage out, but it's not enough. Some of the spell timings for Tarek. Oh, the flash, and he lands it onto Rux, knocks him against the wall, should be able to get the condemn, even goes for positioning, has been exhausted, but with the follow-up CC from Masterwork, he still also goes down. Well, Hans Sama goes right through the Howling Gale, and now he'll turn on Rux as well. The flash falls, the binding from Masterwork. Oh, the
Shockwave got
ultimate
it.
in from Pretty gets it, and now Rux is
cash
in
it
the
in.
enemy jungle.
Oh.
He didn't get it.
Did-
Now here comes the banana.
Ooh.
In. He pops the W very quickly. Jumps
got
in.
it!
Oh, the
It's
steal
stolen!
in from Tarek, and maybe the turnaround. Masterwork dropping low. The
cash
shut
in!
down. Oh, that was like 1,448, I think, plus 300.